Knights in neon. It's a new moon tonight. And high noon for sure for the local gunslingers. There's Steve Aoki spinning to win. Chris, Craig, and Kyle are here. David and Elliot shortly. Jen, Kelly, and Kevin. Game 6, the Carolina Hurricanes on a Sunday in Sin City. Do you know how many commercial wedding chapels there are in Las Vegas, Nevada, you guys?
Several.
What did you say?
Several.
Good guess. The answer's 40. But that's not the ring we're worried about here tonight. D.A. Elliott, over to you.
Yeah, this is the big one. The Stanley Cup is in the building, Elliot. Lots of anticipation. Lots of Hurricanes fans here. Yes. Vegas trying to keep this series alive, keep their season alive, and they're going to have to do it without William Karlsson, which means there's a number of changes in the lineup.
Yes, so first of all, in the name of bodies, Riley Smith, one of the original Misfits, he is in the game tonight. And the other one that's a bit of a surprise is on your bottom right. That's Braden Bowman for Keegan Colasar. Now, Bowman is in for a right-hand shot in the power play. In his first call-up this year, he had 2 power play goals in his first 4 games and 4 goals in his first 6 games. So there is the offense there. Howden, by the way, goes between Marner and Dorofeev. Yeah. So they put them there. Right now, the big line isn't loaded up. On defense, it's Korczak for Coughlin. That's the one change they made. Hart is still in goal. No changes for the Hurricanes.
All right, meanwhile, for the Hurricanes, it's 15 down, 1 to go. And really, they've been running this motto all year long to try and keep into that mindset of next game matters.
So Rod Brindamore the other day admitted, going back to 2006 when as a player, they needed 3 tries to beat Edmonton and win the Stanley Cup. Sebastian Aho talked about it yesterday. Go 1-0. That's the slogan on the strength and conditioning room, the workout room of the Hurricanes, 1-0, and that is Bill Burniston's car. He's the strength and conditioning coach of the Hurricanes. He has it on his license plate, 1-0. Jordan Stahl said yesterday, what we've been building under Rod Brindamore is play the same way every game, no matter what. That's the motto. Today, go 1-0.
And Elliot, I can tell you, the Hurricanes are 3-0 when it comes to opportunities to eliminate an opponent, and they've been very stingy, Ron. In those 3 victories, as they've moved on series to series, they've allowed just 5 goals total. They'll look to lock it down and carry the Stanley Cup for the first time in 2 decades tonight.
Crazy. Jennifer.
Okay, well, the Golden Knights have carried throughout the Stanley Cup final this aura of confidence, and that is not about to fade for Game 6. Yes, their top 6 look different, but their top 2 lines are still very high-end skill in terms of the potential they have. So you've got Stone and Eichel playing together on the one line, Marner and Howden. So these are the guys that need to find their game, need to find their attack to have success and force Game 7. And Cal, look, the way the Stanley Cup final has been, what a series. It almost feels like it deserves Game 7.
I totally agree with that. I think we're going back to Raleigh, but this can be a highly emotional game. There's no doubt about it. But for Vegas, I thought they crossed the line 3 times last game and took some undisciplined penalties. Lozon took a roughing penalty, McNabb a cross-checking, and unfortunately for Stone, he had a double minor for high sticking. Carolina scored 2 power play goals. So for me, I know you've got to play right to the line, but you can't cross it for Vegas.
It's a series of micro advantages because it's so close, and yeah, we probably are going to go to 7. So one micro advantage for the Golden Knights is Carolina's had to deal with something different the last couple of days that Vegas hasn't yet, and that's in his clinching game, Stanley Cup. You fly your family in, you fly your kids in, your parents. We heard Eric Stahl talk about all the friends and family that are in here for this guy, Jordan, and that is a bit of a distraction. Obviously, it's one that you're happy to have, but I've been in this situation going on the road with the Stanley Cup up for grabs. All you want to do as a hockey player is be in the zone like this right here and focus on hockey, but it's impossible. You have to make travel arrangements. The team does help a lot, but it's in the back of your mind right now. It's one thing that will take your focus away for a bit.
Let's get another view of the situation. Kyle Bukauskas, to you.
Ron, I don't know how I got up here, but I'm pretty sure Elliot had something to do with it. Oh, how about that ride in? Don't call it the hardest trophy to win in sports for nothing. A 10-month journey in pursuit of one singular goal, but you cannot do it alone. You need a wolf pack, all on the same page if you're going to hit the jackpot. Now, some clearly can handle Vegas, but the Golden Knights obviously can. 3 trips to the Cup final in 9 years of residency. Braden McNabb has been here from the very beginning. He said that they've done it the hard way all year, so why not do it again? That kind of confidence has to help John Tortorella sleep well at night. And at this stage of things, what do the players dream of when they take their little player snooze? Well, Logan Stankoven admittedly has had trouble sleeping ever since the first round. It's just a different feeling that comes over you when you truly start to believe you can win it all. Now, Rod Brindamore is all about stacking memories, so could this be the night in Vegas that the Hurricanes will never forget? Stanley! Hey, Stanley. How are you, bud? You okay? Look at you. You got some color. It's good. I'm jealous. Phil, Craig, I don't even want to know. Listen, hey, we've got to go. We may need you here tonight. So, Ron, I'm going to go get our friend some water.
So good, Kyle. The Roofies, they'll get you every...
This is Body Armor. Real hydration with electrolytes, no colors from artificial sources, and coconut water. Choose Body Armor.
You know, coffee spikes your cortisol.
Yeah, but it's good for your liver.
Pro tip, magnetic hydration.
Cardio ruins muscle gains.
Hey, standing ruins your knees.
Sleep is overrated.
Sitting is hard on your hips.
Oxygen is just your heart.
Companies everywhere bought into AI. Problem is, nothing works together.
That was not me.
Only the ServiceNow AI platform breaks down the walls. It integrates anything in your workflow.
Any data source. And with the AI Control Tower, we can finally manage all our AI.
The ServiceNow AI platform lets you connect and control everything to put AI to work for your people. Take a seat, Nick. On a chair.
Easiest if everybody just moves down one? No, okay.
The thing about hair is, even if it starts here, it'll end up there. But the new Swiffer Sweeper Pro is made to get hair anywhere. Brooms just push and move. But Swiffer gives you a clean that's mom-approved. The new collapsible, storable Swiffer Sweeper Pro. Love it or your money back.
We are a housing, energy, and defense company. Every day, we deliver the essentials that life depends on. Because possibility doesn't happen by chance. It's built. It's powered. It's protected. So when the next generation asks what we stand for, we can say we gave them something to stand on and the freedom to imagine more. ATCO, possibilities for generations.
Grit. Sure, it's mud and rocks and sweat and all that. Always will be. But grit is also an idea. An idea that changes the way we see and the way we do things. With an available iForce Max hybrid powertrain, Toyota Tundra is the new definition of grit.
This period brought to you by Scotiabank. Learn how to earn up to $700 at scotiabank.com/special offer. The Stanley Cup Final on Sportsnet. Brought to you by Rogers and presented by Instacart.
Welcome back. We've got some good news. As you see, Phil and Craig are back in their cups. Looking good, gentlemen. Game 6 on deck. If you're the Carolina Hurricanes, you're thinking 16, Sweet 16. What we learn from pleasure, we never forget. If you're the Las Vegas Golden Knights, remember this. Go out on your shield. Game 6, nighttime in Nevada. Enjoy.
A storm is brewing.
and you are ill-prepared for the power that Mother Nature holds.
Stand down! This fortress can withstand any attack!
Heed my warning. The storm is here. Feel my unlimited power. Let's see if you can survive the surge.
Are you with us? Go, Knights, go! Are you ready? Because it's night time! Welcome to the ice, your Vegas Golden Knights!
A very noticeable amount of red in the crowd with the Canes on the cusp. Few better places to win a championship if you're not going to do it at home. It is another marquee event on the Strip. As you can imagine, a lot of recognizable faces in the building tonight, including world-renowned DJ Steve Aoki, who performed in the Plaza pregame. He has been performing for Vegas crowds for over 20 years. His remix of Pursuit of Happiness is still a go-to closer for him at the end of sets to bring the house down. 3 years ago, yesterday, Riley Smith and the Golden Knights, Happiness. Everything was shining, all was gold. Smith back in the lineup to ensure there's no party to be had in their town tonight. Taylor Hall's become the dressing room DJ for the Hurricanes. He's been in pursuit of the ultimate happiness as an NHLer since 2010. Has had trouble sleeping throughout this final, but admitted he slept pretty well last night. Eyes wide open now. It is Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. I'll be fine once I get it.
anthem, signed tonight by Vegas resident and deaf performer with PXP, Audrey Adiola, and performed by Golden Pipes, Carnell Johnson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Audrey, and thank you, Carnell Johnson.
Here we go, Vegas. We got a massive battle on our hands, and I couldn't think of anyone better than to get this party started. So, Vegas, make some noise for number 7, Alex Petrangelo.
The cup is in the building. Will it be carried out triumphantly or repacked for a Game 7 trip to Raleigh? We know it's the final game of the season at the Fortress. The Golden Knights prepare for a last stand while the Hurricanes look to outshine the bright lights of Vegas. Game 6, there's Brandon Butts. He's been the best goaltender in this final, making just his 3rd start and looking to cap a playoff storybook. While at the other end, Carter Hart got another vote of confidence, 2-0 in Game 6s. Teams 3-0 in closeout games. What do we get tonight?
It's just a different night. I can't tell you. Cal talked about the sleep for Taylor Hall. A lot of sleepless nights, so much energy. The opportunity with the cup here in the building, just so special to see.
How about Braden Bowman in the starting lineup, wearing number 42 for the Golden Knights in his first Stanley Cup playoff game.
Okay, you talk about not being able to sleep. I love this from John Tortorella. You know, you can kind of get lost in the shuffle, not get in the game. So starts him at the beginning, albeit a short shift now because of the early whistle. But I'm sure that was just saying, hey, man, it's another game. It's another experience. Live it right now. You can sense a little nerves, but you got to think of the excitement and emotion of getting your first chance in a moment like this.
Sitting beside Riley Smith, who enters this Stanley Cup final and has played in 124 Stanley Cup playoff games. Quick changes for both teams. Svechnikov and Aho come out for Carolina. Goal scores in Game 5. Deflected in by Rasmus Andersson. Back to get it, Sean Walker. Wraps it high off the glass, but kept in along the line by Hanifin. Swung back in by Dorofeev, who may be getting hot after a pair of goals in the last game. Mark Stone put it to the net. Jack Eichel in the vicinity. Kept in and now working along the boards. Dorofeev, he is checked on the play. It's kicked loose for Martinook. Hanifin at the line. Sends it just out of the reach of Howden, who's come on. So 3 different lines already have checked in the opening minute 4 for the Golden Knights.
Well, what you always expect, too, is some physicality. You saw just a great interaction between Stone getting in on Walker, who took Carlson out of the game in Game 5, and then Walker trying to get back at him. Hit or be hit early on, get yourself emotionally invested in this game.
Marner Howden and Ivan Barbashev joins this line for the Golden Knights. That Jarvis sidestepped a hit from McNabb and plays it inside the line. Back ahead for Howden. He'll center the line tonight as he runs into Chatfield. Nick Ehlers, who comes off back-to-back three-point games on the ice as Chatfield deposits it down into the Vegas zone. Braden McNabb looks up the ice, but that's knocked down by Hall, picked up by Blake. Here's Jackson Blake in behind the net. A centering pass, but nobody there, and it's sent back inside the Carolina line. Nice dash by Blake to try and kickstart the offense here. First goal's not been huge in this series. In fact, the first goal has gone to the winner twice, 3 times the team that didn't score first has won.
What did Eric Stahl say? One word, it's been wild this series. And here's the physicality you talk. You always think veteran guys get in, get a hit, but you know you're going to get it back. That time Walker tried to surprise Stone. He was able to handle it there. And, you know, you look at your veterans, you think of Stone and the big win he had in 2023. He had the hat-trick night. Can he relive some of that glory here in an elimination game this time for the Vegas Golden Knights?
And a quick load up by John Tortorella with an offensive zone face-off, and Marner comes on with Stone and Eichel, who won the draw. Rasmus Anderson centers, and that puck played away, and it'll be iced by the Hurricanes. And another face-off back in Carolina territory.
Well, an early shift where he gets some physicality, and sometimes it can catch you off guard. 2 guys got hit at the same time. You could see a little reaction up there. Not a good one. And, man, that's not the way you want to start your night. Sitting there, we'll see if he gets right back into the mix.
Jack Eichel against Logan Stankoven, and another face-off win for the veteran Golden Knight. That blocked by Blake, and out comes Carrier, who won a cup here 3 years ago with the team he is facing tonight. Carter Hart knocked that away. Picked up and played around for Sebastian Aho. Here's Aho, can't get it to the net. Broken up there by Eichel. Walker back in his own zone, hands it off to K-Andre Miller. Up ahead, Aho, rink wide for Walker. He'll send it down into the Vegas zone. Here is Korzak making his first appearance of the final. Has played in 12 playoff games so far. It'll be gloved down at the line and kept in. Caden Korzak for Dylan Coughlin in this game. Sent in on Bussey, and around it comes for Nick Dowd. He's looking fourth line, and that ramped off a stick and out of play.
Well, there's Bowman again getting his second one. And, you know, Dowd, a veteran guy. Cole Smith played a good role. And I think it was Elliott talking in the beginning. You know, right-handed shot. And one thing John Tortorella said, the power play has been such a big debate in this series. Vegas only 2 for 15, and it really has been the difference why they are down 3-2 in this series. And Bowman's an offensive-minded right-handed shot that'll get a second unit power play time. So he didn't want to be sitting Keegan Colasar, a good veteran guy, but felt maybe that opportunity for him to get something done on a power play that has really struggled.
Yeah, John Tortorella said we were out special teamed in Game 5. He had the scoring chances 5-on-5 at 14-8. in favor of his team. Seth Jarvis rolls it past McNabb. There's Jordan Stahl after it. Got a hit on Theodore. Eichel looks rink wide, and that up off a stick, and a souvenir for Ray Ferraro between the benches.
Well, the one thing John Tortorella knows, Chris, is if you're in a 5-game Stanley Cup final and you've allowed a power play goal against in 4 of them, you're probably going to be in a little bit of trouble. You know, there's been plenty of teams that have survived a power play that's not working when the penalty kill has been excellent. And their penalty kill was excellent. Round 1 through 3, they were 96%. But in this Stanley Cup, they're sitting right now at 60. That's something that you can't have.
Yeah, a penalty kill and power play. They're at 75.8. Well, the Carolina Hurricanes are up at 119.
There's a lead feed. Taylor Hall is in. Hall with a shot. Scores! The icebreaker goes to Carolina.
Chris, I guess Taylor Hall's okay after that early hit and a little bit of a wince. But this has been a problem all series long. Offensive zone just inside the blue line and turnover, and just not aware of Hall getting behind. And once again, you need a big save to start this game on home ice. So much of the talk about goaltending. Panel was talking about it earlier. First really good chance, and it's Hall the shooter. Look at how Hart has lost his net. Look at all that room on the right side there. It goes underneath his glove and over the pad. And Taylor Hall gets the Game 6's first big play.
3:47 time of the goal. It's Hall's 7th of the Stanley Cup playoffs. His 2nd goal of this Stanley Cup final. Dropping his stick with Jankowski, able to control it with his skate to pick up his stick. And Riley Smith can't clear. It'll be Carrier, and that'll get absorbed by Hart.
Well, goaltending is always a debatable topic, and I think it was Kelly talking about John Tortorella's response in terms of, are you going to bring Aiden Hill in? But this is deflating for your team. You've given up 4 more goals in all 5 games, and just look at it. Kelly will be able to tell that earlier, but that one underneath the glove, over the pad, little bit of room there. And I think visually for Hall, he must have seen an awful lot. Aiden Hill has been a Stanley Cup champion, and you know, the debate always rages. It's a tough decision, but I think it was a valid question going into this game.
Back off the side of the net. Theodore trying to play it ahead, but Martinick holds his own. Knocked away from Svechnikov. In the skates there of Bowman, former captain of the Guelph Storm. Braden McNabb off the boards. That'll be swung in by Cole Smith. Sent around by Miller. And that off the stick out to center. Off to Svechnikov. Pass came across, and Shea Theodore redirecting that to Smith. Onto the near side for McNabb, red line and in. Brandon Bussey out to play that. Knocked down there by Dowd. Mark Stone's come on. Big hit on Ehlers, who rolls it back down the ice. And there's Korzak back. Gives it up. Jordan Stahl gets on it. Here's Stahl looking to center. Knocked away by Lozon. Stahl battling again. Comes loose. And played just outside the line. Drifted back in by Slavin, who along with Jackson Blake draws an assist on the goal by Hall. Russell to play that around. And it ends up at center ice. Hannafin regrouping that with Rasmus Anderson and Stone. Puts it back into Carolina territory. Jack Eichel after it. Puck came in front and quickly cleared by Slavin, but the length of the ice, so face-off back in the Carolina zone. The 4th Commonwealth Games ever hosted in Scotland, coming to CBC from July 23rd to August 2nd. You can catch all the high-level competition. Watch the Commonwealth Games on CBC and CBC Gem.
And no load up here for Tortorella. He keeps that Stone, Dorofeev, and Eichel line together. No Mitch Marner jumping up because of the icing on this occasion.
Dorofeev coming off his 4th multi-goal game and gets a shot on goal there. Rebound in front. That hopped over the stick of Dorofeev in a dangerous spot. Kept in by Dorofeev, and now bumped ahead for Stankoven. He swings it across. Taylor Hall back to the attack. Puts on the brakes and now sends it around behind the net. Here's Hannafin up the board. Stone checked by Blake. Good hustle there by Stankoven to win a board battle. DeAndre Miller from a sharp angle. Off Hart. Rebound pulled down by Blake. Back it comes to Walker. Across for Hall. From the corner. Back up top. Walker across for Miller. To Hall, one-timer, and he was unable to fire that towards the net. Stankoven looking to feed the point. Broken up and sent out by Stone. Here's Sean Walker. Rolling it through for Blake. Sidestep to hit from McNabb. Braden McNabb flipping it out to center ice. On it is Barbashev. Here's Ivan Barbashev centering pass, and That cleared away by Gostisbehere. Back goes the former Fraser Valley Bruin, Shea Theodore, who's had a huge Stanley Cup playoff. Not out here is kept in by Aho. In after it, Svechnikov. He'll put it in front. Off hurt. Another chance. And Aho just sent it wide. Svechnikov again. Coming off that 2-goal performance in Game 5. Back to the line. Gostisbehere across. Finds Aho. Back towards Svechnikov. And Barbashev was there defensively. Confident shift, though, by Aho and Svechnikov coming off their best games of the final.
They all off of a turnover of Shea Theodore, which doesn't happen very much. Just lots of pressure in the offensive zone. Carolina's game is on top right now.
Gostisbehere moves it back in deep. Carolina changing, so a chance here for Vegas to move it ahead. That deflected off a stick at center, so no icing. Slavin waiting to get things set up. Jankowski the outlet. And now up ahead for Eric Robinson, celebrating his 31st birthday, and we know what he wants as a present here tonight. Dipped in at the line by Carrier, and now bounces out Tomas Hertl. Back, Korzak ahead for Bowman. The two new additions to the Vegas lineup out there together. Korzak pinching in, it gets by him, and out comes Robinson. Korzak trying to get back. Carrier on this right side. Held up there by Lauzon and taken to the corner. Picked up here by Stahl. Jordan Stahl watched along the boards. Trying to work his way past Lauzon. And now Korzak with it. And he'll flip it ahead to center. Quick pass by Ehlers. Gets past Stahl. Now Eichel slides it through. Dorofeev to the attack. Rick wide Stone. Eichel curling inside the Carolina zone. Up along. Got a pick and a shot. Plus he got a piece of that as the entire Carolina bench reacted on a pick that went uncalled. Chance for Dorofeev. Another. And he bats up top of the net. Gloved by Bussey as they come close.
Talk about keeping your eye on the puck and being laser focused as a goaltender. You wondered early on, okay, what would the nerves be like? An opportunity to win. How about this for keeping an eye on the bouncing puck here? Eichel's shot gets deflected by Dorofeev in front. Good positioning. The second chance, though, coming from behind. Stone to Dorofeev. Off the blocker, off the face, off the top of the net, and watch the quick hands. Grabs it out of harm's way.
Hey man, nice car. Can I ask what you make?
Want to know what I make? As a nurse, I make people feel better.
It's okay.
I make introductions. I make coffee runs. I make it through a laundry list of patients, ailments, charts, and yeah, laundry. And that's just what I make in a shift.
Make more of what you make with Scotiabank. You're richer than
With Rogers Xfinity Internet, my whole house is ready for baseball. So this is where I buy all my memorabilia. Boom! Just got Clement's childhood glove. Mom. She's really come through for me. And this is where I stream everything.
Sweet setup.
It's all for you guys.
Michael, what is this?
Oh, yeah. That's where I keep my modem.
Get Major League Internet with Rogers Xfinity.
Yeah, Wi-Fi just pouring out of that thing.
Brendan Bussey off the bench and into an incredible spot here in the Stanley Cup Final. One win away. Here it was just a moment before his last great save. Jacob Slavin behind the net. Bussey is watching on the video board. Talk about trusting your defenseman. Not watching the puck there, but as Craig showed just before going to break, another look right from the net cam. as he pulls that one just before getting too close to the goal line. So he knows when to watch the puck and when to trust his defenseman, Chris.
So cool. First right-handed catching goaltender in the Stanley Cup Finals since Tom Barrasso in '92.
How did that work out?
He'd like the same result,
exactly. Tommy had a great run in Pittsburgh there, obviously. Fantastic goaltender. I thought early on, too, Kelly was talking about his nerves, and I thought he handled the puck early, too. And sometimes Kelly always said when you're trying to get focused, handling the puck allows you to do that, and he did that early on very effectively.
Face-off won by Carolina with the loaded-up line, and Stahl will bounce it down. Michael Marner and Stone out together, but they're out there defensively right now. Stahl tried to play it back to Walker, broken up by Marner, and he'll dump it in behind the net. Stahl gets back. Quickly ahead, Ehlers. And Sean Walker through center along with Jarvis. The pass out of his reach. McNabb steering it to Theodore, and now getting it back for Vegas. Up ahead, and Hall almost picked that pass off. It does reach Nick Dowd, and Dowd will backhand it in. Lucas Slavin taken to the boards by Cole Smith. Nearly came up with it. Now Bowman shot. That hit a leg. Smith along the boards. Loose for Chatfield. And now Jackson Blake looks rink wide. Taylor Hall looks engaged again as he comes inside the line and sends that wide. And getting bumped there was Hart. There's going to be a penalty. And is it Jackson Blake that upended the Vegas goaltender?
He was going hard to the net there, and he thought he was taken in by Anderson, and it's that look from Blake is a confused one, but it is going against Blake. He's inside there, foot on foot as he goes through. Power play coming up for the Vegas Golden Knights.
Make it through Chapter 5. And 6. Make more of your everyday banking with Scene Plus points on every debit transaction. Scotiabank, you're richer than you think.
The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid can get up to 776 kilometers on one tank, so you and everyone with you can go further. And with a turbocharged hybrid powertrain, everyday efficiency comes together with powerful performance without compromise. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. Ready for wherever you're going.
The game isn't over yet, but Gary just got paid with Bet365's early payout when his team went up 2 goals. Now, Gary can't stop celebrating. And honestly, we're not even sure he knows how.
Or forever hold it.
Download the Bet365 app and get paid out early when your team goes up 2 goals.
Leon's first ever 100 Mega Sofa sale is on now. Up to 50% off select sofas. Over 100 styles to choose from. Don't miss Leon's 100 Mega Sofa sale. Leon's. Now that's comfortable.
When it all comes down to it, I want to be a Stanley Cup champion one day. I want to have a great NHL career, and I really don't think what team I go to right now is going to change that.
Taylor Hall in conversation with Rob Falls of the Memorial Cup 16 years ago. Back then, all the hype around possibly going first overall in the draft. His main focus was one day winning a Stanley Cup. It is the closest he has been to one. He opened the scoring here in Game 6, but now the first penalty kill for Carolina in Game 6. Chris.
Johnny Bear, Garrett Rankard, the referee Scott Cherry, Trent Knorr on the lines, and there was a heated discussion at the Carolina bench between Brindamore and Hebert about that call. There's Stahl winning a draw. Jordan Martinick after the puck and nearly got sprung on the penalty kill.
You don't see a lot of set plays off a face-off on a kill, but that was definitely one. Just trying to get a long route by Martinick to get to that rim.
So Vegas 2 for 15 in the Stanley Cup final on the power play as they enter the zone, but offside. So we'll take another look at the penalty, and is he upset that Carter Hart's outside the blue paint.
Well, I think it's a collision that happens outside of the blue, and obviously there's a pretty heated. He didn't like something about the linesman there that he seemed to be pointing a couple of times too. As it's Scott Cherry who was taking the brunt of it early on. Rod said he hasn't been sleeping very much. I'm sure it was a rough night last night to all the things in your mind.
Marner slaloms in and gets the shot away. Bussy's got that. He didn't like his first period of Game 5, and when we asked him, what didn't you like? He couldn't remember. He said, I'm completely looking ahead now.
He said that was the post-game comments. I can't even remember now. And that really is the journey as a head coach. You're always looking forward, always trying to make adjustments. The one thing he doesn't have to adjust too much. Their penalty killing all playoff long has been solid. That's a penalty.
Yep, Hurdle.
And, Hurdle's not a guy taking a lot of draws. That is just a terrible play for Hurdle to take on a power play. You cannot use your hands. Often it's to get it back. Instead, he swatted it forward, which you don't see, and John Tortorella can't believe it either.
Minor penalty, face-off violation.
That's where William Karlsson out of the lineup. Hurdle can play some center, but watch. He gets a piece of it. Let's have a really good look here. Oh, he did. It's an instinct thing. You could tell he didn't really wasn't looking at the puck there.
And to no advantage.
No.
You're right. Usually it's when you knock it backwards to a teammate, but that's a costly penalty.
So we got back-to-back penalties with some conversation from the head coaches, but I think in Hurdle's defense, it looked from that, he couldn't even really see it, and his arm going forward got it, but it doesn't matter if it's on purpose or by mistake. It's a penalty by rule.
The four skaters aside, Aho and Jarvis are out. It's Eichel and Stone up front for the Golden Knights. But that coming 31 seconds in, and Gostisbehere off the draw with a hot shot.
Well, face-offs, we've talked so often of just the importance of it, and it's been an advantage for Carolina. They're 57% in this Stanley Cup final against Vegas, but that's an easy save there for Hart in the middle. But I like the opportunity to get a quick shot on goal, just not able to get to the front of the net after the win.
6 different Hurricanes have shots in the opening period. 4 shots for Vegas, 3 of them off the stick of Dorofia. Out now on this face-off, and that is Aho winning it again. Gostisbehere for Jarvis. Watched there along the boards by McNabb. Jarvis continues to maintain possession. Now it comes back. Gostisbehere. Aho in front, and that pass missed the intended target. Walker had stepped up. Jack Eichel back to Theodore, and now McNabb will look up ice. So Willie, he'll go back to Shea Theodore. Jack Eichel to the line and forced back by Aho, who wants to make a change. And that opens it up. Howden's in, and Bussy has the stop on a bad change by Carolina.
Oh, unbelievable. Just opening up that entire lane with 2 guys at the exact same time. Nonchalant change, a defender gone too, and it opened up the sea there for Howden.
Here comes Ehlers back. He'll fire that off Eichel. And out of play.
Timing of everything. Sometimes you just get a little casual. Howden, I think, wanted a penalty. He thought he got slashed, but the key on the top, a change by the defender. 2 forwards go, and Howden in all alone. Felt he got the slap, but did it get him in the hands? You're allowed to get down by... Yeah, I thought that was right above the blade and into the shaft of the stick, not anywhere near the hands, but you could tell Howden didn't feel so. Didn't like the contact. It definitely affected his shot, but no call made.
Just over 8 minutes remaining here in the opening period. Noah Hannafin, hounded by Hall, who takes it away. Gets it back to Chatfield. And now Hall, as momentum brings it back out to center as he winds it back up. His 11th road point, and that is a record for Carolina in the postseason. They're eclipsing the mark co-held by Ron Francis and Corey Stillman. Here's Jackson Blake, and now a brief power play for Carolina. It's Gostisbehere and Marner. knocked that pass away.
You see Blake there. That was a great play. Just delayed for a second, slid that in, and that's one that Gostis fair we could have back. Get it on net. You had 3 guys going to the front.
He fires that in. Carter Hart out. Fandom in front. Empty net. And Hart came back to steal one. Oh, he bailed himself out. And has to recover a stick after that. Sensational stop. Now up ahead, rolled back in by Svechnikov. Martinic in after it. Up along the boards, kept in front. Martinic backhand, and Hart just got enough of that. Looked over his shoulder. Another close call. Walker in behind the net. Martinic again. Before Vancouver Giant cycling it to Aho. It'll be Nikishin right on. Loose puck in front. Svechnikov put that wide with Martinic at the back door. And now Sissons for Anderson, and Vegas relieves the pressure, but back in comes Aho. He'll send it around. Ehlers going after it. Korczak can't get it past Ehlers along the boards. Jeremy Lauzon up with the puck. He'll try to flip it to center. Chatfield stepped in front of that. Now Jack Eichel's got it. Eichel brings it in. Eichel to the attack, and checked by Slavin. Up the boards, and it'll be Stahl. His pass rink wide, cut off, and sent back in by Korczak. Onto the stick of Stahl again, redirected to the line, but not out. Slavin on the puck. There's a big hit by McNabb, but the puck gets by him to center. Well, will that stop by Hart give his team some momentum?
That definitely could be a game changer. It looked like 2-0 for sure off of that miscue.
DeAndre Miller ahead. Carrier trying to redirect it out. Jankowski along the boards. Hurdle there. And McNabb doing some spade work to keep it alive. Now Riley Smith hit. Picked off by Walker. Ahead it goes Carrier. He'll bounce it inside the line. Quickly played back out. That went off Smith, so no icing. DeAndre Miller, he had Jackson Blake breaking off hurdle and out of play.
Oh, what a sequence of events we just had. He always say, show me the most motivated guy on the ice. It's usually the guy with the turnover. This time it's Hart. He's able to get in front somehow to make that save. Forgets about his stick, just dives out, gets the glove on it as the backhand couldn't get there. Second chance in tight, another backhander off the arm and out.
Enjoy the game at the game with free tickets from Scotia Perks. Scotiabank, you're richer than you think.
Who's driving?
Felix.
Susantia.
Their safety is important, especially when you can't be there. It matters to you. It matters to us.
The Evergreens family vacation started with Expedia, the one place you go to go places. When hockey season ended, summer started. Dad knew his crew didn't need much, but they did need peace and quiet. And lots of space. So they planned their flights, car, and vacation home all in one place. Great, right? Nice job, Dad. Expedia, the one place you go to go places.
Please bring back our beloved grilled cheese.
Bring back the grilled cheese melt.
Can you just bring back the grilled cheese melt?
The people have spoken. The grilled cheese melts are back. Get them in classic cheese or with crispy bacon. Now at Tim's.
John, did you consider at all going to Aiden Hill in the third period, or was there any conversation you thought about it?
Christ, that could be the stupidest question I've heard.
Now, there was nothing wrong with that question in the aftermath of Game 5, but it speaks to John Tortorella continuing to protect and defend his decision and what they are doing in goal. Carter Hart in net again here for this Game 6. You saw the save, the scrambling one he made just before the commercial break. Going back to him, and a key moment in keeping this at 1-0, Chris.
He did elaborate more yesterday when asked again about making a goaltending change. He says he knows Hart. He knows there's better. And he feels his team's got to play better in front of him.
Well, just a footnote. The Vegas Golden Knights haven't had 5 straight games with 4 goals against all season long. Here until the Stanley Cup final.
So what you're saying, it was a legitimate question.
100%. Absolutely.
Dorofeev to Eichel. Again, Dorofeev with 3 shots. Up to 5 for Vegas. In this first period, Braden McNabb steps up, trying to center. Taylor Hall after it and gathers speed as he leaves the zone. The goal scorer here, dashing it again to the net. And a penalty is upcoming as Hall comes close, and it's going to be a hooking call against the Golden Knights.
And you know what? Give credit to Hall. He could have easily taken a route that just blew up Carter Hart. And that would have been a very interesting call. Just a nifty move. Attack the forward, not the defenseman. But Hall able to keep the contact with Hart. Watch this coming in. Just the little can opener. Eichel drops his stick, but that could have been a whole lot worse if Taylor Hall takes another little turn. That might have been a penalty on both sides. Instead, the Carolina Hurricanes with the 1-0 lead get the power play. How about the IQ, though, of go to the forward, not the defenseman? You got 2 guys back. He identified that's not an easy place for Eichel to handle a guy coming with that kind of speed.
Taylor Hall looks like the most dangerous guy on the ice so far tonight. Second power play, an abbreviated one for Carolina. 2 for 5 in Game 5, and now 6 for 17 in the Stanley Cup final. A face-off win. Svechnikov's got the puck. He got robbed by Hart on that open play. Gostisbehere, and a stop by Hart there.
So even though your power play has been on a good little run with 4 straight games, they're 6 for 14 in those 4, 42.9. I love the fact that you give a different look. We haven't seen this. This is sometimes a 5-on-3 look where you put 2 guys down low below the goal line, and it kind of, for a quick little second, the adjustment was a little late getting there. It opened up the one-timer, but you gotta love, you give, no matter how successful it's been, you give another little wrinkle and a different look to try to surprise the goaltender. Almost did.
And Jordan Stahl wins back-to-back draws, over 60% in this final. Seth Jarvis down low. Sebastian Aho. Stahl parks in front. Aho with the puck. Gostisbehere gives it back. Aho lost it there, and Cole Smith takes over. Over it goes for Sissons. He gets checked, and a quick counter here by Carolina. Ball back inside the line, gives it to Jarvis. Aho goes to the front. Gostisbehere. Oh, deflection just wide. Close call there. Comes back to the line and held in there by Ehlers. Around it goes, and they get it back to Gostisbehere again. Got Ehlers on that left flank. Shane Gostisbehere holds on. Now across Svechnikov. A power play goal, Molaski. Aho around for Jarvis, jumps his stick and leaves the zone. There'll be some changes here as Jarvis fences in front of the net with Nick Dowd. They're in front of the benches. It'll be Gostisbehere, short pass, and that knocked away from Blake by McNabb. Here's Hall trying to wind it up again. Gets it back. Taylor Hall and knocked off his stick by Lauzon. Logan Stankoven's on it. To the line. Stankoven took a big bump. That pass picked off and cleared by Lauzon. Under 2 remaining here in the opening period. And the penalty on Eichel coming to a close. Played to the line, not out. Eichel back on the ice. And here comes Mitch Marner. Is checked on the play, and Stankoven will flip it away. And a penalty coming up as Stankoven dumped Marner. Carter now sees the arm raised and heads to the bench for the extra man. Jack Eichel on the move. Jack Eichel's in, shooting, and Bussey has that.
Well, really good opportunity at the end of the power play. Good heads up here by Marner. A give and go, trying to get it around. An excellent stick there. But at the aftermath, watch Stankoven just gives it to the back. Can't allow the official to give you that call. I know it's not much of a cross-check, but those are the little moments, again, where you know that you've had a couple of calls, and that will go into that man's mind and say you just can't do that at this stage, especially a first period on the road, an elimination game to win the Stanley Cup has been pretty well executed by Carolina. That's a penalty you didn't need to take.
In these playoffs, Vegas 25.9% at home, but in this Stanley Cup final, a power play percentage of 13.3 coming into Game 6.
Well, how about Jack Eichel, too? In the playoffs, he hasn't scored a home playoff goal in 17 games. Hard to imagine.
Carolina. Well, Marner's pass nearly got intercepted. Marner down low. Hurdle to Eichel. Turns it back. Jack Eichel behind the net. Looking for options. Finds Marner. Watch there by Martin. Chatfield doesn't have a stick. It'll come to Eichel. And rink right Marner. Fanned on it. Martin. Chatfield attacking. And without a stick, he couldn't clear. Kept in Stone. Back Dorofeev. Sent it wide. Marner back on it. Final minute, first period. And that shot off the glove of Bussey. In behind the scramble. They wipe away. And it stays out. What a chance for Eichel on the doorstep. Eichel again in front. Martin for clear.
Boy, how about Brandon Bussey there? Just wasn't sure where that puck was, but battled hard to try to get anything he could on it. And a huge scramble right in the crease.
Late stages of the period. Back in they come. Eichel drops. Thomas Hurdle across. It'll come back to Marner, and Bussey gets a piece of that. Diving for it was Walker. Here's another chance of Bussey. Across to Rod Dorofeev. His fourth stop off Dorofeev in the period. And the horn sounds to end the opening frame. 38 seconds remain on the Vegas power play when they start the second.
Wow, what a frenzy, though, in front of the Carolina net. And you know Bussey's going to get a bunch of high fives. Worst thing to do to start is a broken stick for Chatfield. He's got nothing to do. They take advantage of it early on. One save with the pad, another one with the glove. Great effort in front by Slavin, and then Eichel to the flank. A high shot, and there Bussey sliding across. Such an aggressive mood, able to stay tall enough to get the blocker on that one. What a sequence to end the first period.
Shots 9-8 Vegas in the opening frame, but just the one goal to report. Taylor Hall with his 7th from Slavin and Blake early at 3:47. Ron with Jen, Kelly, Kevin, David, and Elliott. And our first intermission upcoming.
This period brought to you by Scotiabank. You could earn up to $700 when you switch to a Scotiabank banking package. Learn more at scotiabank.com/perks.
Exciting news. Baseball is in Toronto.
You were a collection of guys and truly felt Canadian.
Who better in that moment than Joe Carter?
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
We say we got to kill him.
Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they do. No hesitation, no excuses, so they can go where others won't, make their own way there, and always get it done. As long as Chevy people keep showing up, we'll keep building trucks that do the same. Get an $8,000 cash purchase credit on a 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Custom Trail Boss. Visit your nearest dealership today. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This Friday.
Enjoy the garage, suckers!
Don't miss.
Holy butterscotch!
Summer's biggest event.
She really let things go.
Oh, my.
Oh, Disney and Pixar's Toy Story 5.
New Old Spice Cosmic Quest 24/7 freshness makes me want to be Mario. He has the confidence to fly through the galaxy wearing nothing but this. Thanks, Old Spice. Now I smell super.
When it's go time, and you're coming up short, order on Skip for your shot at winning one of 50 pairs of tickets to a Stanley Cup playoffs game. Only on Skip, official food delivery app of the NHL.
When you live with diabetes, confidence comes from knowing your glucose levels and where they're headed. Manage your diabetes with confidence with Dexcom G7.
Chef Lena is taking the Tide Boosted test.
I am?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I need it. I washed it with this stuff, and it still smells.
Oof.
It stinks.
No, I'm good.
I'm running out of ideas.
Try Tide. It's boosted with double the cleaning ingredients for a one-wash clean the other stuff can't match. Test passed.
It's clean.
Yeah, it smells great.
No, really smell it. It smells amazing.
It's cleaner, whiter, brighter, and fresher. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
Boosted! Yeah!
With City TV Plus, you get access to the best shows.
Let's go!
From Bravo.
I don't care! I'm not doing this.
Food Network.
It's the sizzle, the taste, and the flavor.
Discovery.
What is that?
ID.
Whoever had done this was an evil soul.
HGTV.
The original and the best.
And more.
This is amazing.
The best shows from the biggest networks all in one place.
Come on down.
Jen, Kelly, and Kevin to break down the first 20 minutes. Sorry, I just yelled at everybody's ear. That's the reaction at Lenovo, the Stanley Cup playoffs on Sportsnet, brought to you by Rogers. Taylor Hall scores to create that bedlam. And why don't you, Kelly or Kevin, start us on that?
So getting a breakaway, we talk about when Mark Stone gets a breakaway, it's if you don't have blazing speed, how do you get it? It's running routes. Taylor Hall's got a little bit of both. He's got the speed, and he runs an amazing route to get this breakaway for the first goal. So watch when he comes out of the zone, he's trailing. He's right beside Hannafin. So Rasmus Andersson on the right there, he doesn't think that's his guy. He thinks Hannafin's covering him. And he kind of comes over, creates a little bit of confusion, and then he gets the stretch pass, and then the goal goes in. I don't love the goal, but the route is what gives him this chance, Kel.
Everybody knows, Kev, Carter Hart's got to make that save. That is a save right now in this situation that you've got to make to inspire your teammates that you're up for the challenge. And unfortunately for him, that does nothing but cause concern on the Vegas bench.
And look at the reaction. That's symbolic of the period for the Canes. Not too high, not too low, but not too high. They have a chance to win the Stanley Cup tonight. They know it's going to be a long night. Bussy, after making a highlight reel save at the end of the period, very businesslike, going into the locker room knowing it's going to take at least 60 minutes. I love the Canes right now where they're at mentally.
And then you look at Eichel, and he has a chance here to go around Slavin and drive the net, and he doesn't. He's way too cute. Now take a look at Hall. He knows it's Eichel, but he is going to put his shoulder down and drive the net and make it really hard for Eichel. He's going to draw a penalty as well. That's how you play in the playoffs. You have to make it hard on the guys defending.
And I will say, Eichel, that one was a bit of a soft play, but he's still been dangerous offensively for some of his looks and his setup. So you think about how important it is to start this game off right. So the Carolina Hurricanes had a great start. You know they love to play an assertive style, and they really controlled their own blue line for the first few minutes of the game. So you watch decisions that they're making. They're going to pressure the puck carrier through the neutral zone. You've got 4 Hurricanes players back. Miller's going to force them to put the puck deep. And if you're the Vegas Golden Knights, this is when you're trying to establish your rhythm. That time it's Slavin holding the blue line. So instead of gaining the momentum and carrying these pucks in for entries, you're forced to turn it over. Another example of Slavin. We know he's so great at understanding where's the gap control. Vegas thinks they have a 3-on-2. Instead, you've got 4 Hurricanes players back, controlling their own blue line. Slavin initiates that one up to Blake, and then the pretty goal by Hall. So that's what this team loves to do. They've been smart defensively. Excellent start to quiet the crowd here in Vegas, but just understanding that's how they want to play. force decisions at their own blue line.
Well, once again, Brandon Busty is the story, right, Kev? I was a little bit unsure. You know, sometimes when there's a little bit of nervousness, you can see it on a goaltender or any player. And Kev, you reassured us in the pregame that he's not going to be nervous because, what is he?
He's grateful.
That's right. And so it looks like it in this first period. He's on top of things and he battles. That's one thing. Like I've said all along, he's not the prettiest guy to watch, but he really battles out there, and every play he recognizes the moment. That's a huge save to keep that one out and keep it 1-0 game. And he's really at the end. He was all over the place, and no better save than this one right here, coming across, stretching out, and using that 6'4" frame because he needed all of it in that situation.
To David and Elliot.
All right, Ron. Well, one of the great sentimental stories, if the Canes do win the Stanley Cup, is Taylor Hall, right? A great example of perseverance, right? 16 years in the NHL. This is his 7th team. Here he is, as close as he's ever come to winning the Cup.
You know, the interesting thing about it was he was one of the Hurricanes who came to the podium about 2.5 hours before game time today. And they asked him about so many Hurricanes with different paths to this moment. And he said he compared them to the Vegas team that won the Stanley Cup in 2023. He called them the Golden Misfits. He's like, we're a bit like that when you take a look at all of the different routes and even how he's ended up here. The thing that was funny, though, is that, and there's his entire resume, when he was the first overall pick, you wouldn't have imagined that this was his career would look like with all those different teams. But the funniest thing was somebody asked him, how did you sleep last night? And he kind of smiled. He said, honestly, I had one of my best sleeps of the playoffs. And he caught the Vegas defense sleeping on that particular shift, as they showed before. And you know what's interesting? He's got 19 points. He's leading the Hurricanes in scoring right now. One of the things we're kind of talking about, and I have a vote, I think if Carolina wins today, Stahl's number 1 on my ballot. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But I'm looking up and down that lineup, and Hall with 19 points and a big goal here, he's probably going to be on some ballots.
He's entering that conversation. Unbelievable. And he actually, in a candid moment earlier in the final, said, you know, I never thought this moment would come. He wasn't talking about necessarily winning a cup, even just getting to a cup final. He was on that Boston team that, you know, had that horrible meltdown against Florida. So he's feeling a lot of love, a lot of encouragement being here now.
No question about it. It's been a huge breakthrough for him.
All right, one of the great storylines here at the Stanley Cup final run.
Okay, man, I don't have to tell you or anyone here on the panel. In our hearts, in our minds, in our conversation for the last couple of days has been Constable Mark Pinizzotto. Kevin, you know Steven, you played in the NHL with him. Mark, I will say, is a culture bearer. And what I mean by that, and I say is, not was, he's a guy that took all the, there's Andrea and Danny and Dominic, all the positive lessons from his time in hockey, and he played a little pro overseas, but I reffed him at the Oakville Blades with his brother Steven. There, look at that gorgeous shot, Toronto Police Services Emergency Task Force. All of the lessons from hockey, the accountability, team, loyalty, respect, fun, he took all of that and applied it not only to the kids, to his brothers. There's 3 brothers who love one another. Jason, of course, played pro. Steven, what about Steven, Kevin, for a moment here?
Well, I actually played against Mark when he was in Oakville. I was in Burlington, and he was a great player. And he ended up playing 3 more years afterwards with his brother Steven on the Oakville Blades. And great hockey player, great hockey family. And the whole hockey world is behind this family right now.
Yeah, Linda and Derek. Linda, you wrote that incredible item. No one will say it better. And I'll just say to Danny and Dominic, you know, we're here in Las Vegas. Look at this. The Emergency Task Force gentlemen came out to see Dominic. They're playing in a summer tournament right now. So Jason coaches AAA over in Burlington. Corey Locke went on about him. John Verdon, president of the Rangers Minor Hockey, was talking a lot about Mark and also, you know, the fact that Steven's coaching there. I will just say to the 2 twins, we're here in Vegas. Gwen Stefani's over at Sphere, all these great players. You could have performers in either of those venues, but the greatest point of pride, the greatest gift a child will ever have in a parent is a first responder. You will make your mark the way Mark made you. He's an incredible human being. You're an incredible family, and as we say, all our love is with you. And I should also mention there was a tragedy in Hearst. You know, the bravest of the brave, Taryn Bali, perished in a car crash caused by a reckless driver. Taryn, you were delivered home this week too, and to family and friends, for your service, for your protection, our love. Our love.
Lately, business has become more, let's say, challenging. Was it ever easy? No, but boy, was it simpler. And then the world got complicated. So what do we do now? We roll up our sleeves, we build it ourselves. We do it here and better with BDC. I'm talking about technical textiles for every kind of weather imaginable. Or as we call it in Canada, April. Or next-gen manufacturing, high speed, high precision. High five. Good job, buddy. And microchips or drones and quantum technologies. I have no idea what a quantum is, but I know we are crushing it. So entrepreneurs, this is your moment. Business, big and small, do your thing and build our things. BDC is helping you lead the way in making a stronger Canada, from aluminum to AI and beyond. And which way is Newfoundland?
With Rogers Xfinity Internet, my whole house is ready for baseball. So this is where I buy all my memorabilia. Boom! She's got Clement's childhood glove. Mom. She's really come through for me. And this is where I stream everything.
Sweet setup.
It's all for you guys.
Michael, what is this?
Oh, yeah. That's where I keep my modem.
Get Major League Internet with Rogers Xfinity.
Yeah, Wi-Fi is just pouring out of that thing.
The quest is nearing its conclusion. Go behind the scenes with every round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Quest for the Stanley Cup, only on NHL YouTube.
With Rogers, Canada's best 5G Plus network, I can share my favorite team with the world. We're live. Okay, what's up, guys? We have a wild episode for you today. Akamoto, can you say hi to my mom?
Hi, Michael's mom.
Mom, you gotta hold the phone like way further from you. Sorry.
Okay, guys, this is where we got to. We got Go Jays on there.
So you made that?
Yeah. I did, yeah. A new viewership record on the stream.
Oh, hey, look at that, 11.
Yeah, old record was 2. Want to meet all of you.
Shouldn't be that hard.
Back here in Las Vegas, this is Game 5. Jordan Staal gets rocked early. Thought there might have been a penalty there on Eichel, but takes it out by scoring yet another goal. Tonight in the game, Greg's always said, take a hit or give a hit, you'll get into the game. There's Taylor Hall, clearly winded on that hit in the opening shift. Goes to the bench, and not moments later, he scores a huge goal that has his team in front by a score of 1-0. Craig's with Chris up in the broadcast booth. Kyle Bukauskas, more of our coverage of Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final on Hockey Night in Canada next.
This intermission brought to you by Rogers, Canada's best and most reliable 5G Plus network. Rogers, we got you.
They're on the verge of doing something they've dreamt about their entire lifetime.
The silver trophy to the Golden Knights. Devastation.
Just the heartbreak for the players.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Stanley Cup.
Wow, man, you don't typically see that quality at this level.
I know the perfect monsters for your movie. Just try not to look too delicious.
Wait, I want to eat one of these funny-looking yellow guys. Is that okay?
Guys, we are not going to destroy the world, nor eat anyone in this room.
Huh?
Minions and Monsters. Get tickets now.
Sportsnet Plus is stepping up to the plate with a special limited-time offer.
An absolute gift.
Enjoy 25% off your subscription when you purchase a 4-month plan.
That is something you don't see every day.
Subscribe today at sportsnetplus.ca.
We are the first team in history to win back-to-back-to-back promotions.
We are now advancing to play in the Premier League.
We're all in. All in. I mean, all in.
inspired by the greatest trophy in sports, designed for the ultimate hockey fan. Don't miss your chance to win one of 16 exclusive pairs of Cup Chaser sneakers. Enter the sweepstakes today at NHL.com/cupchasers.
Who invites a husky guy to an outdoor summer wedding? It's like 100 degrees. And because I sweat a lot, I went to Moore's and got a suit with a special fabric called Chill Flex that breathes and keeps me cool. Oh, even in these inhumane conditions. Oh, I'm on fire. This is our legacy.
Legacy is a beautiful thing, but only if it survives.
Stream every epic Dutton story only on Paramount Plus.
16 young bakers will be whisked away into the tent where they'll knead, roll, and bake their way to the finish line. Stream the Junior Baking Show now on CBC Gem. Mitch Marner has been using the same skills coach since he was 4 years old, a gentleman by the name of Rob DeVoe. Mostly retired now, but still works with Marner and a few others every summer. He has watched Marner evolve through his entire journey in hockey and in life. When he watched his performance in Game 3, DeVoe thought, there's the kid that I know. Actually, he and his wife Michelle attended Game 4 here in Vegas out of support. He said last summer he could sense the fire back in the belly of Marner as he geared up for a new chapter in his life here in Vegas. He's had a tremendous playoff to this point. He talked about attacking right away yesterday for this Game 6 tonight. They sure were in attack mode with the power play late in the first period, but they await to find an answer to Brandon Bussey so far tonight. Chris.
Over a point a game in his playoff career, and he had 51 points at home this season with his new team.
And like always, Chris, it comes down to these moments. It doesn't matter what you've done to get here. You're looking now and say, can I keep our season alive? Do I have an opportunity to play another day? And this period will do a lot. It's been a crazy period through this Stanley Cup final, hasn't it?
Well, the second period had been advantage Vegas until the last game. There's Slavin stepping up, denying access as we start the second period. Vegas on the power play. Drop back to Marner. Across for Eichel. Jack Eichel. Tracked there by Martinook. Marner in the middle. Across Dorofiev. Shot rejected. Now a shot right on, and the rebound is cleared in the late stages of the Stankoven penalty.
Something they're trying to focus on, a more shot-oriented power play. John Tortorella say they were too much to the outside, too predictable, and not attacking in the inside lane.
Barbashev checked, and it'll come back to Shea Theodore. There's Barbashev reaching for that. Up against Slavin. Along the boards and around. There's Stankoven back on the ice. On it is Howden. Howden out along with Bowman and Barbashev. And here's Chatfield. Up ahead, it's Jarvis. Stankoven going to the net. And the pass denied by Theodore. Here goes Braden Bowman to the attack. The Kitchener product sends that wide of the cage. And out comes Stankoven. Tried to get it ahead for Robinson. That pass broken up by Theodore. Now deflected inside the line by Jankowski. And a high stick will hold play.
Get game-changing internet and Canada's most reliable internet. Rogers Xfinity. We got you.
You think how important goals in bunches have been? It was Game 3. Had the Marner natural hat trick in 6:01, and then suddenly the Canes 3 goals in 39 seconds. So we expect the unexpected as this such an important game moves along.
Fourth line out there on the offensive zone for Rod Brindamore. Puck played back into Carolina territory. Bussey will leave it. Flipped away by Gostisbehere. Gloved down by Korzak, but knocked off his stick by Jankowski, and it's icing against Vegas.
Yeah, I'm watching Rod Brindamore see, okay, who does he put out? Well, we've seen the goal scorer in Taylor Hall, and that line comes out with an opportunity. This fourth line for John Tortorella has played an awful lot, haven't they? It's a combination of it right now as you've got Dowd in there as a second center iceman.
Stankoven digs in. And the faceoff won by Hurdle. Flung out to center by Lauzon. Bussey will stop that and hold on with Nick Dowd going to the net.
Well, let's see what John Tortorella does then. I know it's not an icing, so Brindamore can change, and guess who comes out? You've got a defensive zone face-off for the Carolina Hurricanes, and it's Jordan Staal once again. Ooh, back and forth is Dowd having words. Staal just so reliable, and I don't know if Rod Brindamore could be asked more times in his pressers about what Staal has meant to this team, but it's a pretty good connection between the former captain and now head coach with the existing captain, isn't it?
And there's another face-off. Loved Elliott's question a little while ago when he said, how would you do playing against him? And Rod thought about it a moment, and he said, I did play against him in 2009, and it didn't go very well.
Well, and again, Rod at a different stage of his career at that time, and a young Jordan, but that's what you need. That relationship has set the framework and the groundwork for where this team is now.
Well, the offense has been a huge bonus, but he has been so reliable defensively against the top lines of every team that they have faced. Ottawa, Philadelphia, Montreal, and here against Eichel's line for the most part in the Stanley Cup final. McEhlers knocks it down. Plays it back. There's Staal knocking down his man. Maybe a chance. Ehlers in front. Just out of the reach of Staal. Jack Eichel's away. Got Stone on his right. Dorofeev on the left. Stone. And the pass picked up by Ehlers. And Staal with a chance. And again. Staal. Step back. The rebound picked up there by Martinook. He'll cycle it back. Staal looking to become the first player in Stanley Cup history to score in the first 6 games. That hot shot goes high. It'll be Svechnikov firing it across. Mark Stone still out there. Plays it across for Dorofeev off his stick and out.
That was the end of the shift. Staal was, I think, going to change and saw the turnover, so he was almost a minute into his shift. Not a whole lot left in the tank, but what a huge save by Carter Hart there on that one.
There's a stretch for Svechnikov. He'll send it in. Robinson going after it. Ricochets to Robinson. Aho stepped in there, and Robinson will backhand it deep. Shea Theodore up ahead. Off a stick, and Gostisbehere's back. Another quick up, and that went all the way to Hart as they tried to spring Eric Robinson. Seen a lot of this in the second periods. Not uncommon at all, but it has been a consistent theme in the second period of the final.
I watched Staal on this one. Just a good job hunting the puck down, and then one pass later, he's got more deflection goals than anyone in this final with 3. And this one, just not a whole lot left in his legs, but he's able to settle this, get a little inside, and he tries to go blocker side. Didn't get it up high enough, kind of that in-between shot, but you know what it's like, that the fatigue factor when you're at the end of a shift. Sometimes you're not necessarily as efficient as you normally have. But nobody's been able to tip the puck more in this final than number 11 for Carolina.
There's Hurdle giving it up and then knocking it off the stick of Jackson Blake. Talk about a recovery and now a chance. Thomas Hurdle in and stopped by Bussey. What a play by Hurdle, kicked in by Korzak. He puts it to the net. Brandon Bussey with the answer after a tremendous individual effort by Thomas Hurdle. Around it comes for Hall. He'll dump it out. That slides past McNabb and icing against the Hurricanes.
Just too aggressive a read by the D in the neutral zone creates this 2-on-1. You get caught right there with a pinch at the red line. A 2-on-1 with Blake coming back. Great patience there by Hurdle, and look at, he looks skyward immediately. Gostisbehere misses with that second chance, and Bussey on the doorstep able to make the save, fight through the traffic of his teammate. And you talk about a goaltender that does not look nervous and looks very dialed in. Bussey showing just that. Think of the end of that first period, how brilliant he was.
By the way, 11 shots for Vegas in the first period, the most in the first period against Carolina in this series. And the puck over glass.
So I can't help but thinking, you and I have talked to him so much about a right-handed catcher. It just throws you off. You know, the only team, the Washington Capitals, have 2 right-handed catchers, so players get accustomed to it in practice and get used to, okay, how do I have to think? Things look differently. For me as a shooter, that always bothers you. You have to focus and visualize what you're going to see and not just try to guess, because it is such a different reality of shooting against a goaltender that catches with that right hand.
Seth Jarvis up ahead off the stick of Keandre Miller. Stahl sends it in, a centering pass, and pouncing on that was Hart with Jordan Stahl in the neighborhood.
So if you're looking at the battle of the goaltenders here, you know, I do think, I agree with Kelly, that first goal on Hart, he'd love to have back. And he has got to be thinking here, I don't have a mistake left in me. This is the time where the biggest impact you can have on your team is letting them know all you got to do is get 2 tonight, guys. And that is something that is really powerful. When you've played against or with a goaltender that gives that persona, that shows the confidence, that makes the big plays, it allows you to really dial in as a team and get working on the progress to get back into this game.
In Game 6 against Utah and Anaheim combined 53 of 55. Face-off win by Jankowski. Walker couldn't filter through. Now in behind the net, there is Jankowski. Trying to center, gets past Carrier. Kept alive by Walker. In deep, Robinson. Off his stick to Hannafin. And that will slide the length of the ice. An icing call against Vegas. Well, clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose. Get back in the game with Friday Night Lights. Stream now on CBC Gem.
Chris, I can't begin to stress how much when you have a 4-line team, like really both of these teams have had at their best, it just takes the pressure and continues to push. There's no shift off if you're the Vegas Golden Knights. When Carolina's 4th line is playing like they can, they do this. They create an icing, and they allow a top line to come out and try to take advantage of it.
It's Aho, Svechnikov, and Martinook. Dowd wins the draw. Vegas has been better in the face-off circle so far in this game. Bouncing puck at the line, and Nick Dowd follows through. Bump, but stayed with it on that hit from Chatfield. And they get it back to Hannafin, and he missed the target. Chopped at by Svechnikov. That went off Rasmus Anderson. And now Aho makes sure it gets out. Anderson sends it back inside the line. Chatfield and Slavin get it organized. Up ahead off Svechnikov, right to Hart. He'll glove that down for Lausanne. Anderson. Marner sends it deep. Keandre Miller back. Around it goes. Jackson Blake trying to clear. Korzak able to hold it in. And now played ahead. 2-on-1. Stankoven at Hall. Look at Stankoven. Sends it high. An odd man chance there, and maybe one coming the other way. It'll be Barbashev, but he sends that off target. Marner held on to it. That shot through traffic, fought off in front, and Walker ends up with the puck. Up ahead, big hit there as Lausanne steps into his man, and icing called as Lausanne and Stankoven have words.
Yeah, just a couple of back and forth plays, the physicality continuing to go. Okay, don't step over the line. I'll give you that hit, Lausanne, but don't go back after him. Here's a Korzak makes an aggressive pinch. That creates the 2-on-1. Just a great play by Lausanne, making sure nothing's coming back, and then follows it up with a hard hit as that one's going down for icing. You know, there's a third pair that just trying to do their part. Keep in there, get some more ice time, show that you're ready to play, and make some plays.
Michael directs traffic as he gets set on this draw. Wanted McNabb in a certain spot, but Stankoven won the faceoff. And out comes Hall. It'll be sent in by Blake. They're changing on the play as Stahl comes out. And Braden McNabb looks ahead. Dorofeev over the line. Tied up there by Miller. And Jackson Blake comes back. There's the flip at center ice. That knocked down by McNabb. Played to Eichel and Stone. Dorofeev on that left side. Checked by Walker. Walker up the boards. And a couple tries. The stick comes up. And Play stopped. Are they going to call a follow through here? As Nick Ehlers took a high stick.
Didn't see an arm go up for a penalty.
No.
Maybe knocked down the puck as he was swatting after it. I think the discussion, had there been maybe a huge cut, they might have called the double minor and taken a look. You be the judge. Let's have a look. Oh boy, that's a high stick right to the chin. And that one's not getting called.
You're on your phone here.
Yeah, with Rogers Satellite, I can be on my phone pretty much anywhere.
But right here.
I can move, George.
Yeah.
Just try to keep your head in the game. Hey, do you have a charger out here? I'm getting low.
That one right there.
You gotta respect the sheer creativity, John. There's clearly a strategy here. It's just taking me a couple of minutes to identify it.
When you live with diabetes, confidence comes from knowing your glucose levels and where they're headed. Manage your diabetes with confidence with Dexcom G7.
You don't need a truck that talks. You need one that shows up. Work days, game days, and these days. Because the minutes, the hours, and the days add up. And Ram is up for them all. Ranked the most dependable full-size truck by J.D. Power and backed by an unsurpassed 10-year, 160,000-kilometer warranty. Get 0% financing for 72 months on both the 2026 Ram 1500 and Ram 2500 at the Ram Make Your Move event.
The Popeyes Big Deal Combo. Choose 2 delicious tenders or a chicken slider with small fries and a drink, plus a biscuit for just $5.99. You may even feel like a big deal when you get a deal this big.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Rod Brind'Amour's won as a player, trying to win as a coach. And when asked who the most influential coach he's had in his career, pretty consistent. He always brings up Barry McKenzie, his coach at Notre Dame College. Barry, a Canadian Olympian in the 60s, watching in Toronto, age 84. And Rod continues to say, everything he taught me, even now, certain things that Barry McKenzie talked about when I was a kid are coming to pass even in a Stanley Cup final.
It's the things you learn to become the foundation when you do become an NHL player, right? You have a lot of different influences. He said, obviously, Peter Laviolette, when they won, you always have a connection there, but I don't think he's alone with that of coaches you had before you were a pro, how important they are to your development.
And how influential Barry McKenzie is. He also coached John Cooper and Barry Trotz. Here's Slavin working that ahead. Robinson out to center. It'll slide through for Carrier. Checked by Theodore. And now Eichel, whose stick came up. He gets it knocked off his stick.
By guess who? One of the best sticks in the league.
Yep.
And Slavin there just read that perfectly, timed it, and that is so frustrating when you think you have them beaten, you think you have some room, and next thing the puck's going back the other way.
Slavin idles, both teams making changes. Up ahead it goes, and Martinook will drop it in. Aho and Svechnikov with him. Korzak along the boards for Lausanne. He's tied up. Hurdle. Korzak gives it back to Thomas Hurdle, who heads north and drops it down into the Carolina zone, but we say he didn't get to center, so icing against Vegas.
Boy, all he needed was another step, didn't he? But here's the frustration. You know, Eichel able to control the puck, thinks he can go inside, outside, put it between the stick and the skate, but just the anticipation by Slavin, so important your timing there. And we've seen players, look at Hall get a nice move to go in that same area, but Slavin one of the best at that defensively.
Once again, Jacob Slavin does all that defensively and has yet to take the penalty in the Stanley Cup playoffs. There's Aho firing back a face-off win. Gostisbehere sidesteps his man, but then off a skate wide. Colton Sissons off the boards. And that gets by Gostisbehere to center. Hurdle was tied up. Now bunted back into the Vegas zone. Korzak back to get it. The former Yorkton Mauler from Yorkton, Saskatchewan. in his first game of the final. Taylor Hall to the attack. He has Stankoven just out of his reach. Stankoven to Blake, and that's picked off by Lauzon. Out comes Hurdle redlining in. Walker after it on the far side. Nick Dowd bumped by Stankoven. Blake trying to fish it out of the skates of Dowd. And off the board battle, it slides back into Vegas ice. And icing called.
But again, just a quick play in the neutral zone creates transition. A little hesitation, almost a 2-on-1, and Hall tried to quick that pass through the legs of Lauzon. That's a hard one for Stankoven. You kind of lose sight of the puck there. It was a little over-aggressive. Again, another chance where coming down that side where he scored from, maybe take that shot and challenge him one more time.
Shots even at 3 apiece here in the second. Just past 9 minutes in. Down and Stankoven on this faceoff. And off the draw, Carolina controls. Jackson Blake up ahead. Nice pass on the tape. In comes Walker, and Hall follows up. Shot didn't get to the net. Spun to the line, and out comes Rasmus Anderson. Hannafin. Cole Smith chops it deep. Braden Bowman comes back on. Taylor Hall just got out of the way of a freight train hit from Smith. And Walker sends it in. And it's Jarvis. He gets hit by Dowd. Stahl barging in to help out. Good board battle there, and Stahl trying to work it out of the skates. Comes loose, and Jarvis tied up by Theodore. Stahl comes up with it. Back to the line, Slavin. Jordan Stahl's got it. Returns to Slavin. Slavin gets it back. Now hands it off. Ehlers downhill and turns back. No stick there for Dowd. Slavin across. Chatfield. He'll try and get it to the net. It ricochets towards Ehlers. He gets it back to Slavin. An extended offensive possession for Carolina. Ehlers across. Chatfield with a shot that went off the shoulder, I think, of Hart, and out of play. So it remains a 1-goal Carolina lead. Taylor Hall, the only goal scorer so far in Game 6.
Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they do. No hesitation, no excuses, so they can go where others won't, make their own way there, and always get it done. As long as Chevy people keep showing up, we'll keep building trucks that do the same.
Get an $8,000 cash purchase credit on a 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Custom Trail Boss. Visit your nearest dealership today.
Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
When you have a puck? No, this way, this way.
Hey, how are you?
Living the dream. Let's go.
This is Body Armor. Real hydration with electrolytes, no colors from artificial sources, and coconut water. Choose Body Armor.
The Evergreens family vacation started with Expedia, the one place you go places. When hockey season ended, summer started. Dad knew his crew didn't need much, but they did need peace and quiet. And lots of space. So they planned their flights, car, and vacation home all in one place. Great, right? Nice job, Dad. Expedia, the one place you go places.
Up in the building tonight, the team trying to close it out as a 1-goal lead. We've had at least 4 goals for the winning team in each game so far. I'm not sure we're going to get to 4 tonight.
You know, this is kind of the way we thought this series might start, but it came out as just guns a-blazing. But this is one of those games that you get a feeling with so much on the line that it's maybe going to be one great individual play, or is it going to be a mistake that becomes costly? You know that the team that's facing elimination has an urgency and desperation, and for the Carolina Hurricanes, can you get through a period and a half here and just be solid defensively?
Miller for Aho, chops it into the high slot. Marner knocked that away. Miller off the boards, and Martinic will backhand it deep into the Vegas zone once again. That's Svechnikov crashing in on the forecheck. Aho on the near side, and Marner forced back. Jeremy Lauzon trying to wind it up. Out at center and played back in. Trapped offside was Svechnikov as he got knocked down at the same time by Lauzon.
You know, both these teams, they play such similar systems, so they know what to expect, especially by Game 6. And you can just see the defense having to make plays under duress. See Svechnikov making a physical play whenever he can. And, you know, for John Tortorella here, you've got to keep trying. The loss of Karlsson is obviously a very big one. He has used his lineup, played that fourth line quite a bit. You got Riley Smith out there again in his first game since May 1st. This is an opportunity to see who can come up with a big play to get you into this game, tie this one up.
Delayed offside here. Wheeler's tagged, so we're back onside as Smith checked at the line. One of the original misfits. Swung in past Sissons. Stahl gets back. And now Slavin. Ehlers redirects. Trying to spring Jarvis. Hanifin got it ahead, and that is flipped back in, and that's an icing call against the Golden Knights.
Yeah, well, we were just saying, you know, you and I talking about what we would expect from two teams that play such an aggressive forecheck. We thought, oh, maybe it'll be a tight checking. Well, we've had so many streaks and stretches of this series where the offense has just exploded in close quarters. This one seems a little bit more of a chess match, doesn't it? Not a whole lot of open ice, not a lot offensive happening.
Jankowski on the draw, wins that face-off. Walker in behind the net. Carrier unable to control. There's Carrier stealing it momentarily, and now out comes Vegas. Riley Smith takes this man to the end boards. And that slip past Robinson, wide of the net. And this time it's Carolina icing.
I thought there Korzak went for the pinch. You see a good effort by Riley Smith, but there's a long pass that now you got a little bit of tired bodies, and Rod Brindamore arguing the same point. He pinched at the line and didn't take the puck. He just totally ignored it, and that's a judgment call by the Rod obviously just watched it down at his feet and didn't like it any better.
Eichel against Jankowski. Controlled here. Dorofeev can't get the shot off, but holds it in. Jankowski again tries to clear, flips it out, and Carrier's got it. Bumps it deep. They change in behind him as he rides his man to the end boards. Dorofeev up for Stone. Back to Eichel. Stone to Eichel again. Check just inside the line. Stone follows up. And a great play there by Aho. Kept alive by Theodore. Dorofeev tries to go high. Martinic off the board, so that's off Svechnikov and out. Stolen here, and the puck hit Aho. Outside the line, offside called.
So the matchup game typically is D. You get a D pair, and how many times now have you seen Slavin on Eichel, and he just made another good play on him too. So the one thing, Rod Brindamore, you know he doesn't get the last change, but he's trying at every turn to make that quick change in the middle of play so that 74 is going up against 9. That opens the door for a Marner line here. Can you generate something? This line really hasn't had all that much offensive zone time to this point.
Again, a revamped line without William Karlsson, who sounds like is out for the rest of the series. That puck out of play. 7:06 remaining here in the second period.
Well, you know, Carlson, what a loss that is. He's had an injury-filled year, came back into the playoffs. It's a hit from Walker. There's been some big ones in this series, but that one looked like the left elbow or wrist. We're not totally sure, but the reaction, Chris, was immediate. He went across back into the room, and obviously wish him best. That's another huge loss for Vegas.
Oh! Another one of the originals. And a guy who still has the record for most goals, regular season playoff combined. He had 50 in the 18-19 season. Pavel Dorofeyev sitting on 49. That puck taken away by Jackson Blake. Stankoven tried to give it back. Intercepted. Blake there to... And Stankoven regains possession in front for Blake. Stankoven, and Hart got a piece of that. Stankoven again. Blake scores! Jackson Blake! And Carolina's got a 2-goal lead.
This is all about winning puck battles along the boards. Every coach will tell you games are won and lost in these little moments. A chance to clear the zone. It's a 3-on-2 at one point, but then 2 abandoned. Now it's a 2-on-1 for Carolina. Stankoven keeps it alive. A bouncing puck that almost gets a chance. A missed clear there by Hannafin, and then a bad break off the stick of Marner. It all started, though. You can't compound one mistake and add 2 more on top of it. A missed clear, Lenovo center and rally. There's that goal, 2-0 lead. We've seen that so often throughout this playoffs, Chris. Game 5 was the only game that had a 1-1 score. Every other has been 2-0 at some point.
Jackson Blake had a goal and an assist in the clincher against Montreal. He had 2 goals in the clinching game against Philadelphia. And now has a goal to put his team up by 2.
Rod Brindamore just went down to that trio. They have been the best
they have for sure.
He gave a pat on the back of all 3. It's not so much about just the goal. It's about the effort. That's what they've been doing all playoff long, and the head coach respects that more than anything.
So Blake from Stankoven at 13:31, and Jackson Blake ties Taylor Hall for the team lead in points with 19. There's Ehlers flipping it back towards the Vegas net. Korczak checked there by Jarvis. Set Jarvis up with the puck. Cycles for Svechnikov. In front! And Aho just missed! And that's a huge stop by Hart as he was able to hold that under his arm and make sure it was tied up for no rebound.
Well, the Knights have to try to make some plays under pressure. Right now, it's all the battles are won. Another 2-on-1 from behind. Squeeze of the arms. Aho looks for a rebound. None there.
Let's go home. If we go that way, we won't like the things we'll find.
Get your weapons ready! Let's go!
I think it's asleep. The Odyssey, in theaters July 17th.
Hey, Ben.
Wow, what a setup.
With Rogers, Canada's best 5G plus network, the world is my fan cave.
I think I can get that hotspot password.
Yeah, it's with Rogers, Canada's best 5G plus network, the world is my fan cave. That's my password for everything, so please don't share that.
Only the ServiceNow AI platform makes all your tech work together. Any system, any workflow.
Any AI?
Yeah.
Any cloud?
Yes.
Any data source?
The man said anything.
Any whipped cream? Yeah. Yeah. Don't be shy. Little more.
No! He whiffed it.
A player Mike bet on just missed an open net tap-in and got subbed off.
I could have scored that in jeans.
Mike doesn't know it yet, but thanks to Bet365's sub-on play-on,
The net was wide open.
his prop bet rolls over to the fresh leg sub coming on. So if the sub scores, Mike still wins.
False alarm, people. My bet's still good.
If your player gets subbed, your bet plays on.
Well, Jackson Blake with his 7th goal of the playoffs, 20th point. He's got a pair of points tonight, but the foundation for Carolina Hurricane hockey is the forecheck. Keep plays alive. Keep working that through. And they won the battle on the boards. Blake gets himself into that little quiet area. And I said, Rod Brindamore, there it is, all three. This line has been fantastic for him. They represent the kind of style that they want. And Chris, after the commercial break, guess who's starting in an offensive zone faceoff? Stankoven line yet again.
Stankoven on the draw. This one won by the Golden Knights. Off the skate to Riley Smith, and now from the red line, plays it in off Bussey. Hurdle puts it in front, and Hall will turn, and 3 Carolina Hurricanes through center. Over the line is Stankoven. Back towards Blake. Chopped away by Theodore. Up ahead, an outlet by Smith. Thomas Hurdle got by Slavin. Here's Hurdle working in. Back to the line, and Theodore can't hold the zone.
So here's a matchup for Vegas. You got to get Eichel's line out there. Slavin's line had to go and play that entire shift. Now you got 74 out there tired. He's almost a minute into a shift. Maybe you can take advantage of it.
Nick Ehlers up ahead. Stankoven's headed to the bench, able to deflect that deep, and on comes Stahl to replace him. Rasmus Andersson ahead. Barbashev with Stone. That slides to Stahl. He gives it off to Ehlers. And a shot fought up there. Rebound off the inboards. And Ehlers almost got a second look. Now it's Eichel. Eichel check just outside the line. Svechnikov's come on, and now Stahl drops it back in. Jordan Stahl leans on his man. Lausanne trying to come up with it. Up the boards, kept in by K'Andre Miller. Now Barbashev at center. Jack Eichel checked at the line, and Walker sends it back. They're going to wave that as it went past Rasmus Andersson, who could have made a play.
Maybe the complaining by Brindamore worked on that one. That's a very similar play, and Andersson just made it look like he didn't even see it.
Lausanne and Korzak working ahead. It's handed off here, and over the line. It's played in behind the net. Howden trying to get it to Marner. Marner unable to control the puck. A pile up inside the line, but worked ahead. And Martinook diving to knife that in. Korzak back. Up ahead, McNabb at center. Right in front of Carolina's bench. Knocked off the stick to Dorofeev. Robinson tags up. McNabb behind the net. Just under 3.5 left here in the second. A 2-goal lead for the visitors. Brent Howden to work. Over the line, Dorofeev, and Bussey drops that down for his defenseman. Around for Hall, he sends it out. Jankowski plays it inside the line. Here's Rasmus Andersson. Red line and in. Around it comes towards Jankowski. Nick Dowd there. Tried to play it back for Andersson, and that'll be cleared out, and he got a penalty. Interference against Andersson as he knocked down Eric Robinson.
Just a great play from Robertson there. Robinson just knew that he had a defender standing still, chipped it by, the puck is long gone, anticipates that body contact and goes. Anderson's putting his arms up because he knows he's in a bad position. Do I let him go and maybe a 2-on-1? Instead, he closes the gap, and a must kill here if you're the Vegas Golden Knights. A 2-goal deficit facing elimination. A power play that has scored in 4 straight comes up with an opportunity here to make it 5.
0 for 2 tonight. We do know that 2-goal lead is not safe in this series.
Not safe at all in this one. In fact, we've had a 4-goal way.
Stahl gets waved, and he doesn't like it. Scott Cherries sends him away, and Zalaho, who looked back at Gostisbehere, but Sissons wins the draw. McNabb around, and Cole Smith will send it down. Smith and Sissons to start on a critical penalty kill for the home team.
And as Stahl wasn't there for the face-off with a loss, now Ehlers comes out in his place.
And they stretch it to Svechnikov, knocked off his stick. Seth Jarvis will kick it back, and it's Gostisbehere who's been so good as this series has worked along. Aho wraps it around, and it will reach Ehlers. Here's a centering pass. Gossesberg across. Big stop by Carter Hart. One of his best of the series off Sebastian Aho.
Well, there's your message sending to your bench. You couldn't have a bigger moment for Hart than that one. This is just well-executed play. One pass, two, and then a one-timer pass across. And this is just desperation and timing. Slides across, gets the glove as high as he can, and that's one thinking he could get it up and over. Brilliant save there by Hart.
On comes Stankoven, but Vegas able to control the face-off and clear. Back goes Nikishin. Around for Stankoven. Bouncing puck turned over nearly, and Marner gets on it. Marner dangerous short-handed. Gets it ahead and back in for Marner. In front out of the reach of Howden. Howden watched by Ehlers. Nikishin steps into him, and Carolina regains possession. Here comes Hall and Stankoven over the line with Jackson Blake across, and a good stick there by Theodore. Outbreak Stone, 3-on-2, and Stankoven comes across and steals it back. That may have saved the goal. Easy glove stop for Hart. Tried to clear off a high stick, so play is called.
Well, you know that this team is dangerous. 4 shorthanded goals in these playoffs. Drive into the net is Howden. Make sure you don't get into the hands. And, of course, George McPhee watching that one. Kelly McCrimmon, they wanted a hook, didn't get it on that case. Ehlers, as he said in his last game, 2 puck over the glass penalties were something that he was not too happy about. Said he played one of his worst. Well, how about 3 points in the last 2 games each? Something only 12 players have done.
His dad's a coach, and he was worried about going to see Dad after the game.
Sorry about that, Dad.
Even with 3 points. By the way, Heinz Ehlers, his dad, the first Danish player ever to be drafted in the NHL.
Nice.
He was in the same round in 1984 as Luc Robitaille and Gary Suter.
Right at one
minute. Here in the second period, they jam along the boards, Stahl in the midst of it. Martinick trying to dig it out. And Martinick able to work it free. Stahl after it on the far side. Up against Dowd. And now McNabb back, and Lausanne turns. That flip to center. Clubbed down by Smith. Carrier plays it back inside the line. Carolina trying to take a 2-goal lead to the dressing room through 2. They outscored Vegas 2-0 in the second period of the last game. They've got one here. And dying seconds, Eichel goes to work. Stopped up at the line. Turned back, and it's Theodore. And time runs out. We're through 2 in Game 6. And Jackson Blake has provided Carolina with a 2-goal lead 20 minutes away from a Stanley Cup victory. Again, Blake from Stankoven at 13:31. Ron, Jen, Kelly, Kevin, David, and Elliott. And our second intermission coming up from Vegas.
The quest is nearing its conclusion. Go behind the scenes with every round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Quest for the Stanley Cup, only on NHL YouTube.
Come on, boys.
The quest is nearing its conclusion. Go behind the scenes for every round of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
These experiences helps our game every single night.
From round 1 through the Stanley Cup final. Quest for the Stanley Cup, only on NHL YouTube.
GMC drivers know that not every job site has concrete. The GMC Sierra Pro Graphite delivers power and authority to find footing just about anywhere. Get an $8,000 cash purchase credit on a 2026 GMC Sierra Pro Graphite. Visit your nearest dealership today. GMC, we are professional grade.
Companies everywhere bought into AI. Problem is, nothing works together.
That was not me.
Only the ServiceNow AI platform breaks down the walls. It integrates anything in your workflow.
Any data source. And with the AI Control Tower, we can finally manage all our AI.
The ServiceNow AI platform lets you connect and control everything to put AI to work for your people. Take a seat, Nick. On a chair.
Easiest if everybody just moves down one? No, okay.
Toronto aims to take their second series against Boston this season.
Swing and a miss. He got
poke the puck away from Eichel. I watched him. You want to never have this problem.
How good has Brandon Bussey been? I mean, this is a great storyline. 27, undrafted, on waivers in October, and here he is, maybe just 20 minutes away from leading Carolina to the Stanley Cup championship.
Well, I wanted to credit a reporter named Pat Welter who turned me on to this story. So we've shown his parents quite a bit at these games, and his dad, Ron. So every game he's seen his son play, going back to juniors in college, he always makes sure to get a warm-up video. This is the one he posted on his Instagram from tonight, but he's got hundreds of these on his phone. It's the family tradition. In addition to whatever parents do to support their kids, he always makes sure he gets a warm-up video, and that's the one he posted today.
And maybe that's the best part of this, is seeing the joy and the excitement from the families. Year in, year out, we see that, Elliot, and here they've congregated here with the hopes of finishing it tonight, and they're 20 minutes away now.
Well, you mentioned it at the beginning of the show, like how many Carolina fans are here. I remember in 2018 when Washington won the Cup here, Capitals fans, there were a ton of them in the building that night. And who knows where we go in 20 minutes at least from now, but there's a very similar vibe. The Carolina fans have pounced, hoping that this is their night.
They're on the cusp, Ron. We'll see what happens in the third.
Thanks, DA and Elliot. Listen, I want to address something that I said earlier on the broadcast. It was a bad mistake by me. We had a fun spoof on the movie The Hangover, and I referenced a scene in the movie where the tiger is put to sleep. Mike Tyson's tiger. The keepers of the cup, of course, are asleep in the skit, and I was making this. I used the slang term for the drug, which has far more serious connotations in reality, and I should have made that connection. I did not. As James Baldwin would say, it's the innocence that constitutes the crime. So I know I triggered some people. I know I offended some people with that remark, and I feel very badly for that, and I want to thank you for bringing it to my attention, to our attention. Yeah, very sorry. A short break. Our coverage continues. The Carolina Hurricanes with a commanding 2-0 lead here after 40 minutes on Hockey Night tonight.
When it's go time, and you're coming up short, order on Skip for your shot at winning one of 50 pairs of tickets to a Stanley Cup playoffs game. Only on Skip, official food delivery app of the NHL.
You don't need a truck that talks. You need one that shows up. Work days, game days, and these days. Because the minutes, the hours, and the days add up. And Ram is up for them all. Ranked the most dependable full-size truck by J.D. Power. And backed by an unsurpassed 10-year or 160,000-kilometer warranty. Get 0% financing for 72 months on both the 2026 Ram 1500 and Ram 2500 at the Ram Make Your Move event.
So with Rogers Xfinity, you can pull up games, stats, and scores. Blue Jays. Springer Dinger.
May I? Davis Schneider's mustache.
It's beautiful. The technology is amazing.
This game is brought to you by Rogers, Canada's best and most reliable 5G Plus network. Rogers, we got you.
Only the ServiceNow AI platform makes all your tech work together. Any system, any workflow.
Any AI?
Yeah.
Any cloud?
Yes.
Any data source? The man said anything.
Any whipped cream?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't be shy. Little more.
Shake it time and ring it, go and get yourself a whistle and blow. I just wanna holler when my soul feels free. Now blow.
New Balance, we got it now.
You're on your phone here.
Yeah, with Rogers Satellite, I can be on my phone pretty much anywhere.
But right here.
I can move, George.
Yeah.
Just try to keep your head in the game. Hey, do you have a charger out here? I'm getting low. With Rogers Xfinity Internet, I can game like a pro. See that home run, Schneitz? Yeah, I'm thinking of giving up acting, actually, and doing more sports-type stuff.
Not gonna happen, kid.
How do you know?
I know.
Thought this was a safe space.
So, tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
Yo, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want.
Subway's new wannabe spicy menu. From mild to wild to wicked. All freshly prepared on new ghost pepper bread. How spicy do you want to be?
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Chef Lena is taking the Tide Boosted test.
Oh, yeah, I need it.
Try Tide. It's boosted with double the cleaning ingredients for a one-wash clean the other stuff can't match. Test passed.
Smells like clean.
It's cleaner, whiter, brighter, and fresher. It's got to be Tide.
Boosted!
What a shot. The Stanley Cup playoffs on Sportsnet presented by Instacart. Groceries just how you like. A reminder when the Stanley Cup's presented, the next best thing on the agenda, the NHL entry draft. We'll have coverage June 26th and 27th from Buffalo right here on Sportsnet. So in the game tonight here in Vegas, Taylor Hall gets his 7th. Jackson Blake gets his 7th. Lucky number in Las Vegas. It's 2-zip after 40.
This intermission brought to you by Rogers, Canada's best and most reliable 5G Plus network. Rogers, we got you.
Fresh fish.
White fish, fresh from the stall. Firm to the touch, no smell at all. Skin off, bones out, thick, not thin. Bring the sea to my kitchen.
Let's go home. If we go that way, we won't like the things we'll find.
Get your weapons ready! Let's go!
I think it's asleep. The Odyssey in theaters July 17th.
Stop debating between razor burn and burning through another razor. Start shaving with Gillette with 3 times more protective coatings for a difference you can see and feel. So even your 30th shave is still smooth and comfortable. Gillette, official partner of the NHL.
Shopping for a new or used car? Red flags can hide in plain sight. Buy from an OMVIC registered dealer to stay protected. Learn more at omvic.ca.
Finally, another big game for the big dog.
Could I have Power Books, please?
Powerbucks Cleopatra, with a big jackpot starting at $1 million.
The bigger the better. Am I right?
Big time.
That could be won instantly in store.
I won! Yeah!
Play OLG's Powerbucks Cleopatra in store today for your chance to win big.
I won!
Some milestones call for a celebration, like a birthday,
First rounding.
a job well done, or just getting out for happy hour. Milestones. Celebrate anything.
GMC drivers know that not every job site has concrete. The GMC Sierra Pro Graphite delivers power and authority to find footing just about anywhere. The GMC 0% event is here. Get 0% financing on select 2026 models and limited terms. Visit your nearest dealership today. GMC, we are professional grade.
When money's personal, your bank should be too. RBC is built for real life with 150 years of proven performance to help make your next idea happen. Because your money isn't the whole story. You are. Whoa.
Hey, Ben.
Wow, what a setup.
With Rogers, Canada's best 5G Plus network, the world is my fan cave.
I think I can get that hotspot password.
Yeah, it's with Rogers, Canada's best 5G Plus network, the world is my fan cave. That's my password for everything, so please don't share that.
All rights to this broadcast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording, retransmission, or other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of the National Hockey League is expressly prohibited.
Gave his players a glimpse of what that truly meant. It took 3 trips to the final for Brind'Amour as a player before finally winning a cup. He said before this series, no one remembers second place. They are 20 minutes away from finishing on top. Chris.
Kyle, it's been an historic Stanley Cup final in many ways, and Vegas will require more history. No team facing elimination has had a multi-goal third period comeback in 90 years. Of the 1936 Leafs against Detroit, the last team to do that. It's only happened twice, 1936 and 1919. So are we in for more history tonight? Shots were 8-3 Carolina in that second period, so they've turned the tables in the last 2 games in that middle frame. How does Vegas come out to start the third? No. Here's Braden McNabb. Red line it in, rattles it in. Barbashev back out there with Dorofeev and Eichel, a line that has played most of the year together. Although Barbashev did not start on this line here tonight in Game 6. Dorofeev into the skates of Eichel, who couldn't find it, with Taylor Hall bearing down on him. Jackson Blake out there as Theodore to center off Chatfield. And now coolly played ahead by Slavin. Back in comes Blake. With Stankoven. Up along the boards and Hurdle. Gives it to Stone with Sissons. Mark Stone in! Trying to get it across, and the pass denied. What a play by Stone. Were you thinking shot?
Yeah, almost like I think he was surprised he was able to get that open ice there, and we've shown so many times. Look at the frustration of Stone. He made just a beauty of a move. Talked about his timing, elusive, pulls it from the outside in, gets right between the legs, but there's Slavin again. Slavin takes away the opportunity to make the pass, and I don't know if he didn't realize who it was against, but that's one that even a shot on goal probably creates a rebound that might give a tap in to the guy that you're trying to give it to.
Remember the Montreal series talking to Keandre Miller, and he said you cannot put a puck through the stick of Jacob Slavin. And there was prime evidence of that. Walker checked side of the net with Marner in the neighborhood. Riley Smith along with Howden and Marner off the boards, kept in at the line by Anderson. The room here to play it ahead for Martner. He'll get it out. Theodore across to Rasmus Anderson. 17 goals in the regular season, still looking for his first playoff goal as a member of the Golden Knights. Miller around, Jankowski with Svechnikov, and they get it out. Fired back in by McNabb. 2 minutes into the third. Keandre Miller reversing it to Walker. Up at center, deflected by Jankowski. High over the net. And Carrier after it with Robinson. Out comes McNabb. Braden McNabb to the red line. Drops it in with Bussey directing traffic. Around for Nikishin. The rookie defenseman looks ahead. And that off Carrier and high and out.
Get game-changing internet and Canada's most reliable internet. Rogers Xfinity. We got you.
Commonwealth Games coming to CBC. Don't miss over 3,000 athletes in 200-plus events from July 23rd to August 2nd. Watch the Commonwealth Games on CBC and CBC Gem. Now Stone with Hurdle and Sissons off the draw, won by Seth Jarvis and sent in by Slavin. Jordan Stahl out there as it comes around to Stone. Up ahead and on the move, it's Sissons. Bussey out to play that around. It'll slide to Stone. Knocked down there by Stahl. Stone holds the zone, but now Slavin with a little room.
Hurdle didn't have a stick there. That might have been a guy he could give it to.
Glove down by Stone to keep it alive, and a block shot by Barbashev. It's taken away by Anderson in front. Back to the line. Jeremy Lauzon. Shot is blocked there by Jarvis. Wrapped around Stone. Able to hold it in once again. A flex here by the Golden Knights, but Ehlers able to work it ahead. Here's Jarvis, Seth Jarvis, and a stop there on the stick side by Carter Hart.
Well, you just sense the crowd, the anticipation of something, keeping the puck in. Stone with the backhander. Barbashev through the screen was able to get it there off the blocker again and not able to create that second chance. Blocks are everything. Right now, Jarvis does a great job at one end with the block and then the other, if nothing else, Chris, a scoring chance but an offensive zone faceoff. If you're the Carolina Hurricanes, just keep pushing everything forward. You know, the structure of their game is to keep that pressure on with sights on a Stanley Cup. We'll see if they can keep that confidence in their offensive game.
Face-off just about dead even tonight, and one controlled here by Aho, flipped it across the goal mouth. Gostisbehere, and now Theodore takes that away, and Michael was poaching at the line, no icing as it slides deep, but he was almost away. Now Martinook trying to get it out. Off McNabb, and Martinook follows up. Dorofeev in his own zone, gives way to Eichel. 12 Stanley Cup final assists. Jack Eichel with the most points in the Stanley Cup final without scoring a goal in final history. And they'll be looking to number 9 now with under 16 minutes left.
Well, there's the challenge. You said about, historically how difficult a multi-goal. Well, you add to this, in this series, it had been the second period that the Golden Knights were thriving. The last 2 games, though, Carolina's had 2. The third has been owned by the Carolina Hurricanes. And now Vegas, almost 20 minutes between shots. That's hard to believe, but that's the frustration that Carolina has been able to produce.
So good defensively. The Barbashev shot the first in 18 minutes and 39 seconds of playing time for the Golden Knights. Miller, Stankoven, all tried to redirect that on to Blake, but it was disrupted. Marner dumps it back in. Riley Smith after it. Taken away by Andre Miller. High flip out to center. Gloved down there by Theodore. Off the stick of Hall. Booted by Riley Smith, but played back inside the line. Quick changes for both teams. Rod Brind'Amour was asked about how disciplined his team was on changes, and he said, "We play so hard that you can't overstay your shifts."
You play man-to-man defense all over. You're right, it stops and starts, and short shifts are not just by a fluke. It's a necessity.
Jalen Chatfield. Past 5 minutes of the third. Out at center, a diving play by Carrier, trying to redirect that, and it ends up out of play.
We've seen that a couple times now. This whole series, we've seen that flip play from both sides. It's a common theme in this period. A little bit of a hard hit that Stankoven took. It's getting looked at again. Such a big part of the way Carolina has been able to keep the pace up is a 4-line game for Rod Brind'Amour, and Stankoven, you would hope, will be okay and get back out there.
Jalen Chatfield banks it in.
There's another long chip. Just keep the pressure out of your own zone. Everything going forward. Good aggressive sticks at the line, and they're so frustrating to play against. But Vegas has not been able to get sustained pressure.
Here's Jarvis trying to get it to Stahl. Stahl in against Korzak. Helped out there by McNabb. Up along the boards. Kept in at the line by Slavin. Another quick change for Carolina. And now Vegas makes changes as McNabb sends it across. Lozano out at center. Pounced on by Miller. He'll flip it back, and they'll tag to get back onside. Going to make Vegas play 200 feet.
For 5 guys. Time is the enemy for Vegas now, and they just dump it in, dump it out, chasing it, not able to get that sustained pressure.
I see a little hesitation. This time he's going to eat it after a little bit of a delay working that puck to one of his defensemen. So 6:17 gone in the third. And the nervous Golden Knights looking on, waiting for a push.
Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they do. No hesitation, no excuses, so they can go where others won't, make their own way there, and always get it done. As long as Chevy people keep showing up, we'll keep building trucks that do the same.
Get an $8,000 cash purchase credit on a 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Custom Trail Boss. Visit your nearest dealership today.
Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Ever since the new Leon sale, Barb's changed. She hasn't been this happy since she discovered hairspray.
Put on your deal face with huge savings store-wide.
We also do free local delivery.
Leon's. That's comfortable.
With Rogers Xfinity Internet, I can game like a pro. See that home run, Steins? Yeah, I'm thinking of giving up acting, actually, and doing more sports-type stuff.
Not gonna happen, kid.
How do you know?
I know.
Thought this was a safe space.
Some milestones call for a celebration. Like a birthday.
First rounding.
A job well done. Or just getting out for happy hour. Milestones. Celebrate anything.
I'd never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything move like it. Did it come from the stars? I don't know. But it had one on it.
Delivery of the game presented by Instacart. Get groceries delivered in as fast as 60 minutes. You may have heard one of Brandon Bussey's life mottos, house money. Just over a week ago in this building, he was playing with house money. Comes in the third period. They're down 4-0. Nothing's expected of him. And he has helped shift the series in Carolina's favor ever since. As Jordan Stahl says, he just grinds. Family in the building tonight. His fiancee Mary looking on, cheering him on. She has seen that grind up and personal for so long now. Every backup talks about staying ready when they're called upon. He is proving he was, Chris.
Here's Mitch Marner coming off the boards, blocked by Slavin. Marner knocked down, and away goes Jarvis. Seth Jarvis to work over the line and around Theodore and in, and Carter hurt the stop. Great dash there by Jarvis. Laid in front for Stahl battling. Brent Howden was there.
He walked Theodore there too. He just
yes, he did.
Balance. I think shocked him that he wasn't just in the dump and chase. Held on to the puck. That's offside.
Howden was offside there. They're allowing play to continue. And Chatfield works ahead. That was two Canadian Olympic teammates. Jarvis against Theodore. Martinick after it. And now an outlet for Hannafin. Up ahead, and that's a delayed offside too. Eichel tags. Stolen here by Barbashev. And back for Eichel. Couldn't get a shot away. Quick recovery there, and out comes Svechnikov. Tried to steer it past Hannafin. And on the second try, does get it deep.
Chris, there's your example of why short shifts. I mean, the turnovers, they attack so frequently and quickly, they take away the lanes from them. So frustrating to play against.
Dorofeev sends it across. Moving up is Korzak. In behind the net. Up with it, Sissons trying to center, taken away by Blake. That big goal late in the second. Taylor Hall had the first goal. He's got the puck and cycles it towards Stankoven with Blake to the side of the net. Stankoven in behind. Back to Gostisbehere. 10 points in the last 8 games. Nikishin bounces it wide. Stankoven behind the net. A centering pass onto the stick of Hurdle. And that one fired down the ice just wide, so it is icing as Lausanne sent it all the way down.
Again, just the pressure, just keeping alive turnover. And I think Theodore thought, okay, he's going to dump it in. No, got a little tangle-footed there, and a nice save by Hart. The rebound was there for the taking as Jarvis just making sure. Tried to go up and over. Sebastian Aho getting back defensively. That's really been the frustrating part of the night there. There hasn't been any open ice when there's been a turnover. A Carolina Hurricane has come back to make the play.
Hayden Korzak with Robinson, Jankowski carry out for Carolina, and Slavin sends them back. Past 8.5 minutes of the third. Here is Riley Smith fielding the high flip. Jalen Chatfield around. Hurdle got a stick on that. Moving up Hanifin, but now he might be caught. Robinson ahead. And the high stick's going to get called here. And here's an opening for the Golden Knights.
So Robinson was going after the puck, and he's going to argue that is this a follow-through of a play. I don't think he got control of the puck to make it, though. The official who was trailing, Garrett Rank, let's have a look.
Carolina penalty number 50, 2 minutes high sticking.
He definitely had the puck on his stick for a second right there, missed it, and then came up afterwards. I think that one's the right call.
So it wasn't on the shot or pass follow through.
Yeah, Jordan Stahl's having the discussion there, but I don't think he's going to get it. The only positive thing for Carolina is it's only 2, and boy, a power play time. This is it for the Vegas Golden Knights. Top players, can you make some plays when you need it? Bring some life into really what's been a pretty frustrating period. They haven't been able to get that offensive zone time.
They have had 7 power play shots, which matches their high for the postseason. But there's Carolina getting it out quickly. Marner goes back. Eichel, Dorofeev, Hurdle, and Stone, the 5 forward power play alignment for John Tortorella. And here comes Eichel over the line. Throws it across for Dorofeev. 25 power play goals on the year. A pass off a stick that reaches Eichel. Marner bumps it to Hurdle. Across it goes and back to Marner and Eichel. Hand on that. Martinick got a pretty good spot defensively, and Martinick will clear.
Just the frustration on Eichel again, over-rotated. We've seen that a couple of times from him on that flank, just not being able to get contact on the one-time pass.
Here comes Eichel once again, over the line, and through. Around it comes toward Brett Howden. Hurdle takes a look. Back to Howden. And Marner. Howden into the middle. Barbashev. Marner trying to sidestep. Mitch Marner in deep. In behind the net. Back to Eichel. And across. And that shot went wide. Howden had a tip. No stick. As Eichel sends it down looking for Stone. Bussy without a stick. Eichel's got the puck. Tied up by Jarvis, and he took it away. But Hurdle knocked it down. Hurdle knocked down. Puck to the line. It stayed in. Eichel across in front. Eichel off the bar. Do you believe that? Jack Eichel off the crossbar. And somehow it stays 2-0.
Everything but in the back of the net. How about the effort at the blue line? Guys just doing everything. Marner keeps it in with a flip of the stick. 2 passes later, back and forth. You've got a goaltender without a stick. That's like a ship without the rudder, trying to pull across. Eichel in top, gets it up and over the glove, but right off the crossbar. Mary looking on in anguish, but how about Eichel? He has had a couple of big ones that go off the crossbar, and his frustration continues off of a great setup and passing play by Stone.
Mary's vibe's working so far. Late stages of this power play. Braden Bowman's second power play unit. First Stanley Cup game. Rasmus Anderson trying to get it out in front. And Chatfield intercepted and clears. And back on the ice, Eric Robinson. And Vegas now 0 for 3 in the game. What a wild sequence of events. Ending up with another crossbar for Jack Eichel, who's hit the crossbar more than a few times in this Stanley Cup final. Taylor Hall, the flip, trying to spring Blake. A bouncing puck into the Vegas zone. 8:40 left here in the third. And a giveaway here. Blake will turn, fire off the blocker of Hart. Stankoven got a stick on that, nearly set up Blake again. Blake comes up with it. And this line just keeps finding pucks.
That's 3 turnovers on the one shift alone. Twice right on the stick of Blake to keep that pressure on. Don't allow Vegas to get a change for fresh players.
John Walker gets it back from Keandre Miller. Red line and in. Marner on it. He's tied up. Anderson across. That knocked down by Robinson. Eric Robinson cycles it back for Jankowski. Mark Jankowski trying to turn away from Hannafin, who takes it back away for Vegas. Up towards Stone. Into the skates of Anderson, who couldn't control it. And they'll turn back again. Once again, Carolina changing quickly. Marner couldn't get it deep, and Keandre Miller's got it. Right side, Martinick. In and around, Svechnikov goes after it. There is Theodore turning away from him. Up ahead it goes. Into the middle for Howden, trying to speed in. Aho back. His pass for Chatfield doesn't work. In after it's Riley Smith. Sent across by Theodore. Svechnikov after it, and he chopped it to the line, but not out. Hurdle keeps it alive. Howden in the corner. Fred Howden back to the line. Theodore just missed. Hot rebound off the end boards and played ahead for Martinick.
Well, the same end boards that created the double overtime win. That one came flying out, was there for the taking, but there was no Vegas player anywhere to be seen.
Under 7 to go. Jack Eichel back to work with Marner. In front of the net, and Walker knocked it away. Lozano hold it in. Out of the reach of Walker. Marner got it to Eichel. Eichel worked over along the boards, taken away by Walker. And up ahead, Ehlers may have a break. Or Korzak got back and pounded Ehlers, and then Lozano really stepped into him. Big hit on Ehlers. That bounces past Slavin. He'll stride back, and just enough for an icing call with 6:10 to go.
Boy, the battles, Chris. You know what's at stake here. One team trying desperately to come back, the other one preserving it. How about Korzak? Yeah, a little bit of a grab by both, but he came out shot like a cannon to take away an opportunity for Ehlers. A hard hit by Luzon, and man, take a hit to make a play at this stage. You know every guy on that bench is willing to do so, even if it hurts, which it looks like it did.
Ehlers has been outstanding in the Stanley Cup final. Throughout, really. With 17 points. Boy, you look up and down the lineup, and there's a lot of contributors, isn't there?
Is there ever? As you get to this point, you rely on it.
Stankoven bounces it in. Hall after it first. Stankoven back on it, got a man in front, and couldn't get it to Robinson, who was loose in front of the net. He'll try and hold it there. Look at Walker step up to play it back in behind the cage. William Carrier. Stankoven late in the shift. Trying to hold it in, but now out comes Howden with a purpose. Over the line. It's a chance for Dorofeev. And Bussy with the stop. And covers up.
Well, the pressure that you knew was going to come has come, and so far it's Bussy who's been equal. Got a help from a crossbar on Eichel, but then coming back here side to side, looked like maybe it was a 2-1 game instead. Howden with a great job of keeping the play alive, getting it to the front. Dorofeev stopped by Bussy.
You know, coffee spikes your cortisol.
Yeah, but it's good for your liver.
Pro tip, magnetic hydration.
Cardio ruins muscle gain.
Hey, standing ruins your knees.
Sleep is overrated.
Sitting is hard on your hips.
Oxygenate your heart.
When you live with diabetes, confidence comes from knowing your glucose levels and where they're headed. Manage your diabetes with confidence with Dexcom G7.
Get your weapons ready!
Let's go home.
The Odyssey, in theaters July 17th. Get tickets now.
Introducing new Crest Clean Breath. Unlike a regular toothpaste, it doesn't just mask bad breath, it neutralizes bacteria for long-lasting, cleaner breath. Get that clinically proven Crest Clean Breath.
The hardest trophy to win in sports, the most beautiful trophy, the Stanley Cup. Players, when it was brought out for game one, couldn't even look at it when it was presented on the ice. Phil Pritchard shining it up just in case. 2 times already the cup has been handed out here in Vegas. 2018 with Washington, 2023 for the Golden Knights. 5-16 away from it being handed out a 3rd time on the Strip. Chris.
You know, it's been 3 times they brought the cup out for game 1. None of the players looked at it in the first 2 times it happened. The Golden Knights didn't look at it, but we thought we saw Carolina guys eyeing up that prize. And now maybe 5-16 away. But as we found out, a lot can happen in 5 minutes in this series. Jack Eichel trying to make something happen. Shots are 4-3 here in the 3rd as it's bounced back down the ice. 4-3 in favor of Carolina in the 3rd.
You know, that icing there is one that hasn't happened that often, where it's not a needed one. You had time to make a play, and all of a sudden just a little pressure. You know what's going on in the minds of the Carolina Hurricanes. You can't think about anything about the shift. That's all you're worried about, is getting through. They're playing solid defensive, and it's really forcing Vegas to try to make exceptional plays through 2 or 3 sticks and 4 to 6 legs.
Golden Knights have scored 14 times in the final 5 minutes of a period. Here's a dangerous shot that was knocked down in front. Miller up the boards, kept in by Marner, who's covering the point, and coming back to claim that is Jarvis and flip it away.
There's an example there. First time it was the legs, a good block by Miller, and again, an excellent stick.
Marner lead feed. Again, they're going 4 forwards with Marner, trying to get it to Hurdle, and a sprawling play there. Ehlers will bump it out. Had to double check to make sure Hart was still in the net. As John Tortorella went with 4 forwards on that last shift. There's an icing call against the Golden Knights.
Again, and just a foot or 2 more for Shea Theodore. A couple of plays that you don't typically make, but this is all about defending. Good time of taking a little moment. The stick coming back, just the frustration for Ehlers. He dives, gets a piece of it. That takes away a scoring chance, and then as quick as you can down. It's been a pretty impressive hold on to the lead period by the Carolina Hurricanes. Not just sitting back.
They won their first 8. They lost against Montreal after that long layoff. Then they won 4 straight against Montreal. And here trying to complete a 3-game win streak to claim the cup. They're 4-4 away. Howden over the line. Dropping it off. Barbashev batted away by Bussey. Anderson hit along the boards. Anderson got a skeet on that to redirect it to Dorofeev. In behind the net, Brett Howden. Howden back up top, Anderson. Howden again. And that goes off Chatfield. Here's the shot right on. The rebound to Jordan Martinook. He'll try and go the other way. And Dorofeev couldn't hold it in. Aho trying to get loose. And another quick change for Carolina. Under 3.5 to go, and Carter Hart looks like he's getting set to go to the bench. Keeps checking over to that Vegas bench, but Taylor Hall's going to keep him in goal as he turns it back into the Golden Knights zone. Hanifin to Theodore. Hurdles come on with Eichel and Stone. Hart starting to cheat out, and he heads off into the middle for Theodore. Here's Shea Theodore in front. Paddle down, Bussey. Can he come up with it? It's still loose. Stone dug it out. Back to Tomas Hurdle. His shot off Blake with an empty net, and he couldn't get it past Theodore. Net empty. Hurdle checked at center. And it's Nick Ehlers chopping it back inside the line. Blake's got off. Flipped in on Bussey. Not sure we've seen Jordan stall for a while. It'll come back to Theodore. Bussey finds it up. Rebound. And Bussey somehow, from the seat of his pants, makes the stop. And Hurdle can't believe it.
That look by Hurdle says it all. Takes a quick peek up. He cannot believe. Not the first one. He had a good scoring chance there, but the rebound, the shot through, the rebound sitting right in the crease. A rolling puck. It's from the seat of his pants. Watch Bussey gets both hands up, able to somehow stop that one.
So with Rogers Xfinity, you can pull up games, stats, and scores. Blue Jays. Springer Dinger.
May I? Davis Schneider's mustache.
It's beautiful. The technology is amazing.
GMC drivers know that not every job site has concrete. The GMC Sierra Pro Graphite delivers power and authority to find footing just about anywhere. The GMC 0% event is here. Get 0% financing on select 2026 models and limited terms. Visit your nearest dealership today. GMC, we are professional grade.
Your local Tim's is hiring. And here, you can build confidence, level up your skills, and get support for your future. Apply today and take the first step into what comes next.
When it all comes together, it could mean you're ready to talk to your doctor about Wegovy. Ask for Wegovy by name. Visit wegovy.ca for savings.
Last call in Vegas, 2:21 left here in the third. And these Carolina Hurricanes still protecting a 2-goal lead. The cup was awarded here in 2018 to Washington. Vegas won the cup on this ice in 2023. Do we get a third cup presentation on this ice here in 2026? Stahl on the draw against Eichel. Wins it back into the corner. Slavin across to Jarvis. Jarvis up ahead, and that was knocked down at the line by Jankowski, but we're going to call offside and bring it all the way back.
That's a big deal there. That's one that Rod Brindamore won't be happy. Great play and patience by Jarvis, but just a little too far with the hang time pass. The high stick and the offside brings it back because of where the pass initiated from.
So Stahl called upon again. 65% on the draw tonight, but beaten on that one, and it's Stone. Along the boards, back it goes, and Theodore drifted that wide. It'll be Marner playing it to Hurdle behind the net. Back it goes, Marner across. Jack Eichel in front. Bussey again. Off Stone. What a stop. Thomas Hurdle to the line. Shea Theodore. Jack Eichel one time. That hit Marner in front. Bouncing puck. Hurdle. And he flipped that high across the goal mouth. Intense pressure. 100 seconds to go. Marner in behind the net. Looking to center. Back it goes Theodore. A one-time shot. That was blocked. Chatfield, I believe. And rolled down the ice. Is that enough for icing? Just 1:25 on the clock.
Boy, everybody just putting it all out. How about the story of Brandon Bussey just continuing, getting across with the left pad there. Stone somehow can't get it. Chatfield, what a shift he had. He gets his stick in there, knocks it clear, and then later on, knows that you're in a position vulnerable. He makes the block and then the clear. You'll take the time out right now if you're Vegas to try to settle in. He needs some tired bodies. You need 2 goals, and there's only $1.25 to get it.
Don't think Carolina minds this timeout either. Not after icing. Dominic Ducharme goes to the whiteboard. Can he draw up something that beats Brandon Bussey here tonight?
What a story again for Bussey. You know, we said before during the regular season he was an incredible story with the 31-6-2, and he had 2 9-game winning streaks. But Chris, this is of lore in the Stanley Cup final. You come in and you lose a tough run off the backboard, and he's trying to win 3 in a row, and that's all that matters for Rod Brind'Amour and company.
And we saw his dad, Rob. Rob, a big Ranger fan, took him to get an autograph of Henrik Lundqvist. They waited in line for 4 hours when he was 8 years old. And earlier this season, on February the 5th, Brandon Bussey shut out the New York Rangers at Madison Square Garden, and he met Henrik Lundqvist for the second time. An amazing story for a waiver pickup in October. And he's just over a minute away from being a Stanley Cup hero.
Well, all the different factors involved, but you know, it's after the second period. How about Frederik Andersen and the work that he did getting here, just how good this Carolina team was to go through the first 2 rounds without a loss. But sometimes you never know what the change is going to be needed, and you just have to marvel at him coming in the situation that he has. 1:13 left to make some history.
Aho directing traffic here. He'll take the draw, and Ehlers joins the line with Aho and Svechnikov. Cut off here. Nick Ehlers in. Scores! And the celebration's going to be on here, both on the ice and on the bench.
Never ceases to amaze me, the raw emotions, the slim difference between winning emotion and losing, the misery or ecstasy, and you get these last-second plays that are so critical. A block shot, the release of kind of take a breath. Chris, it was 20 years ago for Rod Brind'Amour. It was Mr. Game 7, Justin Williams, with an empty netter that brought this building to its feet. Well, how about tonight? An empty netter by Ehlers makes it a 3-goal game.
He has become the leading scorer in the postseason among all Danish players, surpassing Lars Eller, who won a Stanley Cup in this building, and now Nick Ehlers, poised to do the same. The former Winnipeg Jet has been a huge part of this back-to-back 3-point games coming in, and now a goal that should clinch it. 40 seconds left. Celebrating in Raleigh, and the Hurricane fans who have traveled well celebrating in this building. Up to Aho, Hart back in goal. Svechnikov snaps that, and a glove stop by Hart. Time running out on the home side. Stepping up is Dowd. The perfect storm in the 20th anniversary of their first title. Once again, the Carolina Hurricanes are Stanley Cup champions. So Rod Brind'Amour, as a player, as a captain, and now a coach, and he has so many heroes that he'll be pointing out afterwards who were part of this Stanley Cup championship run.
You just can't beat the raw emotion, all the disappointments, all the big ups and downs of not just this season, but the history of 3 conference finals, not able to get to the next step. Well, this year was different, and you mentioned some key players who were added. The emotions on the other side just devastating.
Jordan Staal celebrating like he did in 2009. And guessing as sweet as any Stanley Cup victory is, this one at 37 years of age has to be very special.
Well, just the level that he was playing at, all the key moments, huge matchups, the historic start, a goal in the first 5 games of the Stanley Cup final. They didn't need a goal from the captain tonight, but he was still such a huge part of it. And you could tell from teammates who have been through it for a long haul, the emotion is just so raw. Young and old joining forces there. Stan Koven, what a series and a playoff he has. And think about that deal, how strange and long that took to bring him in here. At the other side, it's such an empty feeling watching as Vegas lines up for the second time now in their 3 runs to give the handshake without the emotion.
Nick Delorier's come on, part of this Carolina team. They were 18 points better during the regular season. They won 53 games in the regular season. There's Frederick Anderson, who they said needed a break. And now Jordan Staal leads the handshake line. Mark Stone at the front for the Golden Knights is Mitch Marner, who was brilliant throughout the playoffs, is left in the runner-up spot here with his Golden Knights here tonight.
Yeah, it's amazing to see just the emotions, but the respect that you have. Guys that you, in all honesty, kind of hated on the way through. You're trying to play, you're trying to beat all the time when it's all over and said and done. I think this is one of the special things about the game of hockey.
There were some handshakes last night in the NBA championship, but it's not like this. And this is one of the things that makes the Stanley Cup playoff special. Jacob Slavin adding a Stanley Cup to an Olympic gold medal, joining Ken Morrow as U.S. players who could claim that.
You just saw Aho and Gostisbehere. What a combination that's been. Shane Gostisbehere, I thought, had just fantastic Stanley Cup final, played such a big role. Rod Brind'Amour, take a breath, right?
Yep, you've done it.
Exactly.
Let's head on to the ice. Here's Kyle.
Alongside Taylor Hall. Taylor, 16 years after you were drafted first overall, finally the first you've been chasing the whole time, a Stanley Cup. The floor is yours to describe what you're feeling.
Man, it's a state of shock. It's, your mind wanders the last couple of days and wonders, what it may be like out here. And it's better than I could have expected. There's, my career's taken a lot of different turns, but to end up here with this group of guys and to do it like this is, it's amazing.
Your teammates have said that you have said that playing in Carolina, the most fun you've ever had playing hockey. Why does it work so well?
Well, we're a tight-knit group, and it's just the way we play. You see that third period, we're so invested in what we're doing, and there's a credit to, Rod and the coaching staff and really the guys that have been here for 7-8 years. Allow players like me to come in and have success. It's an amazing group, and I'm really happy for those guys that have been here forever. They deserve this so much.
I mean, you talked about all the different turns your career has taken. At one point, you shared a lovely letter that an old minor hockey coach yours had written for you and said something along the lines of, as long as you don't lose sight of your dreams, everything you want can happen for you. Did you ever lose sight of something like this?
I mean, no, not really, but I just... Life's all about luck sometimes, and you get lucky in the places you go, and you get a group that believes in you and a coach that believes in you, and there's a lot of belief in our whole group, really, and a lot of special things can happen when that takes place. So I'm at a loss for words. It's incredible. There's so many people that support me that I'm happy for that are here tonight. It's not just me. So my wife, my 2 boys at home. It's amazing.
Last one for you. The two, you've got your 2 kids at home, but the 2 kids on your line, Logan Stankoven and Jackson Blake. What do they mean to your career now?
I mean, we're cemented in time now. We had a great playoff, and those guys deserve it. They work so hard. They care a lot. They've given me such a spark, and we had a good game tonight. We needed to have one, and we did it. So those guys aren't getting rid of me anytime soon, I don't think.
Taylor, congratulations.
Thank you.
Chris.
You had a great game tonight, Taylor. You scored first. Blake in the second period gave you the cushion. He talked about finding a home, Taylor Hall, who's bounced around 7 different teams in the playoffs, and one of the refrains here is family forever.
It is. There's no question. Even look at Jordan Staal. It's been since 2009 when his Penguin family had this moment. It is something that lives with you forever. You walk together as champions. The emotions that you have is just so ingrained in your body, and there's
Here we go.
I haven't seen that for a while, have we?
Not seen the storm surge.
And well represented here too, aren't they, tonight?
As Jordan mentioned prior to the game, the Canadiac fans have traveled well. I think we've really learned how good a fan base it is in Carolina. And now rewarded for the second time in 2 decades.
Yeah, I learned that 20 years ago watching them in their building and listening to the crowd. But, this is like every Stanley Cup champion will talk as they talk to Kyle or Elliot or David. It's about how special it is to be a part of a group. And, that group brings in a lot of different people. As much as Brandon Bussey, we say, okay, he played a lot during the regular season. It was Freddie Anderson that gets them to this moment. And then in walks Bussey and just takes it to the finish line. What a great storyline that is.
Kyle, alongside Jordan Staal, the storm surge. What a time to bring that back. Whose idea was it?
There was a few in there. Obviously, we had a great traveling show with the Caniacs, man. They show up, and they're the best. There's none better, bar none. And we're just so proud of this group, and being able to pull this off is a dream come true.
All through this final, you did not want to get big picture. Well, I have to ask now, 17 years, Jordan, what's it been like?
Yeah, long, and I learned a lot. I learned a lot about perseverance and trusting God and all those things. I mean, it's life, and it's been such a grind, and we've been grinding with these guys for so long, just trying to break through, keeping at it, and my goodness, we pulled it off. I can't describe it.
So you come to Carolina, Jordan, you get a chance to play with your brother. Eric eventually goes on, but you stuck around. What kept you believing that at some point something like this could happen?
That was another thing. I mean, sticking with it. I know, some guys just jump ship, and I believe in this organization. I believe in everyone in it. I mean, from Roddy and Tom taking over all the way through, it just is such an amazing feeling to build something like that and be a part of that and then pull it off. I can't imagine anything better.
Of course, the relationship between you and your head coach, he looks to you and you seem to look to him. What has that bond meant to you?
Yeah, like I said before, Roddy's he's a massive reason why we're here. And I mean, what more could be said? The guy is the hardest working guy every single day, bar none. And he gives everything that he has, and you can feel it every single day. Every day is passion. You have to get into it, right? Otherwise, he's just amazing, and I'm so happy for him and happy for this group, and it's been awesome.
Last one for you. 37 years old, and you played some of the best hockey of your entire career. How did you explain that?
Yeah, good time to get hot, eh? I mean, my goodness. I mean, I just wanted to win. I wanted to win so bad. And that was it.
Great, Jordan. Congratulations.
Better call Staal. Boy, that's some playoff run for a 37-year-old, and 6 goals, an historic Stanley Cup final. Gary Bettman's going to call his name to come up and get the cup. Is he also going to be the Conn Smythe Trophy winner?
Boy, if you heavyweight the final, it's amazing fashion how Jordan, not often do you hear the captain of the team talk about the head coach of the team, and vice versa, the exact same way. They use the same words about each other. They are really the cornerstone and the foundation of this franchise. And, it is kind of a special relationship. And you saw the emotion, and, Rod was such a great player and the hardest worker on every team that he was on. And to have this moment shared with a guy who despite the age, 37 plus, played, as Rod said, like he was 20.
Ron mentioned this earlier. We should underscore the fact this team went 16-3. Only your team back in '88 was quicker to win a cup, but 16 wins, 3 losses. They go 8-1 on the road in the Stanley Cup final.
Oh, and you got to feel for Frederik Andersen too. You know, sad and sorry that you don't finish it, but you still are such a big part of it. He was everything early on, fantastic coming into the Stanley Cup final. You know our heart's with you with the loss of your dear friend Claude Lemieux, and you know, life takes some twists and turns, but this will be a moment that he's such a big part of this win as well.
13 of the 16 wins will be credited to Frederik Andersen. By the way, this team was $12 million under the cap. They're not going away. And Brandon Bussey, as good a story as any on this team.
Look at the teammates. They're yelling Freddie, so are the fans. It's interesting to see just the respect factor as well. You know, you maybe wouldn't have gotten to this point without the incredible play early on of Frederik Andersen.
Every team has something they hand off for their star players. It was a rope in Carolina. Everybody's been pulling to the same rope.
Please direct your attention to the ice for the presentation of the Conn Smythe Trophy to the most valuable player of the 2026 Stanley Cup playoffs.
To Carolina and Vegas on a terrific Stanley Cup final. And Vegas, 3 trips to the Stanley Cup final in 9 years is something to be proud of. The Conn Smythe Trophy is awarded to the most valuable player in the playoffs. This year's recipient has played for the Carolina Hurricanes longer than any other player. He tied a record for a goal-scoring streak in the final, and his face-off percentage win of almost 70% almost actually sets a record. And finally, Jordan Staal, you are the oldest player to win the Conn Smythe Trophy.
The oldest, 37 years, 277 days. The oldest prior was Tim Thomas, but it's Jordan Staal, Conn Smythe Trophy winner, and he made plenty of history in the final.
And Chris, in a young man's game, you know, this is a young man's game. Look at the speed of it all. It's another good reminder how just the experience and the craftiness and the veteran savvy that he had, and more than anything, the desire. We've seen it on display this entire playoff run, and it really accentuated in the final.
Quick handoff because he's got more silverware to collect.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Stanley Cup.
Over the last 8 seasons, no team has won more regular season and playoff games than the Carolina Hurricanes. That is a testament to great players and a great organization. Congratulations to Tom Dundon Eric Tulsky, Rod Brindamore, and again, these magnificent players. But what that also tells you, that no matter how good you are as a team, this iconic trophy, the Stanley Cup, is the most difficult in all sports to win. Jordan Stahl, come on back up.
Journey, and Jordan Stahl lifts the cup the second time the Carolina Hurricanes are Stanley Cup champions. And Frederick Anderson is first to celebrate after his captain.
From one veteran to another, you just know the emotion and the energy towards each other. Pretty incredible scene.
From a 37-year-old to a 36-year-old. And is it going to be Hall or Aho?
Aho just keeps on. Wow. Oh, the respect factor there.
A Hart Trophy winner and now a Stanley Cup champion, Taylor Hall. And I don't think anybody was better tonight, unless you want to say Brandon Bussey.
Yeah, how about the respect for Aho, though? This is a guy who has been really the foundation offensively for this team. 8 years now in a row in the playoffs with 10 or more points. He's been productive. And now a Stanley Cup champion.
With the heartbeat of the team, and to go with that Olympic gold, Jacob Slavin, one of the best defenders of the world.
You know, it's such a great reminder that it's not all about the offensive side. You celebrate goaltenders when they're great. You celebrate goal scorers when they do it well. But he's such a good example of a defender. And how about another emotional heartbeat of this hockey club, too?
Jordan Martinook said yesterday, I've thought about this moment a million times. And I'm sure it feels better than anything he could have imagined. You mentioned it. How good was Shane Gostisbehere in this final in these playoffs?
In the final, amazing 6 points. He really quarterbacked the power play brilliantly, which really was a difference in this Stanley Cup final, and played some big minutes, made some huge plays.
And William Carrier did this 3 years ago in this building for the home team. There are some Vegas fans that have stuck around, and you heard the cheer from them for William Carrier, a two-time Stanley Cup winner. And how about this? Nick Delorier did not play in the final, but tells you something about how they feel about him.
It just tells you about what teammates are all about. It's not about stats. It's not about prestige. It's about sharing together. What a great playoff, I thought, Walker.
John Walker,
he was fantastic as well. Again, maybe a underappreciated back end in some of those modes, but not to your teammates. And they showed it throughout this playoffs.
Everybody's going to take their turn, and it is on the road, but there are a lot of people here to savor this. For people like Jalen Chatfield, who was a waiver claim, who becomes a top pairing defenseman. And while he celebrates, we'll head back to the ice, and here's Kyle.
Alongside Jacob Slavin. I know a big thing in the Slavin household growing up when it came to sports was gotta be better. Well, now you're the best, so what are you thinking?
Oh, man, it's unbelievable. Another big thing growing up in the Slavin household is we put Christ first in everything. And so all the glory goes to God. Just thankful for this opportunity. Represent him, but this feels good. This feels real good.
A Stanley Cup, a gold medal, only the second American to be able to say you have done that. So how do you begin to sum up what this year's been?
This year's been pretty crazy. Being injured, the most I've ever been injured, but man, as rewarding as the gold medal and a Stanley Cup are, like I said, all the glory goes to God, and that's where my true fulfillment comes from. So thankful, grateful, and just, it's awesome.
It was a busy Slavin household, of course. Of course, him and your sister, a heck of a hockey player at North Dakota. Where do they all factor into this?
I mean, my family's been my biggest support the whole time, and my sister's up there in the crowd right now. My youngest brothers as well, and so this wins just as much with them as it is for myself. And so thankful for all the support. My parents, obviously, my wife, my kids. They came out here for all 3 games in Vegas, and they grinded through that time change. But it's amazing.
And you've been here a long time with the Hurricanes. What's it like seeing all the hard work that this group's put in to pay off?
Yeah, it's been a long journey. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Love being a Cane. But we've worked a long time for this. It starts with Roddy, trickled down ever since he took over. It just kept building, and finally did it.
Congrats.
Thank you very much.
Chris.
Well, there's Seth Jarvis with his buddies in the stands. They may have the hangover 3 when this is all done. Jesperi Kotkaniemi didn't get a chance to play in the playoffs, and I know that Rod Brind'Amour and others said, we just didn't get any injuries. We didn't have to take anybody out of the lineup. They would have been able to get him back in. Keandre Miller from New York, where the Knicks celebrate, and now he's a Stanley Cup champion. The former Ranger is a Carolina Hurricane champ as we go down to David and Elliott.
Yes, thanks so much, Chris. Alongside Seth Jarvis, and maybe one of the turning points in this series was that Game 2 overtime goal. But when you think about big picture, this team, how dominant you guys have been, 16-3 on your way.
Came up huge in the finals. Freddie carried us most of the way there, and for Bussy to come in and play as well as he did, I mean, it speaks to our group, speaks to the depth of our group, and I just could not be prouder of these guys.
You know what was the most impressive thing, honestly, was that you guys made sure Freddie got the cup early. It's been a long couple of weeks for him. That's a team, Seth. That's a team.
He deserves it probably more than anybody. That guy has grinded his absolute nuts off to be in this position and get us here. So to see him lift that cup after everything he's been through, I can't say enough good things about him. I couldn't be happier for the guy.
Seth, it speaks volumes that your buddies, they're through thick and thin across the Atlantic. You're well-loved. Winnipeg loves you. What does that mean to have your buddies here celebrating this moment with you?
I have the greatest support system ever. I mean, if one makes it, we all make it. We're all champions here tonight, and I just can't wait to celebrate with them.
So, what a couple years for you. 4 Nations, Olympics, Stanley Cup champion. 10 years ago, we would be saying that about you. You would have said what?
No way. I don't know. There's been a lot of tough times in those 10 years, but I mean, just pushing through it, trusting myself, believing in myself, and to enjoy this moment tonight, I'm never going to forget it.
The BC boys, Kyle Bukauskas and Rod Brind'Amour. Kyle?
Elliot, thank you.
You're up.
Okay, he's got to go get the cup first. Well, I thought the 2006 hoist, you couldn't beat that, but you damn well near did there. Just what did that feel like?
It felt great. It's just to see the boys. They're so happy for everyone. That's what this is about. That's what hockey's about. It's the ultimate team sport. And you see it here in the way they celebrate. They know how hard they work for this. This didn't just happen. Didn't just happen this year. These guys have been doing this for 8 years, and it finally came through.
the history of the Hurricanes. It starts with you. You have been part of so much of it throughout here. And when you took the job, maybe not everybody could see the vision that you could. To see it all come through now, I mean, what's
well, when you got good people around you, that's just what you got to keep them. And then you just keep adding pieces, and that's what we did. I got to give Tom, our owner, credit for giving me a chance, right? Like, he gave it, and he stuck with it, and he kept adding the right guys. And here we go, finally paid off.
Rod, I got to ask, you said before this series that you were on borrowed time. There's no way you're done coaching, are you?
Well, not right now. I'm going to enjoy it. But this is what it was about. This is what I was doing, hanging around for. But I love these guys so much that it'd be really hard to walk away from this.
Rod, congratulations.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you.
David and Elliot.
Yeah, with Freddie Anderson, such a huge part of this Canes victory, 13 of the wins credited to you. You know, it's been such a long stretch, your career, ups and downs, 36 years of age. Now that you've climbed the tallest mountain to climb, what's going through your head?
I mean, it's just still hard to put words to how good it feels and how many good times we're going to have the next few months and years probably together as this group celebrates this. Is going to be it's going to be awesome. I think, again, such a good group we have here, and the way we've stepped up all year to get this done, and the way we've just really fought through a tough series and got it done. So.
Did you have any idea you were getting the cup that quickly?
No, I was very, very surprised. So I was caught off guard for sure. So it was, that was, I don't know. It's going to take a while to process that for sure.
But you know what it says, Francis? This is a team. Like, you've been through a lot lately, and they were there for you.
They sure were. I mean, everyone goes through stuff throughout the year, and big or small. I think just the way the team here has been picking each other up and, helping each other out throughout this is just so special. The way obviously we get to cement it tonight and really get the proof of how good of a team we are. So we've known a long time how well we're fighting for each other, and really, it's going to be special.
Freddie, who do you think of in this moment? All the people have got you into this position, your teammates, etc. But who do you think about?
Yeah, I mean, family's here. Obviously, they've been along the whole way. It's tough not to say. Claude and the Lemieux family has been there almost as long as my family with me, and
Is it okay if I ask you about Claude? So before the series, you said that Claude fought for you. When there were times you weren't sure, he always fought for you. What would he be saying today?
Sorry, the last part?
What would he be saying to you today?
I mean, he would just be so proud to know that. He's like you said, it's a competitor. He always wanted the best for me and his players and his family, and it's just tough to really describe how much it's meant to me and how cool it is to have my name on that trophy with him.
Thank you, Freddie. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. A lot of people are really proud of you, Freddie. Congratulations.
Had a nice thought that he joins Claude Lemieux on the Stanley Cup. There'll be a huge celebration in Denmark with two Great Danes Stanley Cup champions on this Carolina Hurricane team. There's Nick Ehlers, the other.
You think of all the moves that Eric Tulsky did to change the dynamics of this. You know, Anderson's been around and had his ups and downs in playoffs. You have the stalwart of the Stahl name coming in, but Ehlers added a different element. Miller added a different element. The Stankoven deal before made such an impact. Taylor Hall coming in, we've already seen the impact of him.
And you see the staff members lifting the cup as well. Mike Sondheim's been around this team for a long time, but we saw that with the winning the Prince of Wales championship, and maybe the biggest crowd on the ice for a team picture for the conference championship. And Jordan Stahl's going to take it over to the fans, and in large number they came from Raleigh and North Carolina to witness this.
Chris, how about the consistency of this Carolina team? That's now the last 53 games that they have played in the regular season and playoffs. They never lost 2 in a row.
Amazing.
I mean, that in itself, the fact that they accomplished 16-3 to win the Stanley Cup, second fastest ever, but that kind of consistency has really just been a hallmark of what they have been as a group. Every night you can rely upon the top guys to do their job. Everybody's pulling on that rope, you said, and what an incredible ending to a storybook season for them.
19 playoff games, and they outshot their opponents in 17 of them.
You hear me every year say this about this moment and what it means to me. You know, Wayne Gretzky has given so much to the game, to the NHL. But this in 1988, when we went 16-2, to me, this is the greatest gift he's given to the players. It's probably my most prized possession. This picture with your family.
Make sure it runs in the frame. That picture's worth more than 1,000 words.
Back in 88, we didn't have sparklers going on for that one, though. Technology has changed a little bit, hasn't it? You win together, you live life together, and your family all the way through. It's hard to really describe the bonds that you get from this journey to win 16 games as a team.
Again, congratulations, and we talk a lot about Rod Brind'Amour, and rightfully so, but Jeff Daniels, Tim Gleason have been his right-hand men for a long time. Paul Schoenfelder, the goaltending coach, Chris Huffine, the video coach, the video coordinator, John Stanier, and these fans who have created one of the best environments in the NHL at Lenovo, where I'm sure the party is just really cooking. It is the only pro team in that city, and it has created a very special bond between fans and the team.
You think they're still tailgating outside the building too? I mean, they are an incredible group in that regard, and it's good to see. Now this is always the most incredible time for guys to see their families for the first time. You know, families take not a backseat. They're such an important part, but really important for the guys to share it with the ones they love.
Can't go anywhere without hearing from Brandon Bussey with Kyle.
All right, Chris, thank you. Brandon, I recall your dad saying at some point during this series that the story for you was not supposed to happen, but you always believed it could. And now it has happened, so what are you thinking?
Yeah, it's absolutely special. This team is special. Our work ethic, our resiliency. I'm so proud of them. I'm proud of everybody behind the scenes in the organization, the people that don't get the credit. You know, they're able to make us do what we do for a living. So it's a great day for the Carolina Hurricanes and all of our fans.
As you can imagine, more wonderful shots of your parents in the crowd, your fiancée Mary as well during the game tonight as they were with every save along with you. I would love to hear the story of you and your fiancée driving to Charlotte after training camp, and then what happened?
We were on day 2. We stopped at a hotel in Georgia the night before. Probably been on the road for about 10 hours. 2 o'clock hits, get the call from my agent, hey, Carolina claimed you. I'm like, what? Hear from Eric shortly after. Next thing you know, the following day I'm in Raleigh and I'm on the opening night roster. So it's crazy.
Right, and when you think of that, and now the family you've got here in Carolina, why do you think it has worked so well?
Yeah, it's fun to come to work and compete with these guys. You know, I can't tell you why it all worked the way it did, right? You know, exactly, but it's rewarding to see our hard work pay off, and it's going to be a great couple of days here. Great summer in general.
Yes, you got a wedding too, of course, next month. I do want to ask you before I let you go, Brandon, about your brother Dylan. You honor him with your mask and everything else you do in your life. What will it mean to, when you get the chance, share all this with him?
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to bring the cup to him so I could show him.
Thanks very much, Brandon.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Fastest to 10 wins in NHL history, fastest to 25. I'm sure he's not sure what has really hit him in a remarkable first season. And it was at 27, so even though a rookie year doesn't qualify as a rookie because he's a late bloomer.
Not that we needed any more reminders of just how special this is and the journey it is. You see it in their faces and their discussions about teammates and family and friends. And what I've always loved about this moment is you're really never thinking of yourself winning it. As you've seen out on the ice, it's about your teammate. It's about mom, dad who go and take you to the rink. It's about brothers and sisters sacrificing. It's about a coach, like you said, and when you're 12, 13, 14, that give you the direction. And it's what's coming through the doors here. It's family. And that's what makes that whole journey for every one of those players so special.
Yeah, as special as the last 30 minutes have been, it's going to get even better for these players as they come out. Pretty good segue for us to thank our
Carolina Hurricanes, your 2026 Stanley Cup champions. The official collection available now at NHL Shop, a Fanatics.
Introducing new Crest Clean Breath. Unlike a regular toothpaste, it doesn't just mask bad breath, it neutralizes bacteria for long-lasting, cleaner breath. Get that clinically proven Crest Clean Breath.
Let's go home. If we go that way, we won't like the things we'll find.
Get your weapons ready! Let's go!
I think it's asleep. The Odyssey, in theaters July 17th.
When you have fun? No, this way, this way.
Hey, how are you?
Living the dream.
Let's go. So, tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
Yo, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want.
Subway's new wannabe spicy menu. From mild to wild to wicked. All freshly prepared on new ghost pepper bread. How spicy do you want to be?
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Chef Lena is taking the Tide Boosted test.
Oh,
Yeah, I need it.
Try Tide. It's boosted with double the cleaning ingredients for a one-wash clean the other stuff can't match. Test passed.
Smells like cleaner.
It's cleaner, whiter, brighter, and fresher. It's got to be Tide.
Boosted!
Back in Las Vegas, Carolina has won the 2026 Stanley Cup. Nick Ehlers hits the empty net, touches off the celebration in Raleigh. Here he is with David and Elliott.
Nick Ehlers, you had a big decision to make in the offseason last year. You chose Carolina when they coveted bringing you over. Why was this the right fit, and this is what you dreamed of happening? How did this all come together?
Yeah, it was obviously a tough decision for me this summer. But, you know, I'm obviously glad I made that choice. Going to the Hurricanes and you know, being a part of this family and doing what we've done this year has been incredible. So it's been so much fun.
What's the moment like? You see the empty netter go in, Rod saying, a minute, but you're watching that clock count down and it hits 0.
It's funny. I got that puck and I just got my feet moving. Was able to put it in the net and I was going crazy. And when I turned the corner, I looked up and I saw my parents, my sister, my brother, and my nephew. And I don't think I could have scripted that, you know, moment any better. So I'm going to look back at that moment and obviously hoisting the cup forever. So that was extremely special.
And Nick, we saw you just taking a picture, kneeling down in front of the cup with your countryman, Freddie Anderson. What does it mean to share these moments with your best friends and with guys like Freddie who've made so many sacrifices?
It means so much. You know, he was obviously a part of why I wanted to come here as well. My dream has always been to play with a Danish player and known Freddie for plus 10 years. So I knew I needed a picture with him after this one, and that was a pretty cool, special moment for Denmark.
I was getting some notes today for some Jets fans, and they said, let Nick know we're really happy for him. You know, Winnipeg was where you started. It's where you grew. Do you have a word for the fans of the Jets who supported you?
I love being in Winnipeg. This was the dream there. I'm obviously sad I wasn't able to do that with the guys in Winnipeg and the city of Winnipeg. They hold a special place in my heart. I've said that. Their family, the whole organization gave me a shot at playing in the NHL, and you know, I couldn't be more thankful. So it was, like I said, it was a hard decision this summer, but I loved my 10 years in Winnipeg, and you know, it was a special time.
They love you too, Nick. Congratulations.
Thank you. Can't do that.
What a special moment that is. So just down the road, Thunder Bay, big party going on. Mark Stahl flying in, all the Stahl family. Of course, you saw Eric on the broadcast earlier today with a fantastic interview in the pregame show. Look at that magic. Jennifer, when you see that, what strikes you?
Just this team. I mean, the emotion that they're all speaking of and showing us. I mean, I think that's the one thing. And I remember when I asked Stan Coven in the first round, I saw him and I asked about his great play. And I said, what's the key? And the first person he mentioned was Rod Brind'Amour. And I think that is just such a strong thread. And for him, the time that he took with Stan Coven, with every player, and we heard it from Hall tonight. He said to play for a coach that believes in you. And I feel like every person on this roster, you could tell with how they played, with the hard work, the fast-paced style of play. And to me, it was just that unified team. And that was something that Rod Brind'Amour created, and his dedication to each and every player to make sure they understood how important their role was. Just a beautiful story, this team.
You know, Jennifer, it's a beautiful story, and this is just such a heartfelt celebration, isn't it?
Yes.
Like, this is very cool. This is very moving.
And I think of the same thing about Rod Brindamore and the foundation and all the management, but Rod more so, and the relationship that he has with Jordan Stahl. And that just carries right through the entire organization and makes everybody feel important. Makes you feel as though you're a part of something very, very special. Those two, to watch their respect for each other, and it just filters right on down.
Kev, hold your thought. We'll just go down to William Carrier now, is with Kyle.
Well, William, 3 years ago yesterday, you were doing this with the Golden Knights, and now here you are on this ice again. What do you think?
Yeah, it's incredible. It's just incredible, and sharing with the family, and I'm gonna enjoy that one a lot more. I think that first one goes by super fast. Everything goes fast, so I'm gonna take the moments in.
Well, you got Zach here to show us. Stella's around here somewhere. There she is. So, oh my gosh. Yeah. So, I mean, they have them here.
They've been talking about it this entire playoff run. So, a lot of pressure from them.
Yes. 2 times now you've done it. I mean, you played in your boyhood province in the conference final along the way. I mean, what's this whole run been like for you?
Yeah, it's been incredible. Just win your day, and that's what the mentality we came up with. So, it's been incredible.
Zach, you look like you got something to say. What do you think of all this?
Are you faster than me? No, you're not. No, you're not. You gotta keep skating. Keep practicing. No, you're
Kevin's
not.
mic hot too.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
David and all right. So before all the games, Svechnikov's on the ice. He loves to be OV. Remember 2018? Won it here and same thing. All right, Kev, over to you.
Well, it's my pleasure. So I think Bowling Green, the best defenseman ever is probably Rob Blake to come out of Bowling Green. And now Sean Walker joins him in the conversation. Stanley Cup champion. Let's hear what he has to say with Elliot and Dave.
Well, Sean, they're going to be partying in Keswick, Ontario, knowing you're bringing the cup there eventually. You just asked me for a Stanley, a Hockey Night in Canada talent. That can't be the first thing on your mind. You're a Stanley Cup champion.
It's hard to put into words. Thinking about where I came from, my journey to be standing here now it's surreal, honestly. It still doesn't feel real. Like, this is crazy. Amazing. Just, there's no words. It's unbelievable.
Was there ever a moment you doubted that you were going to be an everyday NHL player, let alone a Stanley Cup winner now?
Yeah, I think that, for me personally, that was in my head a lot. But, just battled hard, worked. That was my dream, and, put my best foot forward every day. And, I had a lot of people help me along the way, but giving me the opportunity to play and just don't really know what to say. It's been an amazing ride, and can't believe I'm here.
From undrafted to Stanley Cup champion, who do you think about in this moment? All the people who helped you get to this stage?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously from the top, my parents, I'm bringing Martin. The sacrifices they made growing up. I know it's cliche, but did everything for me, gave me every opportunity to pursue my career in hockey, and then, got a chance to go play college, and my coaches there, Chris Bergeron, Ty Agner, Barry Schutte, and then, even given my first opportunity to go play in the minors, Rob Blake, he was a Bowling Green alumni, Nelson Emerson, they gave me a chance, and, not many people get that chance. So just unbelievable. It really does take a village. I can't say enough about the people along the way that helped me. And again, it's crazy. Look at this. I mean, unbelievable. It's awesome.
Incredible journey, Stanley Cup champion. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well done, brother.
Well, we're obviously really proud of him in Bowling Green. I have 2 teammates that I played with that you guys met that came down to watch him possibly hoist the cup. They never even met Sean before, but they came down to support him, so everyone in BG is thrilled. The Carolina Hurricanes, look at their team. 20 years ago, they win the Stanley Cup, and then they fall on some tough times. They've missed the playoffs 9 consecutive years in a row. So what do? Well, they build their team around a defensive defenseman, Jacob Slavin. Unorthodox. Then they draft and build their forward group around a small, undersized Finnish centerman, Sebastian Aho. Very unorthodox. Then they go and they hire Rod Brindamore and they install a full ice man-on-man. Who does that? Who plays man-on-man, full ice? Well, they do. And then they get Rantanen somehow, and he wants to leave, so they trade him for Stankoven, a small forward. So there's all these decisions that they made, and then they just committed to it. So it's a very interesting story. I don't know if you can actually replicate this type of team for the future, but I agree with you guys. The celebration, I've watched a few of these now, and this was one where everybody was in close proximity to each other the whole time. No phones came out.
No beers came out. This was about the boys. This was about the team. There wasn't guys branching off, taking selfies, FaceTiming people. This is a tight-knit group. We've all been on teams that are tighter than others. And this group, you could tell that these guys cared about each other more than anyone.
Really nice. Pride of L.A., Leduc, Alberta. Jordan Martinook is with D.A. and Elliott.
Well, they got to be loving this in Brandon, Manitoba, and I know you got a lot of friends and family right here in Vegas to celebrate with you. What's this moment like for you? All the blood, sweat, tears you put into this to be a Stanley Cup champion.
It's worth it. It's been a long road, especially with the group here. There's a lot of sadness and a lot of heartbreak along the way, but I think it doesn't matter. It's all worth it now. I'm so happy. It's the best feeling in the world.
You know, I've been listening to you, and I heard Jordan Staal with Kyle, and he said the best thing about it was for the guys who were there during the tough times, you didn't leave, you stayed, you built it up, and now
I wasn't even there for the tough times. Like I look at Slavo, I look at Jordo and Fishy, like those guys were there when they weren't making playoffs, and it was dark days in Carolina, and then I got traded when it got to turn around because Roddy took the helm, and then we became a prolific playoff team. We're there every year. And you just got to be there. You got to give yourselves a chance. And then this year, everything came together. We had a group of guys that just wanted it so bad, and then for it to end like this, you can't write it any better.
Jordan, every stop we've been in covering the Hurricanes, your family, your in-laws, they're
all there.
They're there. You have a whole flock of supporters. What does it mean for you to share this moment right now with them?
I haven't really been able to share it. I've been doing interviews the whole time. So, no, it's going to be an incredible night. I don't even know what time it is. It's nice we're on the West Coast because we'll be able to have a good night, and I'm excited to celebrate with everybody.
Congratulations, my man.
Guys, thank you.
Congrats.
Hey, I think the turning point was when I sent you to Brodetto, eh?
Yeah.
Hey, boy.
Yes, a great meal.
Well, I have a few recommendations in Leduc too, Jordan, but Dave's right. Brandon, Manitoba's his birthplace, so everybody wants to claim a Stanley Cup champion, and everybody wants to do the Snow Angel. Back to Rattle on Hockey Night in Canada.
This is Body Armor. Real hydration with electrolytes, no colors from artificial sources, and coconut water. Choose Body Armor.
You know, coffee spikes your cortisol.
Yeah, but it's good for your liver.
Pro tip, magnetic hydration.
Cardio ruins muscle gain.
Hey, standing ruins your knees.
Sleep is overrated.
Sitting is hard on your hips.
Oxygenate your heart.
The thing about hair is, even if it starts here, it'll end up there. But the new Swiffer Sweeper Pro is made to get hair anywhere. Brooms just push and move. But Swiffer gives you a clean that's mom-approved. The new collapsible, storable Swiffer Sweeper Pro. Love it or your money back.
So just a couple of minutes here. Chris Cuthbert, Craig Simpson have already signed off. And again, I echo their sentiments about the crew here. I do want to mention Brian Spear and Heather Jenkins, our producer and director, back at the studio. And I don't even know where to begin with that Red Suite, but all the highlights we watch are all put together by
They
Jeremy,
do a good job, actually.
Taylor and Usama. Yes. They save us. There's no doubt about it. Jen, we have about now 2 minutes, so maybe one more final reflection.
Okay, well, I just think to the Carolina Hurricanes, they found a way when players come to play there, they find their best game. So whether it's Hall or it's Ehlers, who just got me emotional hearing his gratitude for the Winnipeg Jets, but Aho, early in the Stanley Cup final, when he started to find his game, he said, you know what, I'm just happy for Svech that he had the chance to score. And tonight, when Aho was about to receive the cup, he deferred and gave it to Hall instead. So just this amazing unselfishness and this commitment to wanting to win together was an incredible thing to watch, Kel.
And to see these two goalies, they will be forever intertwined now, how it all came together. Freddie Anderson was spectacular, then couldn't go on. And Brendan Bussey, because they all play for each other, he jumps on board. Seamless, gets the job done. They're two great stories. I just think of how they're going to be bonding tonight and forever, and just going to be forever friends. It's so cool.
You know what's cool? Do you think that this would have been possible without Rod Brind'Amour?
No, I don't.
Not at all.
Aho went to him first. You notice that on the bench?
And isn't it nice how Brindamore didn't make it about himself, though? When he got the cup, he had it in his hands for maybe 10 seconds. 10 seconds, celebrate, pass it on. It's all about the hugs. It's all the hugs and the boys. And it's so refreshing to see this celebration in this team.
And he had a plan, and sometimes a plan shows itself early and manifests late. Rod Brindamore is born in Ottawa. Obviously, we associate him with Campbell River, but he's born in Ottawa. That's the first shift of the playoffs. Our first hockey night in Canada was a matinee in Ottawa back on April the 18th. Saturday, it was just past 3 ET when he fought Brady Tkachuk. It's incredible that the Stanley Cup is born in Ottawa. Brindamore is born in Ottawa. And tonight really is born in Ottawa. He had his hands full with Brady Tkachuk. And he had his hands full with the Conn Smythe, and he had his hands full with the Stanley Cup. On behalf of all of us, thanks for watching Some Reflections with Strombellas, for which we say thank you.
The Stanley Cup, one of sport's great historical trophies, is not easily won.
You played for it 100 times in the streets.
There's nothing like it.
16 teams, one champion for the greatest trophy in sports.
The Carolina Hurricanes are the 2026 Stanley Cup champions. What a remarkable postseason they had. Welcome to Sportsnet Central, presented by KFC. He's Ken Reed. I'm Ivanka Osmak, and I love those montages that they put together at the end, because you forget how long the playoffs have been going and all the things you thought you remembered or missed or wanted to see again. It was just awesome. So it's a grind, but obviously well-deserved to the Carolina Hurricanes. 16-3 record. And can I just say one thing? And I know we've talked about this a lot, but as impressive as their play was, of course, during the postseason was how they handled themselves in the celebration. I love seeing that.
Totally.
See the
they
team.
were great. Kevin pointed it out. And, some years you'll see the Cup champs, you go, wow, they won it. They deserve to win.
Yeah.
And that's from a guy who picked Ottawa to beat them in the first round. They were a fantastic team.
At least you admit it, Kenny.
And Phil gets to give the Cup to, that man. Mr. Stahl, Jordan Stahl, and the Carolina Hurricanes. 16-3 in this postseason. Of course, John Tortorella, he was pretty confident he was heading back to Carolina.
We got to find a way. I'm going to leave my clothes there, that's for sure. They'll be in the hotel.
You have to feel that way. Be the head coach of Vegas. Problem for Tortorella and Carolina. Well, in Vegas, they ran into Carolina tonight early on. A couple of Golden Knights run into Taylor Hall, heads to the bench, but not for long. Hall bounces right back.
Here's the lead feed. Taylor Hall is in. Hall with a shot. Scores! The icebreaker goes to Carolina.
Chris, I guess Taylor Hall's okay after that early hit and a little bit of a wince.
Not wincing anymore. Hall gets his 11th road point. Franchise record in a single postseason. 1-0 Carolina. Then Jackson Blake takes down Carter Hart. Hart splits out of the paint. So it's a call for tripping, and Rod Brind'Amour looked way happier after the game. Did not like that call on the power play. Thomas Hertl on the draw. Watch this. Closes his hand on the puck. That's good enough for delay of game. And John Tortorella, he doesn't like that one at all. Final seconds of the Carolina power play. Why do goalies do this, Ivanka? I say it all the time. Why do goalies do this? But Carter Hart, top-notch recovery. Diving stop late in the first Vegas power play. Mitch Marner puts it on net. Look at Brandon Bossy. Just a mad scramble. Bossy, big, stretching out, getting it done. Dying seconds of the period. Eichel, Dorofeyev, Bossy again. This time with the blocker. 1-0 Carolina. After one, we go to the second. Jordan Stahl, old man Stahl, denied. Oldest player to ever win the Conn Smythe at 37. He was just magic in this series. Then Vegas with the chance. We said it all night long, Ivanka. Carolina getting back, helping out their goalie, Blake diving, Bussy making the stop. Looking good, thank you. Now, Noah Hannafin can't clear. Carolina gets control. This time, Carter Hart with the stop. However, Blake set up by Logan Stankoven. 2-0 Carolina. That one off Mitch Marner and in. Let's go to the third. Stone, the move, the shot, no, the pass. Man, should have let that one go. Look at Vegas. No shots for 18:39 between the second and third. That is not going to help it out. What did I say all playoffs long? Why can't players
control their sticks?
I'm telling you, Eric Robertson.
I listen to you.
Yeah, Eric Robinson, stick up high on Nick Dowd. Vegas power play. And it is all Bossy. Carolina diving everywhere. Bossy! Well, with a little help from the crossbar, that does not hurt at all. The future misses Bossy. And Mom and Dad watching on. Eichel can't believe he misses that chance. Under 3 to go. Vegas net empty. Shea Theodore. Stop by Bossy. Hertl. Stop by Bossy. Then Bossy butt save. Man, Bossy doing everything. Just over a minute to go. Vegas, the tendy pulled, and Nikolai Ehlers seals the deal. 3-0 Carolina. Time winding down. Shine up that Stanley Cup. Carolina, they get it done.
The perfect storm in the 20th anniversary of their first title. Once again, the Carolina Hurricanes are Stanley Cup
What a story. Second Stanley Cup in franchise history. The dude who was claimed on waivers gets a 22-save shutout. A dude who used to be the captain of the Stanley Cup champs is now the head coach of the Stanley Cup champs, and a storm surge for a lot of Carolina fans in Vegas tonight. And to cap it all off, 37-year-old Jordan Staal wins the Conn Smythe, but that's not the trophy he wants. Come on back. Get that one. Stanley Cup. And don't you love this, Ivanka? First player he gives it to, you called it.
Freddie Anderson.
Freddie Anderson,
Well
who went 13-2 in the playoffs before Brandon Bussey, there he is, took over. Carolina Hurricanes, your 25-26 Stanley Cup champs. Let's get the postgame rolling. Kyle Bukauskas and Sebastian Aho.
Sebastian, the clock hits 0 here. You've won, and you and Rod Brindamore are in an embrace on the bench. What was that moment like?
It was pretty awesome. Obviously, I don't even know. I remember how did it happen. It just kind of happened, and a lot of emotions came out.
Well, you, by your own admission, are a stubborn guy. What's it been like constantly continuing to believe at some point you were going to break through? Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think we believed it. We're going to do it eventually, but you don't really know, right? And you're putting in the work, and there's been year after year you get knocked down, and it's tough, right? But feels pretty damn good to be a champion right now, and all the weight, all the work is definitely worth it. You said you remember watching Carolina in 06, watching on TV win the Cup. You really remember Teemu Selanne in 2007. I mean, to join him now with your name on the Cup, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many greats, so many legends on that Cup, and it's pretty cool to be a part of it.
Lastly, I mean, the families are out here now. When you saw yours, what was that embrace like?
Oh, yeah, I got him a little emotional, very emotional, if you will. It's so special to get to share that with my family, and honestly, my daughter is hopefully sleeping at home right now, but other than that, my family's here, and that's also pretty cool that I get to tell my daughter one day that her dad is a champion.
So congrats, Sebastian.
Thank you so much.
That is a cool thing.
I love this
never
picture.
Take away.
I love this picture.
He was hoisting and throwing it around like it weighed 5 pounds.
Don't call him Rod the Bod for nothing.
No kidding. Oh, that face says it all. 8 seasons as the Hurricanes head coach, and Rod Brindamore gets it done. Of course, they had 8 postseason appearances where they came close.
Just couldn't be prouder of the group.
We'll stay in that same role, Ryan.
We've talked for years. You always say, Jordo brings it every day, every shift, every game.
In front of the whole hockey world, and everyone got to see now what I've known forever, what kind of player he is, but a leader. We're not hosting that without him. It's just not even close. And but I'm glad for him, because I've seen this guy grind it out for 14 years and never waver. And so it doesn't always work out, as we know, but it's nice to see the good guys get one,
Rod, how does this compare to winning as a player?
I've been asked that a lot here now. It's still awesome. It's just as awesome. But as a player, it was a little different because I'd worked and I dreamt about winning a cup, my whole life. And so that it was like a piano came off my back. This time around, I wanted it was for the group. Like I wanted them to feel what it's like, and I wanted it so bad for them. So to watch them finally get it, and then when I'm grabbing it, they get just to see the look on their faces it's priceless, because you know how happy they were for me, and it was the other way around for me, you know, and I'll never forget that.
Left side, front row, Pierre.
Rod, I know a couple of years ago when your deal was expiring, there were other teams that I talked to that were just praying that you would become a free agent. They were ready to drop bucket loads of money on you. Your loyalty to this team and why this perhaps means more, is that the reason why you stay?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I have a certain way to coach, but I don't think I could do it anywhere else. You know, it's just you have to. We have a lot of talk in our room about caring, and that's not phony. You can't, you know. And so this has been my home forever. My kids have been raised here in Raleigh and played for the team, and it's just I'm very lucky. I don't know how many coaches anywhere kind of have that, and you know, and we know coaching has a shelf life. We get it, but certainly not this year. You know, so but it's a special bond that I think I get to have with my guys, because I've been here so long, and some of them have been here so long, and that's special.
Right side, front row, Chip.
Yeah, Rod, is this the first time you've touched the cup? I know you've been around it since 2006, first time you actually put your hands on it.
Yeah.
Did you struggle, or was that a fake struggle to get it up?
No, that was just a little bear hug, and I don't know. And I wasn't sure I was going to raise it over my head just because that's kind of a player thing, but I don't know. I had no choice.
One other thing, too, Tom Dundon just said his stress level was extremely high throughout this whole thing, and until that, I guess, the third goal, it didn't ease. Was the same way for you?
Yeah, that is like me. I mean, I got to give him a lot of credit for this whole thing. Number one, he gave me an opportunity. You know, without him, I'm not sitting here. Yeah, I know it. So I got to give him credit there. And then, you know, his commitment to trying to build a winner is there. I mean, he like I said, he went out and got us players that we needed, and here we are.
Right side, third row, Ryan.
Yes. Hey, Rod, what can you say about Taylor Hall's performance in these playoffs, and how happy are you for him to finally get a cup?
That's a great story. You know, we got a bunch of these guys and that have grinded it out, and him coming over with the pedigree he had, and you know, it could have been easy to just be like, I'm not doing this, but it was the opposite. It was like, you know, how do I contribute to getting this? And it was a daily thing for him. I think he got better as a player, and I mean, you just watch him now. I don't know that he could have played any better. He's was a real special player, another great addition, and you know, I think I know he was a big part of what we've just done here.
Right side, second row, Bill.
Rod, I know this is obviously special for the whole group, but how about the 5 guys who have been with you for the 8 years and all the ups and downs you guys went through?
It's hard to put into words, you know. I remember the day that even my first acquisition was Jordan Martinook. I remember we grabbed him, had lunch with him, and I'm like, hey, we're going to try to build something, and we need, you know, the kind of player you are, the personality, this is what we're building around. And he was like, yeah. And then it was the same thing as Jordan. Like, every day, it's the same. You watch him for 8 years play. You guys that see it, it's the exact same every day. And he just brings people into the fight. And, you know, even, you know, Sebastian Aho, I think, sitting beside Jordo every day and just having to watch what he does. Okay, I got to do this. I mean, that's the power of leadership. And, yeah, I'm really happy for those guys.
Was there ever a time you thought this might not happen?
Well, you always have doubt. I mean, listen, it creeps in all the time. And especially because I felt like we had this team could have done this many, many times, you know. But, oh, man, you know, something just go off the rails a little. And I always thought it was the injuries. Like, we just were missing key pieces. And you can't win when you get to the end. If key pieces are out, it's just too hard. And we were fortunate this year that didn't really happen. So that's a big deal.
Left side, front row, Tom.
Rod, Freddie Anderson, for what he's been through, not just 13 years of career, but the last couple of weeks with his agent, just to see him, Jordan, to recognize him and give him the first.
Well, it kind of goes to the same thought process with Taylor Hall, like a guy that's grinded it out for a long time, and he gutted it out. He's had some injuries. He wasn't 100%. That's why he never really came back. We had could have maybe played, but it was like you can't kind of play at this time of year. And so, but happy for him that everyone knows he was such a big part of this, of getting us here.
We'll take a few more. Left side, second row, Tracy.
Rod, I'll ask you about another feel-good story with Brandon Bussey and just how he handled everything, and then to come out tonight and play that game in this
unbelievable
situation.
I don't think that you're right. I mean, that kind of got a little bit overlooked. But I mean, every start, like this is kind of strange. Like every start that he's had for us has been like that. It's just been, we're good, no stress, making saves, like from day one that he showed up. So I don't know. We got, sometimes you get lucky in sports. You do have to have that. That was a lucky waiver pickup that just happened at the right time, and here you go. But that's also a good story about people that take advantage of your opportunity. It didn't just happen. Like he had to make it happen, and he certainly did.
Right side, second row, Dan.
Rod, I talked to Jason Blake on the ice, and you're a hockey player. He was a hockey player. You're a hockey coach. You're a hockey dad. Can you have an appreciation for what he's feeling right now?
Yeah, he can't be, any more proud. You're watching his kid play and win a Stanley Cup, but play like that. Be that kind of player. Like it's got to be. Just thrilling. I saw him out there, gave him a big hug, because obviously he had a lot to do with raising that kid, and he's an amazing player, but he's also he fits our group. He's just such a good kid, and again, it's a blessing for me. I got an easy job. When you have people like that and talent like that, not that tough.
Two more.
I think he's being a little bit humble when he says that. 22-year-old Jackson Blake ended up finishing with 19 points, got his 7th goal of the postseason tonight. This was an excellent Stanley Cup final. So good. Yep. The comebacks, the overtimes, the double overtime that night. But in Game 4, Carolina pulled away, and whether it was the injuries for Vegas or not, they couldn't keep up in the end.
It's kind of wild tonight there wasn't a comeback, because every night, 1 goal isn't enough, 2 goals isn't enough. John Tortorella almost pulled it off. Came in late, Bruce Cassidy got canned, and Tortorella came in, and man, he's always worth a listen.
That's for sure.
Here he is.
John, how proud are you of this group, and just can you reflect immediately on the last 2 months, what this run has been like for you?
Oh, I like the team. Yeah, it's a good group of guys, driven, as I said, experience. They're good pros. It's a really good team.
Right side, front row, Ken.
Do you want to continue coaching this team moving forward?
Oh, I haven't even. I mean, I got to swallow this a little bit.
Left side, front row, Willie.
John, a couple weeks ago, I'd asked you what you learned from these guys, and you talked about listening and doing something different this time around. For you now at the end of the run, it's not something obviously you wanted to end on a winning note, but can you summarize this trip to the Cup final, this run with Vegas for you personally, not just the guys, but how proud you are of yourself and what it was like to make this run?
Well, I just like to thank Bill, George, and Kelly who give me the opportunity. I feel very fortunate how this all came about, and just kind of in a weird way at the end of the year, and then to get locked in with these guys. I feel very fortunate to get to know the team, get to know the organization, a first-class organization, and just have the opportunity. Like I said, I've wanted to coach. I want to coach. And to jump into this with this gang, I feel so fortunate.
Left side, third row, EJ.
John, this was a battle of a series. In the end, what do you think the difference was?
Well, I don't know. There's a number of things that happen in a series. I felt when I thought their goaltender was really good tonight. Since he came in, he's been very good. We've had opportunities tonight to get it close. I thought Carter gave us a chance, had a good game. Lost our special teams a little bit a couple of games ago. I thought it came back tonight. I thought two out of the 3 power plays, we had multiple opportunities. It's a good hockey team. It's a well-coached team. It's a team that checks. And their goalie gives them a really good opportunity in the second part of the series to give them the opportunity to win a Stanley Cup. It's a good. I'm not going to take anything away from Carolina. That's a good club, and a tremendous amount of respect for Roddy and his staff. But we put some good minutes in too, and we couldn't find our way. They did. As I've always said, it's a find-a-way league. But all the games were close, and it's just try to find a way. They did tonight. They beat us.
Right side, front row, Jesse.
John, we've talked to you a lot about the team's mentality. Mark just mentioned a couple times the us against the world kind of feeling, a lot of hockey fans rooting against this team. Do you get that sense from this group that kind of fuels them a little bit along the way?
Yeah, I don't think that this team here, this group of men, need an extra something to fuel them. I think they get it. I know we're on the wrong end of it here, but I just feel that's a strong room. I'm anxious to see what happens next year because it has another chance. It's such a good room and such a strong room. I don't think they need anything extra to get them going. They know how to play the game. They know what it takes in certain times. I had a front row seat watching 4 rounds, and I'm amazed at some of the things that some players played through, and I'm really fortunate to see how a locker room works the way that one did through the 4 rounds.
We are just getting started with our reaction from Carolina's Stanley Cup win. We'll hear from 2-time Stanley Cup winner and this year's Conn Smythe winner, Jordan Staal, and plenty more coming up after this break.
Sportsnet Central, presented by KFC. It's finger licking good.
Introducing the most awaited collab. Osmos and Doritos presents The Walking Shawarma. Try it now.
With the help of Mini Wheats, this family filled up with a high-fiber breakfast. From there,
good hands, huh?
Canada, you're in good hands.
My AC went from a clunk to a gentle.
You got it.
Sounds expensive.
You have Enercare Advantage, so it's all covered.
experts at keeping your home humming along.
Enercare, experts at home.
Your local Tim's is hiring. And here, you can build confidence, level up your skills, and get support for your future. Apply today and take the first step into what comes next.
The Sportsnet Goal of the Year contest presented by Cal Tire is back. Cast your vote for a chance to win $10,000. Go online now and pick your favorite goal. Is it Matt Duchene's weaving backhander versus the Oilers? How about William Eklund's acrobatic swat against the Bruins? Or will it be Mitch Marner's through the legs playoff stunner? Visit sportsnet.ca/goal of the year or scan the QR code and enter today.
Imagine this is your retinol. The minute you open it, it starts to degrade. But Elizabeth Arden Retinol plus HPR ceramide capsules are sealed to keep light and air out, so the retinol is always at its freshest, visibly improving the look of lines and wrinkles in 7 days. Elizabeth Arden, the smarter retinol.
Cars are cool. Rental cars are not cool. It's cool when you can pick the exact car you want, exactly where you want, for exactly what you need. No one needs this. Turo. Rent a car, not a rental car.
Sportsnet Central, brought to you by Golf Town. From top brand equipment to thoughtful gifts, this Father's Day, find everything you need to make Dad's Day unforgettable.
The cup is in the building. Will he be carried out triumphantly or repacked for a Game 7 trip to Raleigh? Games 3-0 in closeout games. What do we get tonight? Here's a lead feed. Taylor Hall is in. Hall with a shot. Scores! The icebreaker goes to Carolina. Chance for Dorothea. Another. And he bats on top of the net. Blocked by Bussey as they come close. Carter Hart out. Vandon in front. Empty net. And Hart came back to steal one. Oh, he bailed himself out. Now a chance. Thomas Hurdle in. And stopped by Bussey. What a play by Hurdle. Stankoven again. Blake scores. Jackson Blake. And Carolina's got a 2-goal lead. Eichel across in front. Eichel off the bar. Do you believe that? Jack Eichel off the crossbar. And somehow it stays 2-0. It'll come back to Theodore. Bussey fights it up. Rebound. And Bussey somehow, from the seat of his pants, makes the stop. And the celebration's going to be on here in the 20th anniversary of their first title. Once again, the Carolina Hurricanes are Stanley Cup champions.
Where were you in 2006?
Poof. I was working in Edmonton when the Carolinas defeated the Oilers, and I was covering that series on local TV.
And then the number one draft pick that year from the NHL was Jordan Staal, right?
There you go.
Right? So, yeah, wasn't he number one in 2006?
There you go.
And here we are, still around. Not only still around,
we're still
but
here. I'm trying to think if I'm right. Yeah, it was 2006. What I love about the Stanley Cup playoffs is every year a hero is going to emerge. Yeah. And we think we know, and we make our predictions, but nobody knows. And nobody said Jordan Staal, I'm sure, at the start of the playoffs is going to win the Conn Smythe.
No. But then when things started going, he had 6 goals. 6 goals in the Cup final in total.
He is the definition of old man power. He is the oldest man to ever win the Conn Smythe, this playoff MVP, and here he is.
Jordan, I'm going to peek around your new bit of hardware there. Yeah. Could you've done this before, but how different is it this time, given everything you went through here? I know it wasn't easy for quite a few years, seeing Eric leave and the struggles. What is it like compared to the last time?
Yeah, no, it's exactly right. I mean, even me and Eric were talking about it on the ice already. The plan was to do it together, obviously, and it didn't work out, but, it's life sometimes. And, I'm obviously, especially now, happy I stuck around. I believed in the culture. I believed in what we were trying to build in Carolina. And I was just, amazing feeling to be able to build something like that, and then top it all off with this is, it's an absolute dream come true.
Left side, front row, Tom.
Jordan over here. Just giving the cup to Freddie first, just obviously he's been through a lot. I mean, this in his career, but also in the last couple of weeks. Just what do you think the meeting was? What was it? I guess behind that decision in the meeting was this, when you handed that to him.
Yeah, obviously he's been grinding the longest, and I think he got us going here in that playoffs, and I'm unfortunate to be out of the lineup. I'm sure he wanted to keep it going, and he couldn't. But I figured he'd be a great start, and I think. Just proud of the way he played for us and gave us some great rest, obviously, early in the playoffs, and, a chance to keep moving forward. And, I went Freddie.
Right side, front row, Sean.
Jordan, you've been here with Jacob Slavin for so long, and he's been such a great player for you guys without getting a ton of notice. In the last year, he had the Four Nations, then he won the Cup with the United States. I mean, he won the gold with the United States, and now he's won the Cup. Is it nice for you to see him get some of these accolades and get some of the headlines that maybe he's deserved for a long time? Yeah, I mean, he's been my Norris candidate for a long time, and he does so many little things so well, and you don't really appreciate it unless you literally watch the game, and you have to see his every shift, every play, and he does so many things that we get to see a lot and appreciate about him, and he was remarkable tonight. I mean, my goodness, his stick, he stopped like 4 or 5 grade A's. It was nonstop. It was every shift really, and he was a massive reason why it stayed at 0.
Left side, front row, Ryan.
Jordan, family is a word we hear a lot about from the organization, from everyone within it. Obviously, we see your kids here. We see them in the rooms, after games and everything. How key do you think having that family atmosphere, creating this family environment with all the players was to get to this point? Yeah, it's important. I mean, Roddy's been talking about our C5 stuff. It's compete consistently, but it's caring too, right? And you can't care for each other unless you don't get to know each other and you become a family. And I think our group, cares so much because we became a family, and this is really family. But in that room is the same feeling, and I wanted to win that thing so bad, but I wanted to win it so much more for everyone else in that room, and how much they deserved it, and how hard they've all worked. It just gives me chills that we were able to pull it off for each other, and family was a big reason.
Right side, second row, Bill.
Jordan, I know you said you wanted to win it for everybody, but how special is it to win it with the 4 guys that you've been here, like the 8 years since Rod's been here? Yeah, that's definitely a huge part of it. I mean, this core group, I love those guys, man. I mean, they bring it every day, and they compete, and yeah, they're family. I mean, to be able to keep grinding, keep going, keep pushing, and get beat down again and not get it, and regroup and go again and finally pull us off. It's a dream come true. It's indescribable.
These kids are so cute. I wish somebody would have asked the kids how they felt.
No kidding. Okay, my apologies. Yes. I can't even read my own handwriting. My 2 was actually,
I was giving
my
you
1 was a 2.
Did you see my side brow I was giving you? It happens. Second overall in 2006, Jordan Staal. He is the definition of old man power. In this series, 6 goals and 68% in the dot, if you're into that.
All right, let's keep it rolling, and now hear from Jackson Blake, who had his 7th of the postseason tonight. He's standing by with Gene Principe.
Well, the last name certainly is a name that's familiar in the NHL. In your case, it's your dad, Jason, that played. What's it like to maybe live out a dream that he had, and you now giving him a chance to do it as a dad?
Yeah, I mean, it's super special. I saw him, coming down, and I saw him up there, and kind of broke down a little bit because, he's been my right-hand man my whole life, and he's been, he's taught me a lot of stuff I've known for the game and then outside of the game. So to do it together, it's really special. He didn't have the opportunity, but, this is his opportunity now for sure.
What was it like to score a goal on this ice in Game 6 for you?
It was an unbelievable feeling, but, I mean, personally, it was more than a goal. It was helping the team win, and, I want to do whatever I can to help the group win, and that was a long game. It felt like the longest game ever, and I was waiting for 0 to finally hit, and it finally did, but, yeah, it probably one of the biggest goals I've scored in my life, for sure.
Now, there's a bunch of people here for you. Do you want to bring them in?
Yeah,
come on in, bring them in. Come on, Dad, come on over. Yeah, go ahead.
The whole crew. I got my mom, sister, brother, girlfriend. My dad, we got the whole crew right now.
Okay. Yeah. And Dad, what do you think? I know you wanted to win the Cup. What do you think of your son doing it?
Well, I couldn't get out of the first round, but you know what? I think as a whole, we're so proud of him for everything he's done. He's such a good kid, and he's worked his ass off to get here. And you know what? To score a goal today and get an assist and win the Stanley Cup, it's a dream come true for all of us. And I'm so proud of him. I know we all are, his whole family. So proud of you, buddy.
Enjoy, guys. Enjoy.
Awesome.
Makes me emotional.
I love the
family.
By the way, great job, Principe. Jean knows how to do it. Get the family in there. Get the sisters in there.
I still want to know
Awesome.
what Stahl's daughter would have asked. What she would have contributed.
I'm sure
to
she was
that
pretty happy. She was pretty pumped.
Would have been good.
That
of
was
course,
cool. I love seeing that.
There's always the flip side, right? Carolina's celebrating in Vegas. It's tough to think you have to do this all over again to get to a point.
Just to get back. Mm-hmm. And okay, let's take you inside the Vegas room.
I mean, I don't think you ever really expect it to be over. Always believed that we were going to figure things out, get things back in the right direction, and we did that. I'm not so sure many people thought that this team would be here competing at this time of year. We're a team everyone loves to hate, so that fuels our fire, and it's going to fuel our fire moving forward.
Mainly 16 teams trying to have the same goal, and we found ways. We guys step up different nights, and it's a fun ride until it comes to an end and you're not on the right side. So it's a tough moment.
We battled it. It's not easy getting to this point of the year for any team, and we did a lot of good things. I know we lost. We obviously didn't get the result we wanted, but we did a lot of good things in the series too. It's the way it goes sometimes, and it's the hard part about this sport is dealing with losing and failure when you especially get this far down the line. It's just an awesome group to be a part of. Love everyone. It's just the way the guys battled all year. Especially with the coaching change late in the season. Bringing Tortson, and I'm proud of everyone.
Would you like to see Tortorella stick around next year?
Yeah. He was awesome coming in. I felt like he really brought a change going into the postseason, and I think it's been great.
Carolina Hurricanes 16-3 in the postseason. Let's bring in 1994 Stanley Cup champion Nick Kyprios for more on Nick. Let's start with this. Let's start with this team. This isn't one guy and one superstar and other dudes. This is a team. What did you see from Carolina?
Well, certainly a clinic tonight, and really putting a stamp on who's the better team in the Stanley Cup final. From the opening shift, they gave Vegas nothing. They gave Ottawa nothing. They gave Philadelphia nothing. They gave Montreal nothing as well. From beginning of the first round right to tonight, Ken, they were so good and so strong defensively, and they got their timely goals, but taking the middle of the ice away from the likes of Eichel, Marner, in the latter part of this series, really showed us that to win championships, you got to play strong defense, and many times it's from the net on out, and it's a lot of hard work, but it's easier to check than it is to score this time of year. And Carolina came out on the right side of it because they were very disciplined in the middle of the ice, and ultimately, led by Stahl, that tight checking group really put a stamp on the Stanley Cup this season.
Speaking of the ultimate team, Carolina, they have a couple former number one picks like Stahl and Hall, and then they have the undrafted Bussy and a few others, heroes that step up that you may not have a household name. So what was it about this Carolina team that was able to get over the hump in years past they couldn't?
Yeah, you know what? And I know this has been talked a lot. It was talked a lot tonight on Hockey Night in Canada because Rod Brindamore brought it up. And, you know, the fact that they were able to stay healthy, which is absolutely huge. And if you look at the two losses, two key losses for Vegas, they lose Braden McNabb, who took a puck to the face. He was lost for all but 5 minutes earlier in the series. And then William Karlsson, who didn't play the majority of the regular season, comes back, fits in nicely, adds a ton of depth. Then they lose him the other night, which now forces Tortorella to make some tough decisions on Marner, on whether to keep his own line or move him up with Jack Eichel. And ultimately, when he was with Jack Eichel, there wasn't a lot of chemistry there. I didn't like that matchup for the most obvious reason. Both like to handle the puck, both want the puck, need the puck, distribute the puck. Not enough puck for Marner and Eichel to be on one line. And it put a ton of strain on that lineup when they lost Karlsson.
All right, 32 years ago, you lifted the Stanley Cup over your head. Most of us have only dreamed of that moment. You lived it. You watched guys do it tonight. Yeah. What went through your mind when you lifted it, and what goes through your mind right now when you see guys lift it 32 years later?
Yeah. Well, first of all, a pretty special weekend because the other night, last night, we got to watch New York City go crazy. And to your point, June 14th, 1994, 32 years ago tonight, I was lifting the Stanley Cup over my head, just as Carolina was. And yeah, with the exception of Jordan Stahl, watching the likes of Taylor Hall do it for the first time, Frederick Anderson, we saw the guys with that very emotional injury, or talk about his injury, but being able to lift the Stanley Cup for the first time, it is so special. And yeah, 32 years ago, but it feels like yesterday when you watch it from my perspective anyways. But good on Carolina. Kenny, we talked about it throughout the playoffs. Meat and potatoes, that's what that team is, and that's what it takes to win the Stanley Cup. Guys like me and you can relate, right? Because we're meat and potatoes.
We're meat and potatoes, but look, I got to tip my cap because I come on here all the time screaming about analytics, but analytics helped with some meat and potatoes hockey, didn't it?
It really did, and it's got its place, and Carolina's been on it for, 8-10 years now, and, they got the right mix from their general manager, their owner. At times it's been tough there. Players turning down, wanting to go there, and yet they still found a way to get the job done. But it was led by a 37-year-old. I don't know if we'll ever see a guy that late in his career ever win the Conn Smythe again, but good on Jordan Stahl for some of us old guys still kicking the can.
Okay, two great stories, of course, in net for Carolina. Freddie Anderson loved that he got the cup right from Jordan Stahl, even though he couldn't finish out the postseason, but loved hearing what he had to say. And then you've got the undrafted Brandon Bussi, who became a great story in itself for his being undrafted and what he was able to do filling in. So just these two guys that handled the role so well and complemented each other speaks volumes about the team.
Yeah, that's the one injury that they did suffer, right? Losing Freddie the other night. But, in many ways, Bussi had a terrific regular season. We heard his story from getting picked up on the waiver wire to solidifying his spot and now closing out a Stanley Cup. And I think it bodes well for some teams that feel like they don't have to go spend $8 or $10 million on a goalie, and it'd be awfully nice to have a Vasilevsky or a Bobrovsky. But in this day and age, when you don't really know for sure what you're getting or how long it will last, this may be the way to go here in the future when it comes to goaltending in the National Hockey League.
Yeah, Carolina, they nailed that. Happy 32nd anniversary then, Nick.
Yeah. And by the way, Ivanka, we're meat and potatoes, me and Kenny, man. But you're 3-star Michelin, right?
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Somebody's eating in Yorkville, buddy, and it ain't us.
Oysters and pearls.
Yes, that's my cup of tea. Okay, thanks so much for all your help, Kipper. Enjoyed this whole postseason being with you.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, a lot of fun hanging out with you guys throughout the postseason. Thanks for letting me come on.
Okay, save that Lemieux stick for me.
All right, buddy.
Love that stick collection. Jordan Stahl, Carolina Hurricanes, Stanley Cup champs. Brandon Bussey, by the way, signed through 28-29 for a grand total of $5.7 million. That's some good work by the Carolina Hurricanes. There's more from the Stanley Cup champs when Sportsnet Central continues.
Montana's Smoking Rib Fest is back. All-you-can-eat ribs and new sandwiches. The feast won't last. Montana's, Canada's home for barbecue.
Closed captioning is brought to you in part by Rogers, Canada's best and most reliable 5G Plus network. Rogers, we got you.
Montana's Smoking Rib Fest is back. All-you-can-eat ribs, the new Hogfather Part 2, and the Backyard Bacon Brisket Popper. Plus Coors Light for just $4.99. Come on in, this feast won't last. Montana's, Canada's home for barbecue.
No matter what kind of teeth you gotta brush, Oral-B Electric cleans better with one simple touch. Oral-B's dentist-inspired round brush head hugs them, cleans them, and gets in between them for 100% cleaner teeth. Your perfect clean routine starts with Oral-B.
At Cal Tire, we help you save big with free rotations, our price match guarantee, 0% financing, and free flat repairs. We've got you covered, corner to corner, coast to coast.
KFC's 2 can dine for $12.99. 2 pieces of original recipe, get 2. Popcorn chicken, make it 2. And fries, make it 2. 2. 2 can dine for $12.99 at KFC. It's finger licking good.
Nice long inhale.
We're good?
Hold up. Okay, we're good.
We're live in the community park with
Kasha.
Really looks like you have to dig deep for that second sun salutation. Take us through it.
I take it one pose at a time, Faisal, and leave it all out there for the team. And I just want to dedicate this one to them. It's a big win for the whole community.
The Participation Community Challenge presented by Novo Nordisk. Win the title of Canada's most active community.
Come with me.
You know I can't.
Hey Google, what's the fastest way to the pier?
A safer Ontario means playgrounds with no drug injection sites nearby. It means fewer cars being stolen thanks to more police officers and prosecutors. New jails so criminals stay behind bars. Public spaces without encampments. And bail reform that protects our neighborhoods. We're making every corner of Ontario safer to make all of Ontario safer. That's how we protect Ontario.
It's time now for Goals of the Week, brought to you by Cal Tire.
Dropping it off to Theodore. And a great pass. Stone it again. Stone. Martin digs after him. Jordan Martin will come with a big front. The got by Stone. Sebastian Aho, and it's a 2-goal Carolina lead. Cause despair back in with Aho. Stretch the clock in front. Here's a chance. Here comes Marner again. Marner in with Anderson in deep. Rasmus Anderson center. Loose in front. Backhand. Score. Oh, it's in. And Jordan Stahl's got another. I don't think Stahl could believe that he was able to get enough of that one. Oh, man. Just a game of inches.
That Jordan Staal one was the best for me. So many goals by Staal in the Stanley Cup final. He was simply fantastic.
That's what I was going to go with.
He stole your thunder.
All right. Well, tonight's Goals of the Week was brought to you by Cal Tire, home of the customer care plan. With every tire purchase, enjoy free flat repairs, rotations, and more wherever you go. Cal Tire is right there with you.
Okay, let's get back to Vegas. There are your Stanley Cup champs. Freddie Anderson, 13-2 in these playoffs until he couldn't go any longer with an injury. He's going to tell you what it is in this interview with Gene Principe.
Freddie, the playoffs are over now. I don't know if you were injured, needed a break, or what your status was regarding the last few games of the Cup final.
Yeah, I mean, I tweaked my knee a little bit, but obviously was trying to get back to be able to support in any role I had, and obviously try to leave it all out. But the way Bus came in, it was really cool to see, and happy that he was able to get the 3 wins that we needed.
What did you think of how you played, though, to get the team to this point?
Very, very proud of just the way everyone played, really, and it helped me, obviously, to perform as well. I think we've been through 4 really tough series where we know we left it all out there for every game, and that really is the success we had. I think stems back to that, the way we come ready to play, and that's all the way through up and down the lineup.
Sports is emotional. You've been through an emotional roller coaster that people don't want to be on. What do you think of where you're at and what Claude Lemieux meant to you, not only your career, but your life?
Yeah, I mean, like I've said before, everyone talks about his on-ice stuff, but the way he cares for people off the ice meant a lot to me, and just the way I was able to learn from him and the support he's given me over the years is a big part of why I'm able to be on a winning team.
Thank you, and congratulations on being a Cup winner.
Thank you.
Freddie Anderson, he had a remarkable postseason, right?
Yeah, and what he had to deal with Claude Lemieux.
Yeah.
Claude was Freddie's agent for forever.
Yeah, since the beginning, a record of 13-2. Remember, Carolina started with those 2 straight sweeps of Ottawa and then Philadelphia. Only needed 5 to get past Montreal. Freddie had a goals against average of 189, a save percentage of 910, and including 3 shutouts as well. So impressive stuff before, well, as he said to Gene, a knee injury in Game 2 left his status for the rest of the Cup final in jeopardy.
Dynamic duo, Anderson and Bossy. We have our own dynamic duo who's been all over these Stanley Cup playoffs.
Who, us?
Nope.
No, that would be David Amber and Elliot Friedman.
So your Stanley Cup champions, Elliot, the Carolina Hurricanes, and it wasn't sliding by. I mean, it was dominant. 16 wins, just 3 losses on their way to the Stanley Cup. When you think about this team, big picture, what's going to come to mind here?
I think that's exactly what you said, 3 losses. You know, for a team to win the Stanley Cup in just 19 games in the salary cap era, it's rare, it's extraordinary, and it's impressive. There was one thing that Jordan Staal said in the interview with Kyle that really stood out to me was there were a key group of players that went through a lot of pain, and they could have left, and they didn't. And they stuck together, and they built a winner. They had the oldest school of old school coaches and the newest school of general managers. Like, there were people who you wouldn't think have a lot in common, and yet they found a common way to make a Stanley Cup champion. Those are the kinds of things I think about this team.
And who impressed you most? You think about Rod Brind'Amour, the leader. You think about Jordan Staal, the oldest Conn Smythe winner in Stanley Cup playoff history. And you think about that whole defensive core as well. What struck out to you as sort of like the reason why we're seeing Carolina have the success they had?
Well, it's a great team. Like that's the one thing. It's a great team. I think that, Staal had an epic run at the start of the Stanley Cup final, and that made it, I had a vote. It made it easy for me to say Staal was number 1. But Dave, as I was filling out my ballot, 2, 3, there were a lot of guys you could have picked from. Hall, Stankoven, Blake, Ehlers, Slavin, Keandre Miller. I think the other thing too is they gave the Stanley Cup to Freddie Anderson first, who didn't even play the last few games. That tells you what you're dealing with.
Very quickly, when you think about the Stanley Cup Finals specifically, Vegas was in control of the series, right? They were up 2-1. It felt like they had all the momentum. What do you make of Vegas' season and how it kind of came apart in those last 3 games against this very good team?
I think the thing that surprised me was in every previous series, as the series got deeper, Vegas got better. At each of the 3 series, they overpowered those teams at the end of the season. or series. This is the first one they didn't. But it's Vegas. You know they will not take this lying down, and you know they're a destination. Counting them out is stupid.
Well, the Carolina Hurricanes consider themselves a family, and it's come full circle. In 2006, 20 years ago, it was a young rookie, Eric Stahl, leading Carolina to the championship. This time around, it's Jordan Stahl, the Conn Smythe winner, leading the Hurricanes to their second ever Stanley Cup title.
Well done, Carolina. Nice year for Jacob Slavin. He is the 9th player to win an Olympic goal in the Stanley Cup in the same year. The first to do it, Ken Morrow, back in 1980 with the New York Islanders. He won 4 straight cups with the Islanders, so maybe this will be starting something extra special for Slavin, just like Kenny Morrow back in the day. I love that snow angels on the ice.
Yeah.
That was a cool way to
There was a clip also of Seth Jarvis with all his buddies coming from Manitoba, and they were all doing snow angels and the confetti as well, and the little kids were getting it.
You know where I'm taking the cup if I'm Seth Jarvis? I'm taking it to Ray and Jerry's, the best restaurant in Winnipeg. That's just a fact.
I'll take your word for it. I'll take
spot.
your word for it.
Hey, it's inside the room.
There you go. Champagne celebrations and drinking from the cup. Nothing better.
Man, what a series. What a spring for the Carolina Hurricanes. There's no sound coming from the room if you're wondering why there's no swearing and
That's
stuff
why
in
we're
the
still
background.
talking.
So the boys getting a few Pepsis in and having a grand old time in the room. Well-deserved Carolina Hurricanes.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Yeah. Fun postseason.
Yes.
Always great working with you.
It's always fun. That's it. That's all.
That's it for the season. See ya.
Carolina.
Sportsnet Central Ticker Odds, powered by Bet99 Sportsbook and Casino. Men's clothing provided by Jack Victor, proudly made in Montreal since 1913. Available now online and in stores nationwide. Please visit jackvictor.com.
Domino's best deal ever. Get any hand-tossed pan, thin crust, or New York style.
What a way to cap the weekend. T-Mobile Arena just off the Strip in Las Vegas, getting ready for Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. Carolina Hurricanes leading the Vegas Golden Knights 3-2.
Jordan Stahl 1-1 with Pittsburgh in 2009. Will Carrier 1-1 as a Golden Knight. Jackson Blake, the wraparound, went through the blue paint. It's cleared out by Ivan Barbashev. Delayed offside against Vegas. Here's Taylor Hall breaking in. Hall scores! Taylor Hall! And it's 1-0 Carolina.
As all of the Golden Knights are looking up the ice, Hannafin and Anderson lose Taylor Hall behind him. Man, Jacob Slavin defends the play so well as he always does, but it's his quick up to Taylor Hall, and Hall head up the whole way.
Carolina's won 56% of the draws in the series. Dorothea a shot. Then he tried to pass it back to him down low.
Putting anything to risk so far.
Svechnikov centers. Free puck. Knocked wide by Aho on the rebound. Here's Jack Eichel down the slot. And a beautiful save by Bussey with the right leg. Stone out in front for Dorothea. Have a couple of chances. The second one he batted out of midair.
That's the way to enter. Look at this. It's a traffic jam up here.
Marner, high slot. Snapped one right into the midsection of Bussey.
70%, obviously. He just does not lose very many.
4-on-4. Blast by Gostisbehere and right into the midsection of Carter Hart. Eichel forced back by Aho. Eichel feeds it through to Howden. In alone and stopped by Bussey. Brandon Bussey, magnificent again. 10 seconds left on the penalty to Tomas Hertl. Hard out of the net. And a great sprawling stop as he dove back in. Robbing Svechnikov. Marner sends it toward the net. Rebound, free for Stone. Up in the air, free in front of the crease. Out in front, Eichel passes it off. And a sprawling stop by Bussey for the 27-year-old.
There's the two stops. Hurdle and Stone taken away. Stone's right on the doorstep. Left pad, right body, right arm. Somehow keeps it out. And then at the end, it's Dorofeev. He can really shoot it. And much like Carter Hart had to dive like a shortstop to take one away, Bussey does the same thing.
The power play is 15 seconds remaining. Dorofeev, 4 shots on goal in the first. That shot by Marner, stopped by Bussey, cleared. Ehlers tried to snap it in. Blocked by Dorofeev. He got dumped. It comes back to Ehlers. Down low. Off a stick of Stahl and over the net.
Oh, he had a wide open side, but he had to reach and it deflected upwards instead of straight.
Stone trying to drop it back for Hannafin. Ehlers intercepted. Here comes Stahl trying to score in his 6th straight game. Stopped by Hart.
Nick Ehlers gets this play to Stahl, and there's the pass just a bit too far. Stahl reaches out, and unlike in Game 5, he can't deflect it on net. This one goes over the net, and as the puck relays up the ice, Vegas is changing. That's why Stahl's got the breakaway, and he's trying to drag Hart off that right post and go up over the blocker.
Blake had it for a moment, then Hurdle poked it away. Hurdle has help coming. It's Riley Smith. Hurdle, a beautiful move, stopped by Bussey.
As he's going to chip this puck up the boards, he gets crushed by Nikisha, but it's a 2-on-1. And Hurdle's waiting, and the pad stopped by Bussey. Look at him out aggressively. He pushes out.
Kowski won a college national championship at Providence, trying to do the daily double, win the Stanley Cup as well. He'd be the 34th man.
Or just how good Slavin is. Watch his stick. He just as he's backing up, watch how much ground he covers. That's about 6 feet of room that Eichel thinks he has, and then it's gone. Out as a player that can't really defend.
And they're trying to figure out how best to do that as they work it around the perimeter. Ehlers back on the line, Slavin.
Ehlers is tapping his stick. He wants the puck back.
He has it with a little bit of room. Cross ice it goes. Chatfield, tough angle shot. Down low, it's nudged along. Stankoven stopped by Hart. Then Stankoven tried to center. It comes to Blake and he scores! Jackson Blake makes it 2-0.
This line continues to carry the Hurricanes offensively. Stankoven and Blake are like hounds on a bone here in the corner. They lose the puck once. No, they get it back. They're going to lose it again. No, they're going to get it back. They're going to go fight for it again. It's a 3rd time and Blake puts it away. This is remarkable tenacity. This line just seems to fit. Stankoven lays it on the tee. Oh, it deflects off the stick in front of the net. It deflects over Carter Hart. They're closer in Raleigh. It's 2-0 Canes.
Good style of play, and Brandon Bussey is stopping everything. Jarvis in on the forecheck. Jarvis took it away. Out there was Svechnikov and Aho. Aho, a shot. Hart turns around. He doesn't know that he has it squeezed underneath his pads, it seems.
Well, that's a big save for Hart. He can't give up anything else.
Here's Ehlers one-on-one on Anderson. That's off Hart. Off the back wall. Carry him to the goal line. 30-year-old from Denmark. Beautiful passing. And a sprawling save by Hart. Robbing Aho off another gorgeous setup by Gostisbehere. Here's Marner. Back for Houghton. He was tied up by Ehlers. Vegas cannot even manage a shot on goal. The last shot on goal came at 15 minutes and 43 seconds remaining in the second period. Well, Jordan Stahl said after Game 5 we're getting closer to Hurricanes hockey. They're playing vintage Carolina Hurricanes hockey tonight. And now leads their team with 20 points as the youngest player. Stone out in front, trying to center it. It looked like he had a chance to shoot it. He tried to feed it instead to Sissons. It was broken up and sent the length of the ice. Lofted in the air, taken down by Stone. Finally a shot on goal from Barbashev. They went almost the full 19 minutes. Lauzon, that one's blocked. Ehlers beat him to it. Jarvis snapped it through. Anderson trying to use him as a screen, and Carter Hart able to cover it.
There's just nowhere to go for Vegas right now.
Bussey decided to drop it down. Might have been a mistake. He's not going to make it again. Or off the wall, Marner with some room. Lets it go. Got blocked by Slavin. And skated off by Jarvis. Trying to work on Theodore. He has Stahl heading for the net. Jarvis out in front. Stopped by Hart. The rebound cleared away by Howden, but not out. 2-0 Carolina. Vegas in desperate need of a goal. Marner moves away from Aho. Marner bottom of the circle. Bodies out in front. Gives it to Eichel. Chip toward the net by Howden. Again, not a lot on it. And Eichel just had it taken away by Jarvis. Great effort by Hurdle and Marner to keep it in. Down low. Eichel. It did not go.
Stone puts it on the tee. And Eichel, for the second time in this series, at this end of the ice on the power play, beats Bussey, and he rings it straight off the crossbar. Bussey goes side to side, and Stone lays it for Eichel. This is a perfect play. This puck hits the crossbar.
Mary Raklowski, fiance of Brandon Bussey. Some rare skating room. It's for Howden. It gets played off the door. Thiev stopped by Bussey. And he smothers with 5:16 to go.
Time running out on Vegas.
Lord Stanley's Cup out of its case. Will it be handed to the Carolina Hurricanes in another 5 minutes and 16 seconds? Here's Hurdle. Dropped it back. Free puck for Hurdle, and then he had it knocked away and sent the length of the ice from his knees from Ehlers in Game 6. 2:25 left. Theodore, stop, rebound, Hurdle, stopped again with Bussey sitting on the ice. He makes the stop on Hurdle. It comes to Eichel, down low, Stone at the top of the crease. Couldn't jam it in. 1:10 to go. The net is empty. Ehlers scores! Nikolai Ehlers! And the party is on for the Kadiaks here and back in Raleigh. And they're going to clinch it appropriately with a total team effort and a shutout. The Carolina Hurricanes have won the Stanley Cup for the second time.
8 years of Rod Brind'Amour and the Carolina Hurricanes building to this moment. I don't know that there's a coach in the league that more embodies the way their team plays than Rod Brind'Amour.
Well, he's the face of the franchise, and he really has been since he captained the 2006 team at age 35 to the Stanley Cup final. John Tortorella offers his congratulations to just the fourth man ever to win the Stanley Cup as a team cap and then the head coach of the same franchise.
This iconic trophy, the Stanley Cup, is the most difficult in all sports to win. Jordan Stahl, come on back up.
One of the things that he really wanted to win for was so that his kids could understand and see. They didn't see the first one. They see this one.
And he hands it off to Freddie Anderson. Not by accident. Commissioner Bevan talked about how hard it is to win. Such a physical grind, an emotional grind, a mental grind. In the case of Freddie Anderson dealing with the unspeakable tragedy, the death of his agent and friend, Claude Lemieux. Taylor Hall, no #1 overall pick, has gone longer before winning the Stanley Cup, 16 years. Played for 7 different teams. Won a Hart Trophy. The handoffs will continue, every one of them so deserving. The goal. Ladies and gentlemen. Brandon Bussey, the 27. Year-old who had never played in the National Hockey League prior to this season. He hadn't played in a playoff game until he came in Game 3 here, and he's been terrific. Here's Jack Eichel down the slot, and a beautiful save by Bussey with the right leg. Stone out in front for Dorofeyev, a couple of chances. The second one, he batted out of midair.
That's the way to enter. Look at this, it's a traffic jam up here.
Marner, high slot, snapped one right into the midsection of Bussey. Marner sends it toward the net. Rebound, free for Stone. Up in the air, free in front of the crease. Up in the left wing corner, under 10 seconds in the period. Out in front, Eichel passes it off, and it's crawling, stopped by Bussey on Dorofeyev. His parents won a first period for the 27-year-old.
There's the 2 stops. Hurdle and Stone taken away. Stone's right on the doorstep. Left pad, right body, right arm. Somehow keeps it out. And then at the end, it's Dorofeyev. He can really shoot it. And much like Carter Hart had to dive like a shortstop to take one away, Bussey does the same thing. This is labeled.
One has gotten past him tonight. The early goal by Hall. Blake had it for a moment, then Hurdle poked it away. Hurdle has help coming. It's Riley Smith. Hurdle, a beautiful move, stopped by Bussey.
Bad stop by Bussey. Look at him out aggressively. He pushes out to take the...
From rear skating room, it's for Howden. It gets played off to Dorofeyev. Stopped by Bussey. And he smothers with 5:16 to go. Anderson. Howden blocked up high by Chatfield. Dorofeyev fires. They're going to fire away from everywhere now. Bussey a pad save in Game 6. 2:25 left. Theodore. Stop. Rebound. Hurdle. Stopped again. 2 minutes to go. Marner into the corner. Hurdle trying to work it out in front. It comes to Eichel. Down low. Stone at the top of the crease. Couldn't jam it in. And they're going to clinch it appropriately with a total team effort and a shutout. The Carolina Hurricanes have won the Stanley Cup for the second time.
A year ago, if I had told you you're a Stanley Cup champion, a shutout in the clinching game, would you have believed it?
Yeah, probably no one, including myself. So it's special. It's been a special year. It's been an honor to do it with this group. Everybody deserves it so much. Everybody that works in the organization behind the scenes deserves it so much. It's a special day to celebrate all of us as a group and family and loved ones in town also.
That hug you had with Rod Brind'Amour, what'd you say?
I just thanked them for believing in me. You know, it's a long journey to get to the NHL. It was a little weird and kind of got thrusted in there in a way, but he believed in me. He gave me that shot, so I'll always be forever grateful.
On that journey, when you hit low points, what kept you going?
The love of the game. That's I love what I do for a living. Obviously now there's a little more headlines and stories, but you know, I do it for like moments like this. You know, it's special. You never know if it's going to happen. You just work hard and put your head down, and good things will happen once in a while.
Another special moment I witnessed, you hugging Freddie Anderson. You told me you didn't want to go in, right? You didn't want this opportunity. So what did you say to him?
Love him. He's the reason why we're here, right? Like, he was a workhorse. I only got, 3.5 games. So he honestly deserves more of the credit. I'm pumped for him. He deserves this. He's worked so hard for this and grinded for a long time, so I'm so happy.
And for you, Brandon Bussi is about to be a household name in America. Like, when people talk about you in your story, what do you want them to talk about?
Never give up. Always have fun. Keep your head down. You know, I think all kind of the cliches, but it's true, right? I didn't let anybody tell me no. If there was some adversity, I took it head on and tried to figure it out and get better from it. So that's about it.
And your parents, your fiance, we watched so much of them celebrating with you. What's it like to experience this with them?
It's going to be awesome. I'm glad you don't have any video footage of them right now.
None, zero.
Before game or after game 4. So I'm sure they're pretty emotional right now. I love them. They're the reason why I'm here. Their support means everything.
Jordan Staal, just the captain, absolutely dominating. I mean, how much more can you say about him? It's almost like he's willing this team to a Stanley Cup championship.
Someone that's clearly a special leader, those guys rise up to the top, and that's what he's doing right now.
He embodies what Rod Brind'Amour is preaching. He is that type of player. The parallels between the two of them, it's amazing to see the chemistry, and it just goes right into the rest of the team because that's what they think it takes to win.
And right off the hop, we got to fight. It's Staal and Tkachuk. The captains are going. And Staal is going to take down Tkachuk. And the Canes captain right off of the hop. And this crowd is buzzing.
He's a bull, first and foremost. 6'4", 220.
Now, maybe the best story of the playoffs is what Jordan Staal is doing.
In on the forecheck, hard on the body, to the front of the net, winning puck battles.
That's that Carolina Hurricane-style hockey.
The setup from Keandre Miller to Jordan Staal. The Hurricanes captain makes it 2-0 Carolina.
What a redirect by Jordan Staal in front of the net as he's able to get leverage and put it past Jakub for the second goal of the game. And they score! Jordan Staal scores! Kept in by the captain, Jordan Staal.
The 37-year-old in his 20th year has 3 goals now in his last 4 games.
10 to go. The net is empty. Ehlers scores! Nikolai Ehlers! And the party is on for the Kadiaks here and back in Raleigh.
In the first minute of Game 1, Nikolai Ehlers started the scoring of the Stanley Cup Final. With 1 minute and 8 left, Ehlers has given Carolina a 3-0 lead. He banks the empty netter, and he celebrates with some Carolina fans in the corner. We've talked about the intensity of Rod Brind'Amour. Brind'Amour now is going to walk down the bench as Brandon Bussy's family celebrates. And Brind'Amour's yelling, 1 more minute, like he's still not taking his foot off the pedal.
This is the playoffs for Nikolai Ehlers. Rasmus Andersson fires toward the net. Hanifin in deep now. Vegas fans streaming toward the exits. Carolina now 45 seconds away from the Stanley Cup. Andersson back on it. Noah Hanifin sends it in wide of Bussy. The net is occupied by Hart. Svechnikov put it on net. Hart dropped it down for Rasmus Andersson. 20 seconds to go.
What a deserving Stanley Cup champion the Carolina Hurricanes are. One of the best teams in the regular season and a brilliant playoff performance.
And they're going to clinch it appropriately with a total team effort and a shutout. The Carolina Hurricanes have won the Stanley Cup for the second time.
Years of Rod Brind'Amour and the Carolina Hurricanes building to this moment. I don't know that there's a coach in the league that more embodies the way their team plays than Rod Brind'Amour.
Well, he's the face of the franchise, and he really has been since he captained the 2006 team at age 35 to the Stanley Cup Final. John Tortorella offers his congratulations to just the 4th man ever to win the Stanley Cup as a team cap and then a head coach of the same franchise. And every single person in that picture is a huge part of it. And this is a total team effort. Seth Jarvis in tears. You think back, Ray, wasn't that long ago when they couldn't get past the Eastern Conference Final. This was their 4th try in 8 years under Rod Brind'Amour. Some were saying, well, maybe this style just doesn't work as well in the playoffs. It certainly worked well for the Florida Panthers. And now Carolina has taken it all the way to the Stanley Cup.
There's Freddie Anderson. We saw a glimpse of him. 13 wins before Brandon Bussy took over, and the Vegas Golden Knights just gutted. At this point, you get this far and you get nothing for it.
25 straight starts for Carter Hart. He appears to be in tears. Their season took off late in the regular season when he returned to action. One Stanley Cup winning captain hugging another. You know, people keep asking Rod Brind'Amour to compare Jordan Staal to him, and Rod is so reluctant to say anything about himself. But they're a lot alike, aren't they?
They really are. They're tough. They played with team first. They're just driven. They're leaders without words. They're more leader of deed, and the respect between the two of them is immense.
Jordan Staal, a Stanley Cup champion for the second time, 17 years apart. He won it as a 20-year-old. Bussey being congratulated, as is Keandre Miller. The big reason why they got over that hump, Miller. Stahl won it in 2009 as a 20-year-old. 17 years in between. It's the longest stretch between Stanley Cup championships for any player in league history. Chris Chelios went 16 years in between. And now the question is, will he be the Conn Smythe Trophy winner?
Well, the votes are in. They have to be submitted at around the 10-minute mark of the third period. The voters are able to put contingencies in if something crazy happened.
And it would be for the entire playoffs, not just the final. If it was all about the final, it would definitely be Stahl with Brandon Bussey. The first shutout to clinch the Stanley Cup since Andrei Vasilevsky did it in 2021 against Montreal. And the last rookie first-year goalie with a shutout in a cup clincher was Earl Robertson in 1937. You can't make it up. Disappointment for Jack Eichel. Been a remarkable year for him. Married last August, expecting their first child, an Olympic gold medalist, but wanting desperately to win the Stanley Cup for the second time. Sebastian Aho, all-time leading scorer in playoff history for the franchise. Mitch Marner. Much different story, Ray, here in the playoffs. Year one in Vegas than the 9 years in Toronto. His future is bright.
Yeah, he was brilliant here. The leader offensively for them, and the last 3 games got really quiet for Marner. And you know, you got to think of one other thing when I look at these offensive players and they get shut down. There were 7 shutouts in the playoffs. Carolina had 4 of them. Freddie Anderson had 3, and Brandon Bussey puts the ribbon on this all with a shutout in Game 6.
A lot of respect between those two. Will this be the last time we see John Tortorella behind an NHL bench? No guarantee he'll be back next season with Vegas. Here's Emily with Jordan Stahl.
Jordan, 17 years after you last lifted the Stanley Cup, you're a champion again. What feels different?
That's a lot of years. I mean, it's amazing. It's just something I've been going after ever since we got the first one. I mean, you want to win it again and again and again. And what a feeling, what a battle the boys were grinding today. My goodness, what so many individual efforts just to keep the puck out of our net. And it was an amazing ride. And I'm just so proud of these guys.
What did you learn over these 17 years?
Perseverance, trust in God, my family. I don't want to get emotional, but those things for sure.
You're about to lift the Stanley Cup again. Who's the first teammate you're going to look to pass it to?
Oh, that's a good question. There's so many I could pass it on to. Obviously, I think Freddie's been around long enough, and he started this playoff run right, and it's too bad he had to get out of it, but I think he's going to be the first one to grab it.
All right, we'll go enjoy it. Thanks for doing this, Jordan.
He helps their team in every way. 86 hits.
To Carolina and Vegas on a terrific Stanley Cup final. And Vegas, 3 trips to the Stanley Cup final in 9 years is something to be proud of. The Conn Smythe Trophy is awarded to the most valuable player in the playoffs. This year's recipient has played for the Carolina Hurricanes longer than any other player. He tied a record for a goal-scoring streak in the final, and his face-off percentage win of almost 70% almost actually sets a record. And finally, Jordan Stahl, you are the oldest player to win the Conn Smythe Trophy.
At age 37. proud son of Thunder Bay, Ontario, brother Eric. A Stanley Cup champion the first time Carolina won it. And now Jordan has the cup for the second time, the Stanley Cup, and the Conn Smythe Trophy for the first time. 12 points. Second, the last time they...
Gentlemen, the Stanley Cup.
Over the last 8 seasons, no team has won more regular season and playoff games than the Carolina Hurricanes. That is a testament to great players and a great organization. Congratulations to Tom Dundon, Eric Tulsky, Rod Brindamore, and again, these magnificent players. But what that also tells you, that no matter how good you are as a team, this iconic trophy, the Stanley Cup, is the most difficult in all sports to win. Jordan Stahl, come on back up.
One of the things that he really wanted to win for was so that his kids could understand and see. They didn't see the first one. They see this one.
And he hands it off to Freddie Anderson. Not by accident. Commissioner Bevan talked about how hard it is to win. Such a physical grind, an emotional grind, a mental grind. In the case of Freddie Anderson dealing with the unspeakable tragedy, the death of his agent and friend, Claude Lemieux. Taylor Hall, no #1 overall pick, has gone longer before winning the Stanley Cup, 16 years. Played for 7 different teams. Won a Hart Trophy. Sebastian Aho. One of the great players in the history of the franchise. Has experienced the joy of winning the top league at his home nation of Finland at age 17. Jacob Slavin, second American to win a gold medal and the Stanley Cup in the same year, along with Ken Morrill. He was never better in these playoffs than he was tonight. A vintage performance.
Third-round draft pick, he's become the gold standard of defenders in the league.
Another one of the team leaders, Jordan Martinook. Cup champion for the first time at age 33. In his 8th season in Carolina, his 12th in the National Hockey League. The handoffs will continue, every one of them so deserving. Shane Gostisbehere next. And here's Emily, with now a Stanley Cup champion as a captain and a coach, the face of the franchise, Rod Brindamore.
Rod, You've now won as a player and a coach. How does it compare emotionally?
I don't know. I don't even know what to say right now. I'm so happy for these guys. You know, I wanted it as a player. I really wanted it, but I wanted it for these guys as a coach because it just means so much. And to see how happy they are. I mean, I'm an old guy now, but I had my one. Trust me, I'm glad we got another one, but it's for these guys. This is what it's all about.
For years, you guys were knocking on the door, and there were people in the league that said your style might never win a Stanley Cup. What does this prove?
Well, exactly. Like, it's sticking with it. We knew what we had here, and I did for sure, and the guys believed in it. That's the thing. It's all about leadership. I'm so happy for Jordan Staal. People got to see what I've known for forever, what kind of player he is, what kind of leader he is, and, I mean, here we go. He's finally rewarded.
When that clock finally hit 0, I know you had them playing till the end. What were you feeling?
Well, the empty netter, right? Like, that's just like, holy mackerel, this is going to happen. Because, I mean, we were in it a little bit at the end. Obviously, we made huge saves, busts. It's such a great story with this team. I mean, you dig into it, it's amazing, and I'm just really proud.
Emotions? Like, who are you thinking of? What are you feeling?
Well, there's so many. You can't even put into words. I was thinking about my dad, who passed away a few years ago. He would love to have been here. My mom's at home. She couldn't make it. She was under the weather, but my kids are here. You know, it's come full circle, and I'm overwhelmed, to be honest.
When you talk about a team, Jordan Staal handing it to Freddie Anderson first, what does that mean?
Well, Freddie battled, right, and then he got a little nicked up, wasn't 100%, and I felt for him, but he got us here, and then Bus took over. I mean, this is a team, and that's the thing I love about it. It's not about one player, and hockey is that, right? Hockey is a team sport. It's the ultimate team sport, and yeah, it's nice to have those super players, but we got them in different ways, and it showed.
Go enjoy this with your team.
Thank you.
The Stanley Cup handoffs continue. Remarkable season from start to finish. They're just the 8th team that spent every day of the regular season in a playoff spot on their way to winning a Stanley Cup title. And the last to do that since the 2008 Red Wings. Here's Emily once again with Freddie Anderson.
Freddie, the first person Jordan Staal handed the cup to was you. What did that moment mean?
I don't know. It's disbelief, really. I did not expect that, and yeah, it really beat every emotion I could think of, and really tell you. I don't know. It hasn't really sunk in.
You've been through ups and downs in your career, ups and downs as a series. What are you feeling emotionally now?
I mean, I just feel proud of the team we have here. It's showed throughout, many years, but throughout this year specifically in this series, like, there's been so many guys stepping up at certain times, and it just really shows how good of a team we've been, and I really can't wait to celebrate with everyone. It's going to be special.
One of the guys that stepped up at the end of the series was Brandon Bussey. When you hugged him, what'd you say?
I don't even remember, but he was phenomenal. I think to step in the way he did and play the way he did, it was just, how do you do that? Like, that was, speechless how good he played, and he looked solid like he did all year. I think just coming in like that's special. He's a special human being, and so happy for him, and he was able to get us here.
When you were lifting the cup, who were some of the people you were thinking of?
I saw my dad in the stands. My family's here, and obviously got to try to look for them, but I can't wait. Yeah, it's going to be so many good memories and moments to celebrate with a lot of people back home, and obviously in Raleigh, it's going to be special.
The perseverance you've had in your career, you've been through it. What does it mean to finally be a champion?
Sorry.
You've been through so much perseverance, right, in your career. What does it mean to you to finally be a champion?
Yeah, it's just something everyone dreams of. You don't really know what it feels like till you try it, and now we're here, and we get to do all this together and have these great moments. So.
Congratulations, Tech. I appreciate you.
The handoffs continue. Mike Riley played briefly in these playoffs, and Alexander Nikashin was hurt. Jackson Blake, who finishes the playoffs as their leading point scorer. And he was a leading star in this clinching Game 6. Here's Steve Levy.
Sean, thank you. I'm with Mark Messier and BK Subban. Blake had his 7th multi-point game this postseason. That's the most in Carolina history. There's Logan Stankoven, who probably, not even second for the Conn Smythe. He's got a lot of big goals throughout this playoff run. And the passing of the Stanley Cup will continue as the Carolina Hurricanes win Lord Stanley in 6 games. Some initial thoughts, Vest.
Well, there's a lot to, talk about. Players, organizations, coaches, owners, general managers. It's a collective effort to get to this point. I got to take my hat off to the entire Carolina organization for not panicking over the last few years. They were knocking on the door. They couldn't quite get over the hump. They could have easily made a bunch of changes. They didn't. They stayed the course. They felt they had good people in good positions, in the right positions. Everybody in the organization has to learn how to win, including the owner, including the GMs, including the coaches, including all the assistant coaches and all the players and everybody else. But it's a collective effort. And the Carolina Hurricanes went down that journey together. And look at Rod. Go get him, Rod. Well, there's a guy. You talk about a leader and inspiring his team. What a job he did as a coach and his whole coaching staff. Too many people to say what a great job they did. Unbelievable.
Rod Brind'Amour's not going to get enough credit for where this team is. The grind from the very beginning when he got to Carolina, everything changed there. They became a contending team under his watch and his tutelage, not just by the personnel and the players that they brought in, but what he taught them day to day. To me, the Carolina Hurricanes now represent the National Hockey League. They embody the definition of what team is. To win the Stanley Cup, it's a full team effort. Everybody was involved. They surprised me. They shocked a lot of people. But more importantly, they're very, very well deserving of this. They deserve it.
Emily with Taylor Hall.
Taylor, you've been in this league as a #1 pick carrying that pressure. You've been on teams, the ups, the downs. Now a Stanley Cup champion. What does it mean?
I mean, it's incredible. I've been kind of everywhere and got here and felt really at home within a couple days. I think that's a credit to Rod and the coaching staff, but the guys that have been here for 7-8 years that have, really put in the work to make this a special place to play. I'm so happy for them. I'm just ecstatic. This is an amazing group to do it with. I couldn't have asked for anything more.
It's been a long journey for you. Were there moments where you thought this might not be possible?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But, you never know. You never know what kind of turn your life's going to take. And I got fortunate coming here. Like I said, special group to do it with. And they allowed me personally just to come in and have success. And that says a lot.
When you look at your career, again, pressures of being the #1 pick, taking this long to win a cup. Kids at home are watching you. What do they hope they take away from it?
I mean, I love the game, and I'll keep doing this as long as I can. And the Stanley Cup was the ultimate goal, but just playing hockey and being around my buddies doing it's incredible. So it's an added bonus when you're able to do something like this, raise the Stanley Cup. I mean, it was heavy. It was heavy, unbalanced, but amazing.
And we'll go enjoy it. Thank you, Taylor.
Thank you.
Steve.
Emily, the Stanley Cup weighs 34.5 pounds. Best heavier than that, or weight of the world? And it's 35.25 inches tall. Good for Taylor Hall. Good stuff there. While we're celebrating the Carolina Hurricanes entire organization, how about the fan base? The Red that infiltrated the fortress here in Vegas. They showed out. The Lenovo Center in Raleigh's packed. These people came out here. Good on the Caniacs as well.
I just love listening to the players' interviews after and what it means to them. But what really struck me was Brandon Bussey's interview was insane. You got Taylor Hall, who's been in the league how many years now, #1 draft pick. They're saying the same thing in different ways and different experiences, right. But the love of the game is what stood it out. That's what makes you have the perseverance to overcome everything in order to get to this point. Those are 2 great interviews.
Couldn't agree with it more. From top to bottom, Carolina deserves this. I doubted them, did not think they would win this series. I thought Vegas, they showed me they are the better team from top to bottom. There's no doubt in anybody's mind today. No question. Unbelievable. But the love of the game was on display. You're right, man.
And Brandon Bussey has become a household name beyond his own household. What a story.
Back up the bus.
My goodness.
For the contract.
Get all the bus guys. He's going to get paid.
Back up the bus.
Good for him. What a pleasure. Sean McDonough, it's all yours.
Yes. They rode the bus to the Stanley Cup title. There'll be every pun you could possibly imagine, and it did not stall. And Ray, I just love, especially this part of it at the end. The players are as happy for everybody else, the equipment managers and the trainers, the assistant coaches, the PR people, because everybody from Tom Dunn and the owner down is a part of this.
There really are, and so many people that you never would see except when they're out here on the ice, and they've all got a part of this. The celebration must be incredible to be out there, to be part of this. And when I think of Carolina, I think of a true team. It's the small parts that make the big parts. They play as a group better than anybody else, and it's been 8 years for this.
That picture will last a lifetime in the Bussey family. His family pressed up against the glass behind him. Congratulations to the Hurricanes, and congratulations to our great team.
Jordan Stahl's going to take it over to the fans, and in large number they came from Raleigh and North Carolina to witness this.
Chris, how about the consistency of this Carolina team? That's now the last 53 games that they have played in the regular season and playoffs. They never lost 2 in a row.
Amazing.
I mean, that in itself, the fact that they accomplished 16-3 to win the Stanley Cup, second fastest ever, but that kind of consistency has really just been a hallmark of what they have been as a group. Every night, you can rely upon the top guys to do their job. Everybody's pulling on that rope, you said, and what an incredible ending to a storybook season for them.
19 playoff games, and they outshot their opponents in 17 of them.
You hear me every year say this about this moment and what it means to me. You know, Wayne Gretzky has given so much to the game, to the NHL. But this in 1988, when we went 16-2, to me, this is the greatest gift he's given to the players. It's probably my most prized possession. This picture with your family.
Congratulations to the 2026 Stanley Cup champions, the Carolina Hurricanes.
For a long outside.
And it's advanced ahead by Ivan Barbashev. Now for Howden in trouble with a bouncing puck. Delayed offside against Vegas. Here's Taylor Hall breaking in. Hall scores! Taylor Hall! And it's 1-0 Carolina.
Hannafin and Anderson lose Taylor Hall behind him. Man, Jacob Slavin defends the play so well as he always does. But it's his quick up to Taylor Hall, and Hall head up the whole way. His 7th in the playoffs. Sean, that's the big save I'm talking.
Dowd and Polsmith on to kill the penalty with Theodore and McNabb. 10 seconds left on the penalty to Tomas Hertl. Hard out of the net, and a great sprawling stop as he dove back in, robbing Svechnikov.
On Taylor Hall's goal, and after Carter Hart misplays this, Svechnikov's got the wide open net. But a dive of desperation by Carter Hart keeps this game at 1-0. Svechnikov robbed here in Vegas.
Taken out of the corner by Marner. Marner sends it toward the net. Rebound, free for Stone. Up in the air, free in front of the crease. His parents won a first period for the 27-year-old.
There's the 2 stops. Hertl
corner under 10 seconds in the period. Out in front, Eichel passes it off. And a sprawling stop by Bussey on Dorothea.
And set a straight.
Stone trying to drop it back for Hannafin. Ehlers intercepted. Here comes Stahl trying to score in his 6th straight game. Stopped by Hart. Only one has gotten past him tonight. The early goal by Hall. Blake had it for a moment, then Hurdle poked it away. Hurdle has help coming. It's Riley Smith. Hurdle, a beautiful move. Stopped by Bussey. Down low, it's nudged along. Stankoven stopped by Hart. Then Stankoven tried to center. Here comes to Blake and he scores! Jackson Blake makes it 2-0.
They lose the puck once. No, they get it back. They're going to lose it again. No, they're going to get it back. They're going to go fight for it again. It's a 3rd time and Blake puts it away. This is remarkable tenacity. This line just seems to fit. Stankoven and Blake fight for the puck a couple of times, and then Jackson Blake will find the opening. See him get his stick up in the air? He wants it. Stankoven lays it on the tee. Oh, it deflects off the stick in front of the net. It deflects over Carter Hart. They're closer in Raleigh. It's 2-0 Canes.
Ehlers, 30-year-old from Denmark. Blocked by Jarvis. Scaled hard around, just kept into the line by Stone. Lausanne. 1:10 to go.
Way to cap the weekend. T-Mobile Arena just off the Strip in Las Vegas, getting ready for Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. Carolina Hurricanes leading the Vegas Golden Knights 3-2.
Jordan Stahl 1-1 with Pittsburgh in 2009. Will Carrier 1-1 as a Golden Knight. Jackson Blake, the wraparound, went through the blue paint. It's cleared out by Ivan Barbashev. Delayed offside against Vegas. Here's Taylor Hall breaking in. Hall scores! Taylor Hall! And it's 1-0 Carolina.
As all of the Golden Knights are looking up the ice, Hannafin and Anderson lose Taylor Hall behind him. Man, Jacob Slavin defends the play so well as he always does, but it's his quick up to Taylor Hall, and Hall head up the whole way.
Carolina's won 56% of the draws in the series. Dorofeev a shot. Then he tried to pass it back to him down low.
Putting anything to risk so far.
Svechnikov centers. Free puck. Knocked wide by Aho on the rebound. Here's Jack Eichel down the slot, and a beautiful save by Bussey with the right leg. Stone out in front for Dorofeev, a couple of chances. The second one he batted out of midair.
That's the way to enter. Look at this, it's a traffic jam up here.
Marner, high slot, snapped one right into the midsection of Bussey.
70%, obviously, he just does not lose very many.
4-on-4, blast by Gostisbehere, and right into the midsection of Carter Hart. Eichel forced back by Aho. Eichel feeds it through to Howden. In alone and stopped by Bussey. Brandon Bussey, magnificent again. 10 seconds left on the penalty to Tomas Hurdle. Hard out of the net. And a great sprawling stop as he dove back in. Robbing Svechnikov. Marner sends it toward the net. Rebound, free for Stone. Up in the air, free in front of the crease. Out in front, Eichel passes it off. And a sprawling stop by Bussey for the 27-year-old.
There's the 2 stops. Hurdle and Stone taken away. Stone's right on the doorstep. Left pad, right body, right arm. Somehow keeps it out. And then at the end, it's Dorofeev. He can really shoot it. And much like Carter Hart had to dive like a shortstop to take one away, Bussey does the same thing.
The power play is 15 seconds remaining. Dorofeev, 4 shots on goal in the first. That shot by Marner, stopped by Bussey, cleared. Ehlers tried to snap it in. Blocked by Dorofeev. He got dumped. It comes back to Ehlers. Down low. Off a stick of Stahl and over the net.
Oh, he had a wide open side, but he had to reach, and it deflected upwards instead of straight.
Stone trying to drop it back for Hannafin. Ehlers intercepted. Here comes Stahl trying to score in his 6th straight game. Stopped by Hart.
Nick Ehlers gets this play to Stahl, and there's the pass just a bit too far. Stahl reaches out, And unlike in Game 5, he can't deflect it on net. This one goes over the net, and as the puck relays up the ice, Vegas is changing. That's why Stahl's got the breakaway, and he's trying to drag Hart off that right post and go up over the blocker.
Blake had it for a moment, then Hurdle poked it away. Hurdle has help coming. It's Riley Smith. Hurdle, a beautiful move, stopped by Bussey.
As he's going to chip this puck up the boards, he gets crushed by Nikisha, but it's a 2-on-1. And Hurdle's waiting, and the pad stopped by Bussey. Look at him out aggressively. He pushes out.
Kowski won a college national championship at Providence, trying to do the daily double, win the Stanley Cup as well. He'd be the 34th man.
Or just how good Slavin is. Watch his stick. He just as he's backing up, watch how much ground he covers. That's about 6 feet of room that Eichel thinks he has, and then it's gone. Out as a player that can't really defend.
And they're trying to figure out how best to do that as they work it around the perimeter. Ehlers back on the line, Slavin.
Ehlers is tapping his stick. He wants the puck back.
He has it with a little bit of room. Cross ice it goes. Chatfield, tough angle shot. Down low, it's nudged along. Stankoven stopped by Hart. Then Stankoven tried to center. It comes to Blake and he scores! Jackson Blake makes it 2-0.
This line continues to carry the Hurricanes offensively. Stankoven and Blake are like hounds on a bone here in the corner. They lose the puck once. No, they get it back. They're going to lose it again. No, they're going to get it back. They're going to go fight for it again. It's a third time and Blake puts it away. This is remarkable tenacity. This line just seems to fit. Stankoven lays it on the tee. Oh, it deflects off the stick in front of the net. It deflects over Carter Hart. They're closer in Raleigh. It's 2-0 Canes.
Good style of play, and Brandon Bussey is stopping everything. Jarvis in on the forecheck. Jarvis took it away. Out there was Svechnikov and Aho. Aho, a shot. Hart turns around. He doesn't know that he has it squeezed underneath his pads, it seems.
Well, that's a big save for Hart. He can't give up anything else.
Here's Ehlers one-on-one on Anderson. That's off Hart. Off the back wall. It carried him to the goal line. 30-year-old from Denmark. Beautiful passing. And a sprawling save by Hart. Robbing Aho off another gorgeous setup by Gostisbehere. Here's Marner. Back for Houghton. He was tied up by Ehlers. Vegas cannot even manage a shot on goal. The last shot on goal came at 15 minutes and 43 seconds remaining in the second period. Well, Jordan Stahl said after Game 5 we're getting closer to Hurricanes hockey. They're playing vintage Carolina Hurricanes hockey tonight. And now leads their team with 20 points as the youngest player. Stone out in front. Tried to center it. It looked like he had a chance to shoot it. He tried to feed it instead to Sissons. It was broken up and sent down by Blows. Some room. Let's work on Theodore. Marner chip to Jar. Go!
Off Eichel. This puck.
See. Played on. No. He handed to the Carolina Hurricanes in another 5 minutes and 16 seconds. Here's Hurdle. Dropped it back. Free puck for Hurdle, and then he had it knocked away and sent the length of the ice from his knees from Ehlers in Game 6. 2:25 left. Theodore, stop, rebound, Hurdle, stopped again with Bussey sitting on the ice. He makes the stop on Hurdle. It comes to Eichel, down low, Stone at the top of the crease. Couldn't jam it in. 1:10 to go. The net is empty. Ehlers scores! Nikolai Ehlers! And the party is on for the Kadiaks here and back in Raleigh. And they're going to clinch it appropriately with a total team effort and a shutout. The Carolina Hurricanes have won the Stanley Cup for the second time.
8 years of Rod Brind'Amour and the Carolina Hurricanes building to this moment. I don't know that there's a coach in the league that more embodies the way their team plays than Rod Brindamore.
Well, he's the face of the franchise, and he really has been since he captained the 2006 team at age 35 to the Stanley Cup final. John Tortorella offers his congratulations to just the fourth man ever to win the Stanley Cup as a team cap and then a head coach of the same franchise.
This iconic trophy, the Stanley Cup, is the most difficult in all sports to win. Jordan Stoll, come on back up.
Emotional. The Stanley Cup 16.